come in. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Thank you. It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration of a motion for second reading of Bill C-344, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act Community Benefit in the name of Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha, seconded by Mr. Tan, moves that Bill C-344, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act Community Benefit, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Debate. The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to rise in the House with the support of Honourable Member from Don Valley North to introduce my private member's bill, Bill C-344, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act to introduce community benefits. I would like to take this moment to thank the residents of the riding of Brampton Centre for giving me the opportunity to introduce this bill and for electing me as the first member of the Parliament from Brampton Centre. Bill C-344 will further strengthen the federal infrastructure investment in communities such as in my riding and throughout Canada. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the member from York South Western for his extensive work on his previous private member bill. At the community hearing, 2 amendments to the bill C-227 were suggested by the committee. Hence now, my bill, Bill C-344, is before the House today. Community Benefit Agreements, referred to as CBAs, create social economic opportunity to local communities, neighborhood, and environmental benefit as a result from federal development projects across Canada. This includes local job creation, apprenticeship, affordable housing, education, support for seniors, healthcare, and other key benefits for communities. Bill C-344 would amend Section 20 of the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act. This will introduce a provision that would enable the Minister of Public Services and Procurement to require successful bidders on federal projects to report information on the community benefits. This provision will ultimately create a platform to minimum possible delays and promote flexibility for community infrastructure developments. CBAs will enable the Ministry of Public Services and Procurement to formulate agreements with the federal infrastructure developers with the added input for community groups. These agreements will lay the foundation to encourage local communities to build partnership with the developers. Ultimately, CBAs will strengthen the socio-economic influence of publicly funded development projects. For example, in my riding of Brampton Centre, federal investment into infrastructure have greatly contributed to the social development in the community. The Zoom Bus Rapid Transit Fund has revolutionized transit infrastructure across the city of Brampton and has attracted approximately $95 million of federal investment. Further, a federal investment of $69 billion to stormwater management project in the region of Peel has greatly contributed to improving the quality of life in the community. However, Had the CBAs been tied to these investments, the overall impact could have been much greater. Communities across Canada rely on federal investments to fund development projects. Therefore, if CBAs had been tied to these federal investments, communities will thrive. This was evident in the city of Vancouver, where 2010 Olympic Village was built under CBA. This initiative allowed communities to have a direct input on the project. Bill C-344 will allow for comprehensive consultations with communities across Canada. Consequently, strengthening local infrastructure investments. It will also reduce red tape for small and medium-sized businesses and further accelerate the approval across a process for federal repairs and construction projects. Moreover, various business groups and organizations support the concept of CBAs. Boards of Trade, Brampton, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, and various unions have endorsed CBAs as strong economic policy and an optimal way to promote youth employment. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Human Resources, Skill and Social Development and Status for Persons with Disabilities, referred to as HUMA Committee, I have first-hand experience of the harsh realities of the poverty in Canada. This committee has conducted a study of recommendations and submitted to this Parliament on National Poverty Reduction Strategy. It is quite evident that CBAs will promote increased prosperity and drastically reduce poverty in communities across Canada. Further, a joint report of Mowat Centre and the Atkinson Foundation found that CBAs have the ability to adopt a better environment for unique areas. In Ontario alone, the provincial government will invest $130 billion into public infrastructure over the next 10 years. Federal government has committed more than $180 billion into transit, green, and social infrastructure. As such, this is the time to collaborate with the communities so that they can also benefit from such lucrative federal investments. CBAs will ultimately enhance a socio-economic development of the cities across Canada. CBAs have already been implemented in Ontario with the enactment of the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act. This act aims to remove any red tape so that the approval process of provincial infrastructure investment project can be efficient. Furthermore, organizations including Metrolink and Toronto Community Benefits Networks have signed a community benefit framework the first time in Ontario. Moreover, countries including USA and UK have already adopted the CBA's concept into their respective infrastructure investments. In USA, CBA's success stories include the Atlanta Beltline project, Los Angeles Airport expansion, and Los Angeles Grand Avenue project. One stipulation on these projects was to submit a report on benefits derived for the communities. Provinces such as Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Manitoba are also in the process of adopting CBA concept. Bill C-344 will authorize the Minister of Public Services and Procurement to require bidders to provide a detailed explanation of how the government-funded project will benefit the community. It will also require the Minister to report to the Parliament on an annual basis on what community benefits have been implemented. Bill C-344 is about implementing CBAs in federal jurisdiction. This will give added responsibility to the Government of Canada to exercise leadership in implementing CBAs across Canada. Ultimately, CBAs will create the foundation for communities to earn their fair share of federal infrastructure investments. This will ensure that communities have reliable growth and meaningful employment while fostering a healthier environment. This is an extraordinary opportunity for the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario to have CBAs preserved in law. This can serve as a model for other jurisdictions to follow suit. Furthermore, it is about ensuring that the future federal infrastructure projects would generate community benefits for all Canadians, coast to coast to coast. I humbly, therefore, invite all my colleagues in this House to support my Bill C-344 and act to amend the Department of Public Work and Government Services Act, the Community Benefits, so that communities across Canada can have access to enhanced infrastructure developments. Mr. Speaker, besides the tangible benefit of CBAs, it will also serve as a vehicle for the pursuit to dignity and rebuild the inner being infrastructure of eagerly waiting Canadian communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Don't want to break the party. I know it's very honorable to present a bill, and I understand it's a private member's bill, but certainly, with all due respect to the member, we must not have read the same bill, because he stated twice, not once but twice, that this bill would reduce red tape. But it is all the contrary, Mr. Speaker. Small and medium enterprises will have to produce now on report to the minister that specifies community benefit to the request of the minister and to his discretion. And to his discretion concerning which benefits there will be. So can the member explain to me how he can actually see in this bill reduction of red tape, when it is all the contrary that's happening with this bill? Thank you.
Honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thankful to the member for this question and the doubt which my member have. Mr. Speaker, this bill is regarding the communities, involvement of the communities, benefit for the communities, so that communities get the benefit from the bill. There is no possibility of any delays or red tape, as my friend has the apprehension in the mind. Mr. Speaker, when the communities will be involved, the community itself will take these responsibilities. They will come forward to help the bidders, to help the government to fast the process of the bill. So there is no possibility of red tape, and rather the win-win situation will take the communities to the best benefit out of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague from Brampton Centre could clarify the scope of this bill. Does it apply only to infrastructure that is entirely funded by the federal government, which would be a very small subset of public infrastructure, or does it apply to infrastructure that is cost-shared between the federal government, provinces, and municipalities? If so, how would the government plan to negotiate community benefits with provinces and municipalities? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the member for this question. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-344 is just regarding the community benefits. Federal infrastructure spendings, investments, when they will be invested into the local communities from that investment will get the further benefit for the community itself. This bill will involve government representative and the contractors and the community at large, the local community at large. So when this bill will give the power to the community to involve into have a collaboration, do the partnership, and have their own say into the bill, into the infrastructure, surely they will feel that federal government infrastructure out of the federal government infrastructure spending, they are getting their fair share, and out of the federal infrastructure, they will get it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very, very short question or comment, about 20 seconds. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if my honourable colleague could shed some light on why this is such an important leadership approach, where the federal government is actually identifying and changing the conversation so that when industry is investing in projects, they're able to make it around community benefits.
Member for Brampton Centre, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really thankful to the member for a very good question. Mr. Speaker, today there's a need for the involvement of the communities into the government functioning and into the infrastructures which they know some infrastructure is going to be built in their community. So they want their own involvement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, for this debate, I will be continuing my speech in French, if you don't mind. Straight off, I'd like to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that Her Majesty's Royal Opposition will be opposing this private member's bill and voting against it. As I said, I don't want to ruin the party here, but, you know, it's unfortunate that we're voting against this, but we're doing so for some very common sense reasons that I will explain. Just like to make a few comments about the speech made by the member for Brampton Centre. Now, the government is there to encourage competition for everyone and to ensure that when it awards contracts to third parties, in other words, small and medium-sized companies, larger companies, organizations, the government needs to ensure that the bidding process is conducted in a manner that gives everyone an opportunity and does so with as little paperwork as possible and as little red tape that might inhibit smaller companies who have fewer resources from participating in the process. The member said that this bill was going to provide more flexibility in the contract awarding process, but quite to the contrary, it will make the process more burdensome. So he also said that this would help communities. I would like that to be the case, Mr. Speaker, but if you read this bill, which has almost no detail in it, it's only one page with a few paragraphs, there's nothing in this bill that would lead us to believe that any assistance would really be provided to communities. But when you read the bill, what you can glean from the few words within it is that there will certainly be restrictions and complications and red tape added to the process that will make the process more difficult for small and medium-sized businesses. So when he says that this is going to help Canadian communities, well, that's all well and good, but that's really not what we see when we read the bill. Now, that's my analysis, and I think that's also the analysis of the official opposition. He was also talking about local spin-offs, and he talked about the fact that this would bring benefits to communities. And he referred to the Vancouver Olympic Village, Mr. Speaker. Now, that's perhaps one of the biggest projects we've had in Canada in the last few years. But it's far from being the type of local benefit that is discussed in the bill. In Vancouver's Olympic Village, there was a mega work site. There were huge Canadian companies involved, and these are companies that are used to being very efficient, that have good relationships with the government, that are used to getting big profits and meeting tight deadlines. But that's actually the worst example he could have chosen. This example of the Olympic Village in Vancouver is really the worst example he could have picked to show that this would have any benefit for local companies. When I asked my question to the member, he said not once but twice that this bill would reduce red tape and bureaucracy and forms for small businesses. But that's not the case at all, because the specific goal of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to make small companies fill out a form for the minister, a form specifying that they will provide local benefits. So really, the goal of this bill, the whole purpose of this bill, is to create red tape, not reduce it. What it really does is just create more bureaucracy. So that's my introduction on that. Now, Mr. Speaker, you probably remember that last week when I gave a speech about the 2017 budget, I said that, in my opinion, most Liberal bills that are tabled and have been tabled for the last 2 years favor a particular interest group. Not all Canadians, but particular interest groups. And I find that this private member's bill, C-344, is a good example of that habit. I'd also like to go back a little bit and talk about the origin of the bill. It was first brought forward by the current Minister of Immigration. It was called C-227 at the time. And when that member joined the cabinet, his bill was withdrawn from the order paper, only to be added later, a few months later. So, you know, the member was talking about this bill as being something significant and fundamental and necessary to Canadians. He said it was necessary to ensure that communities' needs are met and that their benefits are achieved. So why is this bill not being prioritized by the government in that case? Why has it not been made a bill that would be brought forward by a minister? Why didn't the minister bring forward this bill as soon as possible? Because then we could have dealt with it several months ago. If it's such an important and such an efficient bill, it would have been implemented months ago. So the government was happy with taking it off the order paper and putting it back on, so clearly it's not really an important bill for them. There's not all that much in it. And they've really just made an arrangement to have an MP bring it forward. It's nice to give MPs something to do, but essentially this bill is going to harm small and medium-sized businesses. Now, let's just talk about a little technicality while we have time. We in the opposition identified several flaws. There's no criteria in this bill. There's nothing about how small and medium-sized businesses will be able to deal with this form that is required. There's no directive. There are no yardsticks. There's no framework for this bill. There's nothing that tells us exactly how small and medium-sized businesses will have to fill out the form. We don't even know what the criteria are. We don't know how long the form will be. Will there be experts who analyze the benefits piece by piece, particularly the economic, social, and environmental benefits? And also, Section 21(1) of the bill says that all other benefits specified by the local community are included. So that can have very vast consequences. That could mean that there are very high requirements for what companies would have to demonstrate when filling out the form. For example, if a company decided to analyze local communities by looking at a historic group like Aboriginals, for example, well, you would need to bring on board anthropologists and historians. Can you imagine a small business in Toronto having to hire anthropologists and sociologists just to be able to build a bridge, for example? It's ridiculous. There are also some problems. For example, the discretion that's given to the minister. The minister can require that people fill out a form or not. He can also present it to Parliament or not. So to me, this is a bill that really isn't serious because the minister can apply discretion or not. The bill says that parties who participate in the bidding process have to present a report, and if that report is not included, but that the minister asks for one afterwards, and this is the worst thing, the minister can ask for a report on local benefits after submissions have been made and after small companies have finished their studies. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that it's important that you need to understand the budget for the companies before the bidding process. And now if they say, well, we may have to add other things to the project afterwards that may incur additional costs, that's not good. So this is a bill that absolutely needs to be either gotten rid of or dealt with in committee because it just creates a lot of bureaucracy. Thank you for listening, Mr. Speaker.
In debate, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard that the Conservatives will be opposing this bill because it lacks specifics, but they see the potential for negative consequences. We in the NDP are a hopeful and optimistic party, so despite the bill's lack of specifics, we will be supporting it because we see the potential for it to be quite positive legislation. We will also be proposing amendments at committee to try to set out some of those needed specifics. We certainly support the concept of community benefit agreements, trying to ensure that public infrastructure investment creates local jobs and local training opportunities, and that it really enriches the local community. One of the main purposes the government has provided for infrastructure investment is to boost the Canadian economy. Of course, infrastructure spending only boosts the economy to the extent that it employs Canadian workers and that it procures Canadian-made inputs. However, this government has a very weak track record of actually making an effort to use procurement policy in that way. We see, for example, the construction of the new Champlain Bridge using only 19% Canadian-made steel. So even as we have steel mills struggling through bankruptcy protection and laying off workers, the Canadian government is importing a huge amount of steel to build this new bridge. This would be a great example where the concept of community benefits could be put into effect in a very useful way. So I agree with basically everything that the member for Brampton Centre said, Mr. Speaker. I'm just somewhat skeptical that this bill will actually achieve the laudable goals that he set forward. And I think the first thing that's important to emphasize is that this bill does not require community benefit agreements. It does not even require contractors to provide information on community benefits. What it does is allows the minister to require contractors to provide this information. So in the hands of a very energetic and proactive minister, it's possible that this bill could be used as a tool to help negotiate community benefit agreements, but it doesn't actually require the government to do anything of the sort. Another very important issue is the scope of this legislation. Now, I asked the member for Brampton Centre whether it applies only to infrastructure that is entirely funded by the federal government, which is very little infrastructure, or whether it applies to infrastructure that the federal government cost shares with other levels of government. We didn't get any kind of a clear answer to that question, Mr. Speaker, but this is a real issue, and it came up at committee when this bill's predecessor, Bill C-227, went before the Transport Committee. The government essentially tried to indicate that that piece of legislation would only apply to infrastructure totally funded by the federal government, which means it wouldn't apply to very much infrastructure at all. We believe that a more realistic proposal would be to apply this legislation to infrastructure that the federal government cost shares with other levels of government, but of course that would require a lot more detail and a lot more information about how the federal government would reconcile its objectives in terms of community benefits with those of provincial and municipal governments. I believe there's the potential for the federal government to work together with provinces and municipalities in quite a constructive fashion to achieve community benefit agreements, but I believe that that's something we should be acknowledging and something we should be discussing rather than talking about this bill as though it would only apply to the very small subset of infrastructure that is entirely paid for by the federal government itself. Now, Mr. Speaker, another issue that I'd like to raise regarding this bill is the lack of evaluation or monitoring. If we were to have a successful strategy to implement community benefit agreements, we would want a very good mechanism to report back on whether or not the benefits were actually achieved. What this bill talks about is the minister providing a report on community benefits, which could be almost anything. The minister could easily just pick and choose projects that had some community benefits and highlight those, trumpet those. It would be very easy for the minister to just put forward a positive report without actually doing much analysis or without really evaluating anything. We believe it would make a lot more sense for this bill to actually require the minister to report on whether community benefits were achieved so that we have some actual evaluation of whether all the money that the government is spending on public infrastructure is actually creating local jobs, is actually providing apprenticeship opportunities, is actually improving local communities, is actually improving our natural environment. So, Mr. Speaker, we believe that this bill requires a lot more detail in terms of reporting and evaluation. Mr. Speaker, another issue that I think is very important to discuss is how this bill fits with international trade agreements, because the government has been very aggressive in signing on to trade deals that limit the public sector's ability to use procurement policy to require local employment, the purchasing of local inputs, that sort of thing. So one of the questions that came up at committee with this bill's predecessor, C-227, was whether or not it actually fit in with some of the trade deals that the government has signed. We haven't gotten a very clear answer on this from the government, but I believe it is an important question. And I don't bring it up as an argument against community benefit agreements. I think we want to pursue community benefit agreements, but I think we also want to make sure that we're not negotiating trade agreements that take away the ability of government to use procurement policy in that way. And what I fear about this bill is that it actually contains so little that maybe it does comply with international trade agreements, but it complies with them only because it requires so little of the government or of contractors. It's essentially totally up to the minister whether or not to even require information on community benefits. It seems as though the bill may not actually apply to very much infrastructure if it's only those few projects that are entirely funded by the federal government. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, the answer isn't that this bill complies with international trade agreements because it doesn't actually do anything and it doesn't actually require anything. Now, of course, we do have a number of trade agreements that apply to infrastructure that's entirely funded by the federal government. Where our country has more latitude to use procurement policy in a constructive way is with provincial and municipal infrastructure. Unfortunately, most infrastructure is indeed also funded by those levels of government. But this government doesn't seem to want to say that this bill would apply to those projects. So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP very much supports community benefit agreements. We want to see public investment in infrastructure supporting jobs in local communities. We want to see it providing apprenticeship opportunities. We want to see it improving the local area. We want to see it supporting a clean environment. Now, a way of actually achieving that would be for the federal government to negotiate community benefit agreements in concert with provincial and municipal governments for infrastructure projects that are jointly funded. That would have an effect on a lot of infrastructure, and it would also comply with international trade agreements. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we're getting this suggestion from the government that this would only apply to those few projects that are totally federally funded, and in that case might not fit in with Canada's international trade obligations. So in conclusion, we in the NDP are going to support this bill, but we're going to support it with a view to getting it to committee so that we can amend it into a constructive and positive piece of legislation.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak in support of Bill C-344, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, the Community Benefit. Bill C-344 would amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act to provide the Minister of Public Services and Procurement with the authority to require an assessment of the benefits that a community derives from a construction, maintenance, or repair project. Under the bill, the Minister may require bidders on a contract to provide information on a project's community benefits. The Minister may also request an assessment as to whether community benefits have been derived from a project. Finally, the bill would require the Minister to table an annual report in Parliament on community benefits provided by construction, maintenance, or repair projects. En termes simples,
Simply put, the objective of this bill is to ensure that money invested in the building of federal infrastructure will benefit communities through training, jobs, and environmental benefits. The objectives of this bill are laudable, and I would encourage all members in this House to support it.
there are three compelling reasons for supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker. The first is that the government should use their spending power to create jobs, promote economic growth, and foster a more prosperous society. Certainly, this is one of our government's priorities and is in keeping with the mandate of the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. The Minister was mandated to, and I quote, modernize procurement practices so that they are simpler, less administratively burdensome, deploy modern controllership, and include practices that support our economic policy goals, including green and social procurement. Bill C-344 aligns squarely with these objectives. If enacted, Bill C-344 would help support the government's effort in leveraging procurement to advance social and green policies for the benefit of all Canadians. La deuxième raison d'appuyer ce projet de loi est que
The second reason for supporting this bill deals with community benefits. It's an established practice in other countries, the UK and the United States, and it would be beneficial here as well. This bill is an opportunity, a perfect opportunity for the federal government to show leadership and to adopt this concept of community benefits Canada-wide. The community benefits concept has been put in place for the Athletes' Village, for example, in the 2010 Winter Olympics in British Columbia. More recently, Ontario adopted legislation in 2015 under a Prosperity Act. Ontario became the first province to include community benefits in provincial infrastructure projects by emphasizing hiring, training, and local contracting procurement. This is an example, an excellent example of an approach that yields results. And we have the Toronto Light Rail project, a several billion-dollar project, which now includes requirements for community benefits. As part of this initiative, the provincial partners, along with their municipal counterparts, defined the objectives according to which 10% of the required craftspersons would be completed by apprentices and companions who live along the corridor where the lines went through and who were seeking employment. Part of the manpower costs are better managed in order to advance matters socially for young people to obtain training or a job. This type of bill and project, rather, can change their life journey.
At the same time, Bill C-344 would not impose much in the way of additional procedures on either the government or private sector suppliers. The bill does not call for changing the criteria in the tendering process. The Minister's annual report to Parliament would simply provide an additional level of transparency and accountability to Canadians as to how their money is being spent and the positive impact it is having on their communities. Thirdly, this bill is consistent with the approach of the Investing in Canada plan. The Government of Canada is making historic new investments in infrastructure, more than doubling existing funding to build the cities of the 21st century and provide communities across the country with the tools they need to prosper and innovate. Our historic investments are bringing about transformational change in our communities. An example of a project that brings great community benefit is the Champlain Bridge, which crosses into my riding, Mr. Speaker. Le projet de corridor du
The new Champlain Bridge corridor is one that will ensure travelers' safety, and it will also make it possible to create thousands of jobs in the Greater Montreal area and to promote economic growth in Canada by focusing on connectivity and safe movements of people and goods.
To the Gordie Howe Bridge. The Government of Canada is committed to the Gordie Howe International Bridge, a strategic trade corridor with our country's most important economic partner. It's an example of the infrastructure investments being made to help grow the economy, create good middle-class jobs, and enhance trade and productivity in our local communities and across the country. The Gordie Howe International Bridge will encourage new investment between Canada and the United States and help to maintain and create thousands of jobs and opportunities on both sides of the border. The new bridge is of vital importance to the economic prosperity of communities and businesses on both sides of the border and is expected to create thousands of construction jobs in Ontario. In addition to the jobs created during the construction of the project, the new bridge will result in many permanent jobs for the future operation of the crossing. As well, it's expected that thousands of jobs will be created in businesses that will supply goods and raw materials for the project. Mr. Speaker, this is the opportune time to ensure we are reinvesting in our communities. By investing in the things that help make our neighbourhoods better, places to live like affordable housing, cultural institutions, and recreational facilities, we can build stronger neighbourhoods and communities that we are all proud to call home. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity as Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Infrastructure and Communities to go in different parts of the country and get full feedback from mayors, city councillors, some of the hardest working people in the public service. And they tell me how important it is to get local feedback, to talk about the expertise that exists in those communities, and to reflect the needs in our infrastructure projects. We know the federal government can't just walk in and invest without consulting, without talking to provinces, where frankly the expertise lies in a number of these projects, and we rely on them and we need them, whether it's talking to provincial governments, talking to community leaders, talking to individuals as to what their needs are, and talking to our Indigenous communities. These are key things, and this is part and parcel. C344 fits perfectly within this framework that we're creating in order to build the 21st century. En investissant dans l'infrastructure.
By investing in infrastructure now in projects that Canada needs, by people who need employment, we can grow the middle class and make Canada a better place to live. I see Bill C-344 as another way of ensuring that federal procurement helps achieve results for Canadians and our communities.
Congratulate the sponsor of this private member's bill, the member for Brampton Centre, for proposing a piece of legislation that is difficult, extremely difficult to argue against, and particularly in light of his extreme advocacy in his community for community benefits of any federal investment. The bill's underlying principles and objectives are laudable, and Bill C-344 warrants the support of this House. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to C-344, an act to provide the minister with the authority to require an assessment of the benefits that a community derives from a construction, maintenance, or repair project. The bill's author, I'm sure, has good intentions behind bringing this bill forward, but we all know where the road paved with good intention leads. The practical considerations of federal procurement and the effects of more regulations on small and medium enterprises when entering into the federal bidding process cannot be ignored. The federal procurement process is one of the most complex processes in government. It takes months to finalize the RFP, solicit bids, modify the RFP, narrow down bidders, negotiate a contract, all to finally accept a proposal that could very well be cancelled or delayed. I'm not sure it's possible to design a more convoluted system if you tried, though it appears the government has been working very hard to ensure nothing surpasses it. For example, the bid from Alenia Aramaki, North America, weighed some 2,700 kilograms, while Airbus Defence and Space needed a U-Haul to deliver 1,500 kilograms of documents to Public Services and Procurement for the fixed-wing search and rescue bid. And even with such a detailed RFP process, this government has managed to get us sued for not providing proper information to the bidders. One of the significant reasons that federal procurement has become so complex is because politicians have seen fit to increase the number of conditions required before a contract can be awarded. Some of the conditions are to ensure greater financial transparency and are objectively good and practically necessary to prevent corruption. Some conditions, like those proposed in C-344, are well-intentioned but serve only to make a complicated process more complex. It's one thing to propose that companies submit a community assessment as part of their bid, as per Section 2 of the proposed legislation. It's completely another thing to allow such ambiguous power to sit with the minister. The minister may require bidders to provide information, it reads. Not always, but may. Not if the contract is this size or that size. And what better way to open us up for lawsuits than to give the minister such an undefined power? And who is to decide what is the best social benefit? What parameters are to be used to decide if an environmental benefit for one bidder is superior to another but provides no social benefit? Who decides if a slight social benefit outweighs a much lower price and therefore gets a contract? And what's to stop this government from using such vagueness for partisan benefit? Now, here's a list of investigations of actual issues that have arisen and been recorded to the procurement ombudsman's website. It's been published on the website. There's 31 posted. All but 5 concern issues that will be made worse by such undefined items in C-344. Now, this is right from the website. The Ombudsman recommends compensation to bidder who is treated unfairly. Again, with 344, we have an unclear process. 2, request for proposal with unclear estimate impacts bidding process. Departmental delays impede a supplier's ability to submit a bid. Contractual obligations met by the federal organization. The onus to demonstrate how a proposal meets the evaluation criteria. Again, right back to 344, the vagueness. Organization properly awarded the contract but may have unnecessarily limited the pool of potential suppliers. Compensation recommended for a supplier whose proposal was improperly rejected. Poorly written solicitations causing confusion for suppliers. The department's approach to soliciting proposals were not consistent with government policy. Supplier disadvantaged by unreasonable criterion. Mandatory criterion question. Excessive criteria for the work to be done. And it goes on. I'm not even halfway through. Department did not indicate the basis of selection to award a contract. Compensation recommended for a supplier whose bid was wrongfully rejected. Again, it goes back to who's deciding social benefit versus environmental benefit. Did the department adhere to the terms and conditions of the standing offer? Subject matter experts required to evaluate the proposals. Suppliers bid wrongfully deemed non-compliant on the basis of undisclosed evaluation criteria. Did the department act in a fair, open, and transparent manner? Were suppliers discouraged from bidding and others holding the advantage? Evaluation criteria not applied as stated in the bid solicitation. Did the department evaluate supplier bids using the same criteria? Again, there is no criteria set out in 344. Mandatory bid evaluation criteria not identified or applied appropriately. Supplier compensated. Again, it goes back. The minister may ask for such information, but not always. Did solicitation documents include contradictory wording? Was there a conflict of interest or unfair advantage in the award of the contract? Mandatory evaluation bid criteria based on operational requirements, but the rationale not communicated. The department did not act in bad faith, but needed better communication. And what is the top cost going to be to the taxpayers? In the Operations and Estimates Committee, we asked both the Deputy Minister and the Associated Deputy Minister if Procurement Canada, if an analysis had been done on the effect C-344 would have on costs from the added red tape, added bureaucracy, etc. Shockingly, for a government that goes on ad nauseum about evidence-based decision-making, neither had heard of C-344 nor could say if any analysis had been done on possible effects of the procurement process. Now, seeing as the minister is on leave and her fill-in has been AWOL on such issues as Phoenix, the fighter jet procurement disaster, shared services paper shredding scandal, it's no surprise, I guess, to see that this bill being brought forward has zero investigation into the ramifications. And I'm not the only one who opposes adding bureaucratic red tape to a process that is already the gold standard of red tape. The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses says, I quote, attempts by small and medium enterprises, the SMEs, to access federal procurement are consistently hampered by a confusing application process, excessive paperwork, and a complex system of rules. One of the CFIB's suggestions was make the procurement process an integral part of any red tape reduction initiative. Note, they did not say, please add to the red tape. The very practical considerations of more bureaucracy are very real. The Procurement Ombudsman states one of the continual problems is that the complexity of the system scares away small and medium businesses from engaging in federal procurement. In his 2015-2016 annual report on procurement, the Ombudsman notes examples of complaints from suppliers. A cumbersome and burdensome solicitations, more specifically the amount of paperwork and time required to respond to solicitations, acts as a disincentive for suppliers. Short bidding periods makes it difficult for suppliers to respond to the often extensive requirements and solicitations. Communications barriers or challenges, including in obtaining debriefs from federal organizations on the shortcoming of unsuccessful bids after the award of contracts, or concerns about perceived lack of details provided through debriefs. Delays in launching procurements or lengthy procurement processes are resulting in increased costs for suppliers and federal organizations. So take each item and relate it to C-344's effects on the process. I cannot see how the legislation would make RFPs less cumbersome, less expensive, less extensive, or provide more clarity. Again, C-344 ignores the existing problems within procurement and will increase complaints from small businesses. As mentioned, C-344 is vague, and that does not clearly define what constitutes a social, economic, or environmental benefit that a community derives. The problem is that disincentives touches upon another complaint heard by the procurement ombudsman, who noted that new businesses are unable or unwilling to break into the procurement market because of the substantial knowledge barrier to entry. Now, I support small and medium businesses and believe that the government should be doing more to encourage SMEs to submit bids, create jobs, and grow our economy. Adding more requirements, bureaucracy, and ill-defined powers is not the way to bring down costs, simplify the process, and address the consistent concerns brought forward by businesses on the procurement process. The minister's own mandate letter states, modernize procurement practices so that they are simpler, less administratively burdensome. C-34 would move the government procurement in the exact opposite direction. The government should read the Prime Minister's own mandate letter to the procurement minister and reject this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Guelph. There he is. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Brampton Centre for bringing forward this private member's bill. I rise today in support of Bill C-344, which would require an assessment of the benefits that a community derives from a construction, maintenance, or repair project. This common sense legislation will have many benefits for Canadian communities. And in 2015, we campaigned on historic infrastructure investments. This bill will add community benefit to the investment and construction goals that we have. The ministry already receives submissions on cost and time of construction. However, there's no policy that requires contractors to assess what benefits a project would offer to our communities. Bill C-334 will address this gap in the current procurement policies. Bill C-334 also speaks to the triple bottom line, which I've adopted, that emphasizes social, economic, and environmental innovation. Community benefit agreements are a new approach to empowering local communities to partner with developers in order to respond to local challenges. CBAs can be used to address economic development and growth, but also poverty reduction and environmental sustainability in neighbourhoods across Canada. This bill seeks to maximize the value of every public dollar invested in our communities. By requesting applicants to submit an assessment on community benefits, the minister can make a much more informed decision around community priorities. Under this new system, they can weigh the additional benefits each contractor will bring to the community, including additional information such as jobs created during and after, environmental benefit, and costs. The minister can move forward with greater confidence that they're investing public money wisely in our communities. The economic gains of procurement are clear. Public Services and Procurement Canada manages close to $15 billion in procurement on behalf of federal departments and agencies. These procurements multiply economic opportunities and community benefits across the country through direct and indirect effects. Crucially, close to 40% of our overall procurement business goes to small and medium-sized enterprises, which are almost always local. Using figures from the last 3 years, we see that 98% of construction contracts awarded in Ontario went to suppliers that are based in Ontario. This policy will also incentivize private construction firms to think more broadly about their role in communities and is in practice already with many municipalities. This approach offers an excellent opportunity for businesses to increase the scope of their supply to include a focus on social innovation and environmental benefit. In addition, the platform includes a proposal for federal infrastructure projects as a means to ensure development of opportunities for veterans and other underrepresented groups. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-344 also offers an opportunity for Public Services and Procurement Canada to engage and work with municipalities. No one appreciates and understands the diverse and unique needs of communities better than the people that live there. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians require a procurement process that works for them and reflects their values. Alongside transparency and accountability, procurement can fulfill economic and social and environmental benefits. Bill C-344 is an opportunity for Canadians to get the most out of their tax dollars, ensuring tax dollars work for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Brampton Centre for bringing forward this bill.
The honourable member for Guelph will have 6 minutes remaining in his time for his remarks when the House next returns to debate on the question. Orders of the day. Pardon me. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Now, orders of the day.
Government orders, government business.
Motion number 18, changes to the standing orders.
Ms. Shager, seconded by Monsieur LeBlanc, moves that the standing orders of the House of Commons be amended as follows. 1. That the following section be added after Standing Order 32-6. 7. Not later than 20 sitting days after the beginning of the second or subsequent session of a Parliament, a Minister of the Crown shall lay upon the table a document outlining the reasons for the latest prorogation. This document shall be deemed referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs immediately after it is presented to the House.
2. That the following new standing order be added after Standing Order 69.
69.1.
69.1.1. In the case where a government bill seeks to repeal, amend, or enact more than one act, and when there is not a common element connecting the various provisions, or where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker shall have the power to divide the questions for the purposes of voting on the motion for second reading.
Is presenting the motion for the first time to the House. I'm sure honourable members will want to know the details of the bill before we commence with it. I'm going to continue. Au fin de vote sur toute motion tendant à la deuxième.
On the motion for second reading and reference to a committee and the motion for third reading and passage of the bill. The Speaker shall have the power to combine clauses of the bill thematically and to put the aforementioned questions on each of these groups of clauses separately, provided that there will be a single debate at each stage.
69.1.2. The present standing order shall not apply if the bill has as its main purpose the implementation of a budget and contains only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation or in the documents tabled during the budget presentation. 3. That Standing Order 81 be amended as follows. A. By replacing each occurrence of the words interim supply in sections 3 and 17 and in paragraph 14A with the following interim estimates.
B. By replacing the initial text in section 4 with the following. 4. The main estimates to cover a given fiscal year for every department of government shall be deemed referred to standing committees on or before April 16th of that fiscal year. Each such committee shall consider and shall report, or shall be deemed to have reported, the same back to the House not later than June 10th of that fiscal year, provided that
by replacing in paragraphs 4A and B, 1. the words May 1st with the words May 8th. 2. Each occurrence of the words May 31st with the words June 10th. D. By replacing paragraph 4C with the following. C. On the third sitting day preceding the final allotted day, at not later than the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, the said committee shall report, or shall be deemed to have reported, the main estimates for the said department or agency. E, in section 5, 1, by adding the word immediately, the word after. 2, by replacing the word censé in the French version with the word réputé. F, par adjonction.
F, by adding a new section 6 to read as follows. 6. Interim estimates shall be deemed referred to a standing committee or committees immediately after they are presented in the House. Each such committee shall consider and shall report, or shall be deemed to have reported, the same back to the House not later than 3 sitting days before the final sitting or the last allotted day in the period ending not later than March 26th. And G, by deleting the words or interim supply in section 21.
4, that the following sections be added after Standing Order 104-4. 5. In addition to the members named pursuant to Section 1 of this Standing Order, the Chief Government Whip may at any time file with the Clerk of any standing, special, or legislative committee a notification indicating that one or more parliamentary secretaries shall serve as non-voting members of the committee. The parliamentary secretaries shall have all of the rights and privileges of a committee member, but may not vote or move any motion, nor be part of any quorum. 6A.
6A. A minister of the Crown cannot be appointed to or cannot act as a substitute on any standing legislative or special committee. B. A parliamentary secretary cannot be appointed to any standing legislative or special committee, except as provided for in Section 5 of this standing order.
5. That the following subsections be added after Standing Order 114-2D. E. In relation to parliamentary secretaries named pursuant to Standing Order 104-5, the Chief Government Whip may effect a substitution of one parliamentary secretary for another by filing notice thereof with the clerk of the committee, and such a substitution shall be effective immediately when it is received by the clerk of the committee. F. Un secrétaire parlementaire nommé comme membre sans droit de vote.
A parliamentary secretary named as a non-voting member of a committee pursuant to Standing Order 104-5 shall not be eligible to act as a substitute for a member of that committee.
6. That Standing Order 114-3 be replaced with the following. 3. Changes in the membership of any legislative committee shall be effective immediately after notification thereof, signed by the Chief Whip of any recognized party, has been filed with the clerk of the committee. Substitutions may be made in the same manner prescribed in Section 2 of this standing order. 7.
That Standing Order 116 be replaced with the following. 1. In a standing, special, or legislative committee, the standing orders shall apply so far as may be applicable, except the standing orders as to the election of a speaker, seconding of motions, limiting the number of times of speaking, and the length of speeches.
2A. Unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of a standing, special, or legislative committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. A decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal to the committee. B. Une infraction de...
B. A violation of paragraph A of this section may be brought to the attention of the Speaker by any member and the Speaker shall have the power to rule on the matter. If, in the opinion of the Speaker, such a violation has occurred, the Speaker may order that all subsequent proceedings in relation to the said violation be nullified.
Action soit annulée. That Standing Order 81, as amended, take effect on September 18, 2017, and remain in effect for the duration of the current Parliament. That the other standing orders, as amended, will take effect September 18, 2017. That the Clerk of the House be authorized to make any required editorial and consequential alterations to the standing orders, including to the marginal notes, and that the Clerk of the House be instructed to print a revised edition of the standing orders of the House. Debate, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about our government's commitment to strengthen and improve Parliament. We believe that Canadians cherish the House of Commons, the very heart of our democracy. We believe that what happens in this place, how we conduct ourselves, how we debate legislation, and how we hold the government to account is central to our country's democratic health. Mr. Speaker, the people who sent us here deserve to know that we are doing our best to serve in their best interest and to make them proud of the work we do on behalf of them. They deserve to know that as their elected representatives, we are working together to put our country's interests first. Simply put, our constituents should be assured that we will all fight together for their interest. Those debates can often be drawn along clear and robust partisan lines, and that is good. Mr. Speaker, this is part of what creates good public policy. At the same time, it is crucial that all of us find ways to collectively maintain and strengthen the political institution where we debate our differences, our perspectives, and most importantly, the voices of our constituents. Indeed, the rules and conventions that govern this place date back through generations of our predecessors, and we have all done well by them. But, Mr. Speaker, there can always be improvements. We can always modernize, we can always do better. Today, it is time to do just that. We are here to debate our government's proposed motion to reform and modernize the standing orders in several key areas.
In the context of this discussion, it's important to focus on the reasons why these changes are necessary and how they can strengthen the House of Commons for decades to come. In addition, Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out how attached we are to implementing new practices like the Prime Minister's question period in order to make our government and governments to come more accountable to Canadians.
Background, I would like to remind colleagues of some steps that brought us here today. 2 years ago, as Canadians were preparing to cast their ballot in the general election, the Liberal Party released its campaign platform. That platform promised real change and pledged to give Canadians a voice in Ottawa. The platform said, and I quote, "For Parliament to work best, its members must be free to do what they have been elected to do, represent their communities and hold the government to account. Government must always stay focused on serving Canadians and solving their problems." Among the specific promises, Mr. Speaker, that were made in the platform that we committed to, introduce a Prime Minister's question period to improve the level of direct accountability, end the improper use of prorogation and omnibus bills, provide better parliamentary oversight of taxpayers' dollars, strengthen parliamentary committees so that parliamentary secretaries do not have a vote on committees. On Election Day in October 2015, Canadians made their decision on the type of government and the type of parliament they wanted in Ottawa. The result was clear. Canadians elected a government with a mandate to strengthen Parliament. The Prime Minister is committed to making that happen. It is important to note the instructions he has given me in my mandate letter. The letter says, and I quote, "As leader of the government in the House of Commons, your overarching goal will be to make Parliament relevant again and to ensure that Canadians once again have a real voice in Ottawa. Parliamentarians must have the information and the freedom to do their most important jobs, represent their constituents, and hold the government to account. It is your job to help empower all members of Parliament to fulfill these essential responsibilities. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, I'd like to stress the fact that that is our main goal. It's our intention to give members on both sides of the House greater powers. We want to provide them with the tools they need to do their jobs, the jobs they were elected to do. We want to ensure that the Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers are held more accountable in this place.
As I have often stated in this place, I welcome the views of my colleagues. I have engaged in good faith discussions with my Conservative and NDP counterparts about our approach to the specific reforms we have put forward. These were helpful discussions, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, throughout both the public discourse we witnessed this spring and more recently in my conversations with my counterparts, I listened carefully. Now Canadians expect us to act. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan on how to strengthen Parliament. It is reasonable and it is based on our mandate from Canadians. First, let me address the changes to the standing orders in 4 areas. Prorogation. The prorogation of Parliament signifies the end of a session and can occur with justification during a mandate. But there have been times in the past that governments have improperly prorogued early to avoid politically difficult situations. If that happens again in the future, Canadians deserve a formal explanation in Parliament. Under the change, the government must table a document outlining the reasons for prorogation within 20 sitting days of the next session of Parliament. That document must justify the government's decision to end a parliamentary session. The document would be deemed to refer to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. This change will build accountability into Parliament. Omnibus legislation. Our government is committed to ending the improper use of omnibus legislation. I am not speaking here of responsibly drafted budget implementation bills that contain changes stemming directly from the budget. Rather, I am referring to what should happen when a government introduces a non-budget omnibus bill that contains entirely separate and unrelated themes. We want to ensure that MPs are not faced with the dilemma of how to vote on a bill that is most supportable, but which contains a totally unrelated clause, a poison pill that they find objectionable. We want flexibility for MPs in these instances. Under the proposed changes, you, Mr. Speaker, will have the authority to divide bills for the purpose of voting for second reading, third reading, and passage of a bill. The Speaker will also be authorized to group a bill thematically. There would be a single debate at each stage, and members would then be able to vote on parts of a bill separately. Estimates. Members of Parliament are responsible for keeping track of how the government intends to spend the public's money. And yet the financial accounting system that they are currently expected to use is inconsistent and incomplete. We need a better way. We want to better align the budget and estimates process so that the data means something and is truly relevant and timely for colleagues, resulting in better informed decision-making.
Our motion proposes changing the date on which the main estimates are tabled from March 1st to April 16th. The date on which the main estimates are sent to the House by the relevant committee would move from May 31st to June 10th. Pushing back the dates in this way would ensure that the main estimates more accurately reflect the budget, and this would allow members to conduct a more detailed study. This would allow Parliament to better exercise oversight.
Committees. Our government believes strongly that committees provide the backbone of much of the work that is done in Parliament. It is there that MPs can do some of their best work, scrutinizing legislation and hearing the views of experts, stakeholders, and Canadians at large. Indeed, it is at the committee stage where proposed legislation can be improved, and members from all parties can constructively work together towards that end. We believe there is a role for parliamentary secretaries to be members of committees. As a link to a minister, they can provide insight and great assistance to other committee members as well. Under our proposed changes, parliamentary secretaries can be committee members, but they cannot vote or move a motion, nor can they be part of the count for quorum or act as a substitute for a member on a committee in which they have been named a non-voting member. Mr. Speaker, that is a summary of the changes to the standing orders that we propose. I would like now to turn my attention to another matter that we also believe is important: Prime Minister's question period, also known as PMQP. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister is firmly committed to being more accessible to all members of Parliament in question period. This is why this spring he took the historic step of initiating a Prime Minister's question period in which he answered all of the questions asked on Wednesday. This special question period is in addition to the other days of the week when he attends the regular question period to answer questions with his cabinet ministers. So far, our Prime Minister has attended 6 special question periods on Wednesdays, answering a total of 233 questions from members of Parliament on those 6 days alone. We have shown it can be done. We now have made it our practice that when the Prime Minister is here on Wednesday, he takes all of the questions, and we will continue that practice. Mr. Speaker, let me make one thing clear. The Prime Minister's question period is here to stay under this government. And just as it became the convention and not something codified in the standing orders in the United Kingdom, it is our endeavour that it will become the convention here. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I invite members to support our proposals for strengthening Parliament. We promised Canadians 2 years ago that we would make these changes. Canadians gave us a mandate to do so. They gave us a mandate to act. It is time to work together and to make our Parliament stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. I see many members standing. Try to keep interventions to no more than 1 minute. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments. We have been working together on a number of issues over the last number of months, and although I disagree with the process and much of what she's done, I do recognize the hard work that she's put into all of this. Mr. Speaker, my question for the House Leader is very broad. I'm going to be talking a little bit later about the specific proposals. But our biggest criticism was the way the government handled this, in that they said that no matter whether there was a consensus or not, they would be making these changes. So my question for the government House Leader is very simple. When things change and Conservatives are on that side and the Liberals are on this side, does she wish to be treated in the way that she treated the opposition? Does she think that the Conservatives would now have permission and the ability to make major changes to the standing orders and ram it through the House of Commons, whether the opposition specifically likes it or not? Does she wish to be treated in the way she treated us?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise and answer that question. As I've said always, my door is open. And hindsight is always 2020. Was there ways that we could improve the process? I believe all members could agree that we could work better together. I think we have demonstrated that we are able to work together. We've been having good conversations, tough conversations, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure all colleagues that I will continue to keep my door open. I will continue to advance the mandate Canadians gave us about working better together. That's something I heard at the doorstep, and I do believe that all members can work better together, and I will definitely play my part in helping to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to congratulate the Government House Leader for her speech and acknowledge the hard work that she has in recent months provided. In her opening remarks, she talked of, quote, working together to put our country's interests first. And in her mandate letter, there's also talk of, quote, working with opposition House leaders. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Government House Leader if she's now committed to only changing standing orders in the future, the very rules of how our democracy functions, where there is multi-party support for the changes proposed, or does she still think that her government can amend these rules unilaterally?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I also would like to thank the member for his hard work. I can assure you that we have been working very closely together and have had some fruitful, meaningful conversations, and I sincerely do appreciate that. I know we can work better in this place. It will always be my endeavor to have those tough conversations, to keep my door open. I do believe that we can always find a way to represent our constituents. The perspectives that every member brings, that every role in this place brings, is essential to the democratic process, to the health of our democracy, and that's why I will always endeavor to work better together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll try to keep it brief. There are many comments I would wish to make, and as the government leader in the House knows, I've submitted some substantial proposals, including that for prorogation, we test the confidence of the House in an actual vote in the House. I'm glad to see prorogation dealt with, but I think the approach that was advanced in my paper, which came not from me, but from some of Canada's leading political scientists, Hugo Cyr, Peter Russell, so on. And I also proposed on omnibus bills. I think it's an improvement to be able to split them, but for studying them, not merely for voting on them. Is there an opportunity in the debate we're going to have in the next several days only to actually achieve consensus from all sides of this House on the changes that are now proposed?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to state that I appreciate the member responding to the discussion paper that I have shared in good faith and endeavor to have some tough conversations. I appreciate the work she has done on this file. We have also made certain that the member will be able to participate in this meaningful debate because we know that she shares perspectives and points of view that need to be raised in this place. I believe that there is still much work to do. This is a step. These are the commitments we made to Canadians that we are advancing on. I believe the Procedure and House Affairs Committee can continue this good work. I know they've started some work and they can broaden that scope should the members of that committee wish to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire à la députée de Laurentides-Labelle.
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
The Minister and I both served as staff in previous parliaments, and I think we've all been around to see some of the very interesting things that have happened here over the years. And so when I read this motion, what I see is a whole lot of things that would have helped us when you're in opposition and not a lot that helps us here in government. And if the Minister would agree with that assessment, this really helps this place function by empowering opposition to do their jobs better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that fabulous question through you to my colleague. The opposition plays an essential role, and the government has a responsibility to act on the mandate that is given. This is about empowering all members of Parliament. Every member of Parliament was elected by their constituents to ensure that their voices were heard in this place. That is the vision. That is the vision behind everything I do. I believe that we need to ensure that the voices of our constituents, of Canadians, are heard in this place. It's something we committed to in the election campaign. It's something that Canadians received very well. This place belongs to the people. So I believe the motion before us does strengthen every member of Parliament to do the important work that they are elected to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two brief questions for the Government House Leader. C-49 is a wide-ranging Transportation Modernization Act, so-called. C-51 is a very wide-ranging criminal code change. I wonder if the Government House Leader thinks either or both of these constitute improper uses of omnibus legislation. Secondly, I want to ask about the powers given to parliamentary secretaries, because now, the way this standing order change is set up, a committee could theoretically bar members of Parliament who are not members of the committee from attending in-camera meetings, which would mean you would have additional members of the government who are parliamentary secretaries that are able to remain in the room, but you have other members of Parliament who might be interested in discussion that cannot be in the room. Does the Government House Leader see a problem with that? And would the Government House Leader agree that any member of Parliament who wants to listen into an in-camera discussion, if they're an elected member of Parliament, regardless of whether or not they're a parliamentary secretary, should be able to do so?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, these are exactly the kind of discussions and conversations I was hoping to have when I released the discussion paper. I do believe that there are perspectives and opinions that members have to share and can share that would benefit this place and the work that all members of Parliament do. In regards to the legislation the member is referring to, that's why we are saying let's provide the ability to the Speaker in this chamber to be able to divide out legislation by votes so that members are not having to determine their support of legislation in regards to an item that is not along the same themes. We know that we need to improve the way that we function in this place, and that is the endeavour, and it will always be the goal. And when it comes to parliamentary secretaries, we know that the parliamentary secretaries have access to a lot of information. We have seen committees do the important work that they are doing. If a parliamentary secretary can provide insight and information to members of a committee to help them do their work, I believe that is essential to the process, and that's why this is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the House Leader for her speech, but it was certainly dripping with irony. You know, Mr. Speaker, she said that omnibus legislation would never deal with unrelated themes, yet she had us in the House last week on a justice omnibus bill. So I guess she's saying that witchcraft and dueling are related to some of the criminal procedure changes that were in that omnibus legislation, Mr. Speaker. Her deputy House Leader, the MP for Winnipeg North in the last Parliament, called omnibus legislation, much like the omnibus bills we've been seeing in this House, he called them, I quote, an assault on the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. The assault in the last few weeks with time allocation, omnibus legislation, and now the speech on standing orders today. So my question for the House Leader is quite simple. Given the platitudes and elements of her speech, does she have any personal regret for the time allocation and omnibus legislation we've been voting and debating on in the last few weeks, based on where she wants to see the standing orders go?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we were elected to this place to do important work. Every member of Parliament has a responsibility to ensure that they are representing their constituents, and it is important. The commitments we made to Canadians in our election platform came from when this party was in the third official status of this place. We know that under the previous government, under the Stephen Harper Conservative government, there was an abuse of omnibus legislation. We know that we need to improve the way that we can work together so that members of Parliament can actually advance the voices of their constituents, and that is the goal here. We have had good faith conversations amongst the recognized parties to ensure that we can ensure that those voices are heard, to ensure that we have a motion ahead of before us that we can work together to improve. And I will continue keeping my door open and having those tough conversations to really modernize this place and to ensure members are able to represent their constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate and the Honourable Opposition House Leader, just a clarification. When I was presenting today's motion to the House, one of at least the Honourable Member for St. Catharines and others were prompting that I perhaps dispense with the reading of all of the details. In fact, for clarification purposes, I could have accepted that in the case of such a lengthy motion. Because the bill is actually printed, of course, in the order paper for today, that can be made reference to, so we could have proceeded in the usual pace to seek consent of the House to dispense with the motion. And in fact, now perhaps I should have done that, but nonetheless, it's a matter of history now, and we'll go to resuming debate and the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, what a long road we have traveled to get here. The process leading us to today's motion has been a long and very frustrating struggle. It was a struggle where the opposition was forced to mitigate the excesses of a careless and an arrogant government, a government devoid of any appreciation for what Parliament actually does, a government that insulted the House and dismissed the role of members who sit in opposition to it. The process has been a sham from the beginning, despite the assertions that we've been hearing about a conversation and dialogue and working better together. Over the weeks and months of question period, the House has heard the full word salad from the government trying to defend and excuse its approach to Parliament. A bunch of jargon and buzzwords tossed together with very little substance and very little weight.
Given the way the Prime Minister has handled this whole issue and refused for months to acknowledge the need for all-party support, Conservatives will be voting against this motion. Let me take a few moments, Mr. Speaker, to review just how we managed to get here. Back on March the 10th, a Friday afternoon, just before we started our March constituency week, the Government House Leader posted on her website a so-called discussion paper. The House will recall that this Liberal discussion paper proposed, among other things, to reduce the opportunity for members to hold the government to account by eliminating Friday sittings, automatically time allocating all bills, preventing the opposition from triggering debates on committee reports, and bringing sharp closure changes to committees. It was a shocking set of ideas when you think about it. But since it was less than a year since we had witnessed the Motion 6 fiasco, it was sadly par for the course with this government. The primary driving force for this Prime Minister has been to alter the balance between the opposition and the government by taking away the protections that the rules offer. The Globe and Mail, in an editorial at the time, called out the Prime Minister on his ideas, and I quote, "The government considered the opposition's limited arsenal to be tactics which seek only to undermine and devalue the important work of Parliament, and which sow dysfunction and are not rational or defensible, according to a discussion paper." And I'm still quoting, Mr. Speaker. "These contentions are cynical bunk. The government is hawking a utopian version of Parliament in which members from different parties politely discuss the government's proposed legislation on a schedule set by mutual agreement, and there are cheers all around when the House enacts laws that are a perfect reflection of the selfless compromises agreed to in a collegial fashion on committees and in the House. There are sunny ways passing beneath crisp rainbows." End quote. Well, sunny ways indeed, Mr. Speaker. Had this discussion paper simply been just that when it was published, it would have been read, critiqued, and actually discussed, with the flaws being pointed out and the interesting ideas built upon. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not at all what happened. Later that afternoon, the Government House Leader's colleague gave notice of motion at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to have the discussion paper studied with everything wrapped up and recommendations made by June 2nd. Had the motion at committee simply been a proposal to add the discussion paper to their study of the standing orders, it would have been a natural idea and hard to object, but that isn't what happened. The writing was on the wall, Mr. Speaker. All of these ideas in the discussion paper, which coincidentally all were to the benefit of the Prime Minister, would be rammed through. So let's fast forward it to the Procedural and House Affairs Committee on March 21st. The Liberals wanted to pass their motion right away. The honourable member for Lanark-Frontenac-Kingston offered an amendment to observe the long-standing tradition around here of using all-party consensus to change our rules. The Liberals, to their credit, quickly signalled their disagreement with that perfectly reasonable amendment. Now, we were faced with a completely transparent plan from the Liberals to ram these awful ideas through the House. We simply would not allow this to happen, Mr. Speaker. As a result, we had to stop this reckless Liberal power grab from getting rammed through. So we used one of the very few tools available to opposition parties, the one that the Liberals actually had wanted to remove, and that is the ability to filibuster. Over some 6 weeks, with over 80 hours of committee meetings, opposition MPs led the fight against the Liberal discussion paper. I have to give credit to the 3 Conservative MPs who are members of that committee. The honourable members for Lanark-Frontenac-Kingston, Banff Airdrie, and Halberton-Kawartha Lake Brock. But it wasn't just them, Mr. Speaker. This really was a team effort. 29 Conservative members of Parliament participated at that committee. In parallel to the committee proceedings, the NDP House Leader and I offered a constructive alternative to the government. We suggested that the House set up a special committee with 1 member from each party, chaired by our impartial Deputy Speaker, to work on a consensus basis in reviewing our procedures and proposing improvements. What we proposed, Mr. Speaker, was hardly revolutionary. Pierre Trudeau's government set up the Lefebvre Committee, which recommended several changes to the standing orders, such as bringing in the first-time limits to bell ringing that were adopted unanimously. Brian Mulroney's government set up the McGrath Committee. That group tabled 3 reports, all adopted unanimously, on a whole range of topics, such as giving our standing committee permanent mandates to study topics on their own initiative. Under Jean Chrétien, a special committee on the modernization and improvement of the procedures of the House of Commons was created. That committee codified the pattern of goodwill to its rules, with an express requirement for reports to be adopted unanimously. Far from being a veto, and remember, this was back in the days of 5 recognized parties, they managed to adopt 6 reports. Most recently, Stephen Harper's government followed the tradition of the unanimity approach, not bringing in permanent procedural amendments without all-party support. Those governments proved that reforming Parliament can be done with a cooperative approach. The results were substantive, and they significantly strengthened the role members play in this place. Indeed, I know the Procedural and House Affairs Committee would have been up to that task. In following their debates and in joining them for a night, I know that the members from all parties handled the task in front of them with civility and good cheer. They would have handled such a review in a professional and a capable fashion. Sadly, it was quite clear that the Liberals on the committee were under firm instructions from the Prime Minister's office not to let their members' own better judgment carry the day. Indeed, far from being cooperative and far from her repeated claim to have an open door, the government House Leader left the other House Leaders hanging. For weeks on end, Mr. Speaker, our letter to her went unanswered. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to a committee filibuster and good faith proposals from the opposition parties, here in the chamber, the opposition parties use many of the tools available to us to register our unhappiness and our frustration. The Liberal government desperately tried to get back on track, even shut down a privileged debate and prevented it from coming to a vote. The honourable member for Perth Wellington called out the government on this, and the chair ruled that what the Liberal government has done was entirely without precedent. The Speaker wisely and bravely ruled, allowing the privileged debate to start anew. Finally, admitting that the Prime Minister was staring at the risk of a total paralysis of his parliamentary agenda, the government House Leader finally answered the letter which the honourable member for Victoria and I had sent her. In that letter, she indicated that the Liberals were backing away from their discussion paper, but would be pressing ahead regardless of the opposition party's thoughts, with items reinforced in the Liberal election platform. Mr. Speaker, the opposition can't claim complete credit for the Liberal backdown. I suspect the Liberal House Leader may have been under considerable pressure from her own caucus colleagues. Though caucus meetings are confidential, I believe that we witnessed the tip of the iceberg when the honourable member for Malpeque, a veteran of this House, offered this in debate on April 11th, and I quote, "This place is called the House of Commons for a reason. It is not the House of Cabinet or the House of PMO. Protecting the rights of members in this place, whether it is the opposition members in terms of the stance they are taking, is also protecting the rights of the other members who are here, not members of Cabinet or the government. We talk about government as if this whole side is the government. The government is the executive branch. We do need to protect these rights." End quote. So here we stand today, Mr. Speaker, debating government motion number 18. First, let me talk about something that we all expected to be in this motion. Certainly, it was the headline proposal in every Liberal statement this spring about the standing orders, and that was going to be dedicated Prime Minister's question period. Wow, we heard a lot about that, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister was gung-ho and looking forward to having to show up to work just 45 minutes every week. The Prime Minister was going to show us just how well he could memorize his lines and put on a Broadway-worthy performance with dramatic delivery. He may even, Mr. Speaker, have put his hand on his heart a time or two. Well, we all saw how that experiment unfolded. The Prime Minister quickly saw that his glib platitudes did not give satisfying answers on the concerns of Canadians, the problems facing our economy, or his ethical lapses. It quickly became crystal clear to everyone that the Prime Minister failed to perform and bombed terribly. Remember the Wednesday when the Prime Minister was asked 18 times if he had met with the Ethics Commissioner? That was on May 10th. Well, although I can't and I won't refer to the presence or absence of a member, I can say that the House did not hear another Wednesday answer from the Prime Minister until June 7th. John Ivison wrote just this past Thursday about the most recent Prime Minister's question period, noting that the Prime Minister, and I quote, did not look like he was having fun Wednesday when he was pummeled for the entire question period on topics ranging from the big issues of the day, Chinese takeovers, rising debt levels, to more arcane subjects like potentially illegal activity at Shared Services Canada and autism funding, end quote. It's obvious, Mr. Speaker, that Liberal bigwigs decided that their leader's performance was actually a liability to the Liberal Party. His performance in question period specifically was a liability to the Liberal Party. If anything, the Liberals' last-minute withdrawal of this proposal only highlights the fact that the government's approach to procedural reforms has been guided solely by Liberal partisan interests. They only want to do it if it was in their interest, Mr. Speaker. That's been very obvious by their rather rapid withdrawal of Prime Minister's question period. Now, of course, the Prime Minister's good friend Jerry Butts was on Twitter Friday claiming that there would never be standing order amendments to create a Prime Minister's question period. To further his alternative facts, the PMO Principal Secretary then claimed that the standing orders were entirely silent on question period. I guess he obviously hadn't read Standing Order 37, for example, with the big headline above it, oral questions. Setting that aside, Mr. Speaker, in her response to written question number 1022, tabled Friday afternoon, the Government House Leader said, and I quote, "The motion will refer to the commitments made in the platform during the election in relation to increasing accountability in question period." Now, Mr. Speaker, the House Leader also testified on Thursday afternoon at the Procedural and House Affairs, where she again reiterated that Prime Minister's question period would be in the motion. Just a few hours later, though, her words did not match up to her notice of motion, with the Prime Minister's question period being noticeably absent. We can only conclude that this was a very hasty, last-minute change of heart from the Liberals, likely following last Wednesday's flop by the Prime Ministers. Mr. Speaker, now that I've spoken about what isn't in this motion, let me now turn to what actually is in Government Motion number 18. On prorogation, the Liberals wanted to prevent governments from abusing this routine constitutional procedure. One way to do that is to have promised not to abuse it and then follow through on that promise. That would be the good old-fashioned approach called integrity. Instead, the government proposed that after prorogation, the government will be obliged to table their reason or their excuses when Parliament reconvenes. Basically, that means that from this time forward, governments can table the press release that they put out when they announce prorogation. That's really all that this change will do. This amendment makes no sense. It's meaningless, and the Prime Minister actually should be embarrassed to put it on the standing orders. With respect to the Liberal pledge on omnibus bills, we see something even more ridiculous and absurd, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal proposal to end omnibus abuse exempts budget bills, the very bills the Liberals used to complain about. When you look at Bill C-44, which just passed, it's little wonder the Liberals are trying to have their cake and eat it too. On the other hand, what few bills the rule might possibly apply to will see really nothing change at all. There will be a few extra votes in the House, but no more debate would be held. The real concern, though, Mr. Speaker, is that the Prime Minister will become more aggressive with omnibus bills. Sheltering under this half-baked reform, omnibus bills will be encouraged because the Liberals can claim that they will be absolved of any fault because they've changed the rules. That's absolute rubbish, Mr. Speaker. It's not hard to imagine the Liberals taking us to a place where we will soon see things like the Throne Speech Implementation Act. Everything thrown into one bill with just a lot of votes to follow. It's actually very worrisome. But don't worry, Mr. Speaker, they say there will just be 3 votes instead of 1. In short, Mr. Speaker, the proposals on prorogation and omnibus bills are so cynical that they are just jokes, plain and simple. The next item, Mr. Speaker, is not as cynical, and it may even have some merit. However, to be successful, it requires the Liberal cabinet to follow through on a promise. Given their record on keeping promises, I have my doubts. Without getting into a lot of technical detail, Government Motion 18 tweaks a number of aspects about the scrutiny process for the main estimates. For Canadians not familiar with what the estimates are, they are the proposals which lead to the Parliament's authorization for government spending. Parliament's authorizations for government spending. The government wanted to achieve a better alignment of the budget and the main estimates. So as a matter of principle, Conservatives do not object to this. The challenge lies in the implementation, especially the timing. Essentially, there are two ways to address the timing issues. Budgets could be presented earlier or the estimates later. The government wants flexibility in when budgets are presented, giving fluctuating events. And fair enough, since the previous Conservative government also insisted on the same thing when similar proposals were floated by committee 5 years ago. But last fall, the Treasury Board President published his own discussion paper on this very issue. He called for a permanent change to the standing orders, reducing the 3 months currently available to study the main estimates down to 30 days. The Treasury Board President had been promoting this reform and effectively saying that it would give us great documents. So great, apparently, that there really wouldn't need to be time available for parliamentary oversight. Well, hold on, Mr. Speaker. While recognizing the merits of aligning budgets and estimates, the Conservative Party does not want to sacrifice the time available for scrutiny of spending proposals, because we all know how much the Liberals love to spend. Last fall, the Liberals were quite itchy to get these changes through the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, but we managed to put the brakes on these hasty, bad changes. For that, I want to recognize the good work of our Treasury Board critic, the Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant, and his colleagues on that committee, the Honourable Members for Beauport, Limoilou, and Edmonton West. Mr. Speaker, we were hardly doing this just to be stubborn or obstructionist, not at all. Outside observers, including none other than our Parliamentary Budget Officer, pointed out concerns with the government's optimistic plans. In November, the Parliamentary Budget Officer published a report explaining the promise of the President of the Treasury Board. The PBO had this to say, and I quote, "With respect to delaying the main estimates, the government indicates that the core impediment in aligning the budget and estimates arise from the government's own sclerical internal administrative processes rather than parliamentary timelines." He goes on to say, this example of last fall's supplementary estimates shows that it is unlikely that delaying the release of the main estimates by 8 weeks would provide full alignment with the budget, end quote. His predecessor, Kevin Page, penned an op-ed in the Globe and Mail, which also poured cold water on the Liberal plans. Kevin Page said, "How does that improve financial control? If you start from the perspective of financial control, Parliament should see the fiscal plan before April 1st, end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, this wasn't just us expressing concerns. There were a number of other esteemed individuals who have expressed concerns with the government's plan. More recently, the PBO, in reviewing this spring's supplementary estimates, offered this skeptical take, noting his analysis, and I quote, "demonstrates that the Treasury Board Secretariat is further away from its goal in 2017-18 rather than closer to it. This raises a significant question of whether the government's proposal to delay the main estimates would result in meaningful alignment with the budget," end quote. Basically, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government was saying, trust us on improving the estimates, yet it wanted Parliament to agree to this change up front, while the evidence of the government's ability to do its part was completely unconvincing. By standing firm through tough negotiations over the winter and spring, Conservatives reined in these Liberal efforts to slash accountability. The amendment set out in Government Motion Number 18 is now a 2-year experiment, providing double the amount of committee study, 2 months, that the Treasury Board President had originally proposed. By insisting on a sunset clause for this change, Conservatives have ensured that we can take an evidence-based decision after the 2019 election on whether the information made available to parliamentarians truly does improve lending to a reasonable trade-off without losing a month of scrutiny. The ball is now in the Finance Minister and Treasury Board President's court. Given the government's record, Mr. Speaker, I am not holding my breath. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there is the amendment which will prevent ministers from sitting on committees. Well, it will allow parliamentary secretarios to be ex officio members of committees with all privileges except for the ability to vote or to constitute quorum, so that they may participate at in-camera meetings, question witnesses, and travel. Parliamentary secretaries will maintain practically every tool except an actual vote to shape and steer committee work. Liberal parliamentary secretaries have continued to attend committees and in some cases strive to shape the committee's work and decisions. This proposal would only further entrench their ability to do this while claiming to honour platform commitments. How very clever, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister has concluded that parliamentary secretaries are important to committee work, they should just admit that and assign them Liberal seats at committees. The Liberal caucus has dozens of backbenchers with multiple committee assignments. This arrangement may work in the current majority context, but in a minority situation, it could become quite an unsustainable burden on any government backbench when 70 or so office holders go without any committee assignments, so 70 or so of them won't have any committee assignments, and 50 to 80 MPs will have to cover 24 standing committees, plus two joint committees and any special committees. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if the government has thought this through, especially if they do find themselves in a minority situation at some point. A similar arrangement whereby parliamentary secretaries could not sit on committees which related to their department was implemented in 1986, but it was later scrapped in 1991. Don't be surprised to see another U-turn, Mr. Speaker, in the years ahead on this particular change. So, as I said in my opening remarks, Mr. Speaker, this has been a long road that we have travelled down. At the beginning, I wasn't sure whether the Liberal House Leader's approach to this whole issue was aggressively ambitious or just very naive. But over the subsequent months, that answer has become increasingly clear. Shortly after the parliamentary battle launched in March, Andrew Coyne authored a piece titled "Renewed Attempt to Rewrite House Rules Confirms Liberals Are Not to Be Trusted." And I'm going to quote from Andrew Coyne's article. He said, "The first 18 months of the government have been an education in cynicism. Every time you think you have plumbed the depths, every time you believe you have pierced the many veils of their duplicity, you are delighted to discover yet another con wrapped inside the last, usually delivered by some smiling minister tweeting variations on 'better is always possible' and 'diversity is our strength.' The latest chance to refresh our acquaintance with how deeply cynical the Prime Minister's people are, not have become, is the clutch of grubby expedients the government is now trying to stuff down the opposition's throat, in the name, prettily, of parliamentary reform. Scholars of the Prime Minister's style will recognize the expression reform, like merit-based appointment and evidence-based policy, as a tell that some kind of humbug is afoot, and this is no exception. We had an early foretaste of this with the infamous Motion 6. That alone ought to have signaled how sincere the Prime Minister's frequent protests of his devotion to democratic accountability are, as calculated, as fake, and as useful as is feminism. Well, now the Liberals are back with a new, more attack-proof House Leader." End quote, Mr. Speaker. That was all Andrew Coyne's article, and he was bang on that, Mr. Speaker. So that brings me to the current government House Leader. I truly believe the honourable member for Waterloo is very well-intentioned, but she has been set up by her Prime Minister for failure. As a rookie parliamentarian, in taking on the important role as House Leader and all that it entails, while at the same time picking this fight. Veteran parliamentary observer Chantal Hébert recently penned her observations in a pattern, and she said rookie ministers turned into cannon fodder. And I'm going to read from her recent column, Mr. Speaker. I think it's extremely relevant, and it's a very clear example. She's articulated very clearly what we are seeing this Prime Minister do with his rookie MPs, specifically women MPs, sadly. And I'm going to quote from Chantal Hebert's article. The honourable member for Waterloo is the first woman to occupy this strategic government position, House Leader. She also brings to the role less hands-on experience in the Commons than any of her predecessors. To be able to read the mood of the House is an essential skill for one in her position. It is also a skill usually acquired over time. As parliamentary neophyte, she would have her hands full just keeping the government's legislative agenda on track. Yet shortly after her appointment, she was tasked with implementing a controversial set of parliamentary reforms. Included in the government's unilateral wish list were measures that would have been curtailed some of the few procedural tools at the disposal of the opposition minority. The government House Leader might as well have set out for a stroll across a minefield. She pressed on with the plan until a predictable procedural war threatened to bring the House to a grinding halt. At that point, she beat back in retreat, at cost to her credibility. End quote, Mr. Speaker. Even veteran Liberal Warren Kinsella reached this conclusion when he tweeted last week. He said, if she's forced to do yet another climb down, her position becomes untenable. Mr. Speaker, the passage from Chantal Hebert's column was about a broader point. The fact that our self-proclaimed feminist Prime Minister has put a number of earnest, well-intentioned, but inexperienced young female ministers into senior roles where they become political roadkill. As a female politician myself, it angers me when I see what the Prime Minister has done with his cabinet and those with immense professional potential. These are young people, these are people in his caucus with huge potential with the Liberal caucus, and they're being put in these positions just to benefit his cynical feminist brand. Basically, what we are seeing is that some Liberal MPs are prematurely being promoted into roles and responsibilities ahead of having the necessary experience to assume such weighty offices, and then being asked to do the impossible for the Prime Minister. Some would call this the glass cliff, Mr. Speaker. I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that some of this could be inevitable when a party goes from being the third party straight into government. I recognize that that can happen. However, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a pattern with this Prime Minister, and it has been made much worse by a Prime Minister who is far more concerned with snappy sound bites and clickbait pictures than actually doing his own members right and putting them in positions where they have the experience and where they aren't deemed to fail. He simply does not have his eye on competent management and professional development within his own government. As Ms. Hebert suggested, these young rookie ministers could well have become formidable forces in Canadian politics. And I wish them well in their future, Mr. Speaker. I honestly do. They would actually have been formidable forces in Canadian politics if they had had a chance to mature in their career path. But instead, they have seen their potential sacrificed for the sake of some retweets and trending hashtags. Speaking personally, Mr. Speaker, I know the value of taking one step at a time on a career path. When I was first elected, I did a stint on the backbench, and then I got to chair a committee. After that, I worked for a while as a parliamentary secretary, and then I was promoted into the ministry. Today, I find myself the opposition House Leader, a role I am very privileged to hold. Even though I am learning new things every day, it is not basic principles I'm learning, because I have the benefit of adding my lessons to a base of experience and knowledge that I've acquired over 8 years, Mr. Speaker, almost 9 years. Regrettably, for the honourable member for Waterloo, I don't think she's enjoyed the same benefit of incremental growth and development. But the fault for that lies not at her feet, but with the Prime Minister. So what is the lesson, Mr. Speaker, to take of this whole episode from the March discussion paper through to today's government motion? Mr. Speaker, in a column entitled Liberals Forced to Swallow Humble Pie, again on parliamentary rule changes, John Ivison said, and I quote, The Liberals have learned the hard way that the rules governing this most precious of institutions can only be amended by consensus, not by parliamentary cosh." End quote. We have long said that the rules of this House belong to all members from all corners of the House. Changes should enjoy consensus support from being implemented. The Liberals have learned this the hard way. Ideas for discussion and debate are to be welcomed. A prescriptive list of proposals strapped to a rocket for rapid implementation, however, rightly rouses suspicions. However, this government continually demonstrates its contempt for this institution and its history. Most recently, Mr. Speaker, in his proposed nominee for Clerk of the House of Commons, we see the Prime Minister once again dismissing the consultation process and bypassing the established, nonpartisan professional development practice for career advancement with our procedural experts. There are some very serious and valid concerns with how the nomination of the clerk has come about.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, Prime Ministers, even those with majority governments, should not pick a fight with the House of Commons in a bald-faced power grab to neuter what tools this House has. After all, the core constitutional role of the House of Commons is not to pass bills, but to hold the government to account. Barely a year in office, the Liberals found this reality just to be a pesky inconvenience. They tried to eliminate this, to remove the distraction from a government built on platitudes and selfies. The government has created a distraction, falsely called our calls for consensus to be a demand for veto. It was not a demand for veto, Mr. Speaker. It was our right. There is a significant gulf between a demand for a veto and a consensus. Negotiations and horse trading inevitably led to a result where one has to give up something to gain something. But that isn't how the government chose to approach the standing orders. It should not have ended up this way. They chose to provoke a procedural war in an effort to get its own way. But just as in every case through the centuries when power-hungry kings and governments sought to curb Parliament's powers, the House of Commons fought back. And just as in the past, the elected House won. And Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for that, and we will keep fighting this government and doing our job. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Opposition House Leader for her comments this morning. However, with all due respect, I can assure you that roadkill, I am not. I actually am very proud of our Prime Minister and the confidence that he's shown in the women on this side of the House. It's a confidence and a commitment that's long overdue, and it has gone a long way to demonstrate to the world what women have to offer and how their input is valued and is going to bring us to a far better place. Mr. Speaker, that's not what my question is with respect to the Opposition House Leader's comments. I want to focus on the PMSQP. With respect to the PMSQP, we know that the Prime Minister has taken the question period in addition to the other question periods that the Prime Minister has taken in this House. And to date, the Prime Minister has answered 233 questions in addition to the other questions. And I want to correct the record because the Opposition House Leader had indicated that, we were backing off of this. We're not backing off. In fact, the Government House Leader has said that this government is committed to carrying this through. So first I want to correct that record. This government is going to carry on with this commitment because we believe it brings greater accountability. My question to the Opposition House Leader is, does she not believe that all future PMs should commit to keeping this practice?
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I do want to address the comments of my honourable colleague in regards to the positions that inexperienced ministers have been put in by this Prime Minister. Nobody is talking about whether it's a good idea to put women in cabinet positions. We agree with that. We need to put the very best people in cabinet positions, and many times those very best people are women. But my colleague needs to ask herself the question, And maybe ask the former Minister of Democratic Reform, the current Minister for the Status of Women. Maybe ask the Minister of Heritage, who had to defend the Minister's appointment of the Languages Commissioner, and maybe ask the Government House Leader. Why is it that this Prime Minister puts inexperienced female politicians in positions that he knows are going to be very, very difficult? He has given them some of the most difficult things to do without a path to success, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's clear that he's putting them in front of him. He's okay sacrificing them so that he can get the glory that he wants. And I think actually as women we need to be standing up to that kind of thing and telling him that it's all show and it's not substance. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker. So on the other issue around question period, it's been really interesting to see the Liberals talk on and on and on about putting this in their standing order changes, and then it's absent. So I would say on that side of the House, maybe they want to stop talking about Prime Minister's question period. It's not in this motion.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader for her very thoughtful speech, and I want to say how proud I am of how we've worked together over the last few months in order to look after the rights of parliamentarians against the government, the current government's power grab. When the Government House Leader introduced her so-called discussion paper and then forced the Liberals at Proc to try to include it in their standing order review, you'll recall that the committee in House almost came to a grinding halt, slowing down the government's already lethargic legislative pace. Would the honourable member agree that we likely wouldn't have had to sit until midnight for the last 4 weeks if they'd simply used a consensus basis for proceeding to change the standing orders?
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my honourable colleague, the NDP House Leader, for the way we've been able to work together. I think the fact that Conservatives and NDP, who disagree on pretty well everything, agreed on this because it's so important that you can't ram changes through. I think it really showed the substance of our argument. Mr. Speaker, in regards to the long hours that we've been sitting, I think it's been clear how the Liberals have mismanaged the House of Commons and the very few bills that they're trying to get through. They have mismanaged it. I think the fact that they even a week and a half ago, while we're sitting till midnight, while they're using time allocation, brought 2 motions that we had to debate that really had no lasting, there's no impact on whether we voted them or not, on them or not. It was the one on the Paris Agreement, and one was on their foreign policy. It just had to do with them trying to find more ways to pat themselves on the back, maybe try to divide this caucus, which didn't work. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact that they had time to play those kinds of games, that kind of self-indulgence, really shows what their motivation is. At the end of the day, the Prime Minister does not respect this place. He doesn't think it's necessary. He doesn't want to be here, and he treats this place like a nuisance. And that was clear in how he had his House Leader try to carry out their agenda.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members from Victoria and the Opposition House Leader have talked a good deal about the need for a consensus to change the standing orders, but I'd like to point out that it was only 6 days ago the NDP Opposition Day sought to change the standing orders on a majority vote. And last Parliament is motion 489 by the member for Lanark-Frontenac-Kingston, who did change the standing orders of the House on, I think it's just about 58% of the vote. So there's a bit of sanctimony and hypocrisy in what they're saying on an ongoing basis. I was at Proc for almost the entire 80 hours of that rather long meeting on March 21st. And what happened is we brought forward a motion to have a discussion on the standing orders. It was a discussion. It was a request for discussion. There's no changes in the standing orders. The motion didn't even refer to the minister's letter. It was a request for an ongoing conversation that the opposition I was hoping we'd all have this conversation, and if they didn't like what came out of it, they could have filibustered at that point and stopped the report. It still wouldn't have come back to the House. So why are they not interested in having any kind of actual meaningful discussion on changing the rules of this place? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear from what that member asked, the Liberals have not learned one thing from this whole entire episode. Mr. Speaker, we have given numerous examples where previous governments under Liberals and Conservatives did have discussions and did have conversations around the standing orders, and no substantive changes to the standing orders have been made without a full consensus, Mr. Speaker. That's just a fact. Now, Mr. Speaker, the fact fact he brought up the NDP opposition day motion is actually proof of our point. The only way the NDP motion would have passed in this House is if they would have been able to have built a consensus and persuaded the opposition members that their proposal was a good one. They weren't able to do that. It didn't pass. That's the way it should be. But, Mr. Speaker, what the Liberals did was the opposite. They are able to pass anything they want because they have the majority, and they still don't care about building a consensus. So his logic actually is flawed, and his logic actually proves our point that you should only change the standing orders with a consensus. That means make the argument, persuade everybody that it's not partisan, and that change will happen. Everything the Liberals wanted to do as well, we're seeing, was fully for their partisan benefit, and that was another reason why they were not wanting to build a consensus.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I completely agree with the points that have been raised that changing our standing orders does require consensus. And it may not be fair to ask the opposition House Leader this of what was done in the Harper government, but for MPs in positions such as my own, and being in a party with fewer than 12 here, instead of changing the standing orders, which wouldn't have been done with consensus, the then government under Stephen Harper used the device of writing a motion and then forcing every committee to pass it to restrict the rights of members in smaller parties to make amendments at report stage. The Liberals then used exactly the same device, thus changing the legislative process in this House through the parliamentary alchemy of forcing committees to pass motions, which committee by committee, identical motions, first in a majority Conservative Parliament, then in a majority Liberal Parliament, have the effect of changing the way legislation goes through the House without consensus. And I wonder if she has any comments on that.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do recall quite fondly the 24 hours, 26 hours of voting that did ensue at that particular time. So I do recall the end result of what the member is referring to. You know, at the end of the day, there are a number of tools that obviously the governments have and that opposition has to achieve the results that they want. And opposition has to do what they can to fight against it, and governments will be held account for what they have done. So, Mr. Speaker, I still think in this case we were looking for a way. Our initial approach to the government was, let's put together a group, whether it's in the Jean Chrétien model or the Pierre Trudeau model, the Brian Mulroney model. Let's start, at least if we could have started with that, we could have had more input even from other parties who are in this House. But we couldn't even get to that base. We were stalled at every turn. So we are now at a place where we come to where we can somewhat agree on what we're going to disagree on. But, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, this was done the wrong way. This was not the right process. This is not a success for the government.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to say from the outset that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you. I have to say at the outset as well, Mr. Speaker, that it's with regret that the NDP opposes motion number 18. Had there been a better way, we would not necessarily have been here. This motion represents the final act of a failed attempt by the Government House Leader to unilaterally ram through changes that would overhaul the rules that govern democracy, that govern the House of Commons, and they failed. They want to, I think, have done things that would have consolidated the power of the executive branch of government. I want to outline, therefore, Mr. Speaker, how we got to this point. Now, I do concede that many of the more odious things that the government wanted to slip in under the guise of a discussion paper never found their way into this motion, mercifully. But still, the government really their wish list is mostly about trying to make the House function in a way that's simply more convenient to the government. That isn't necessarily how democracy was supposed to work. So there are 5 things that this motion would do, and I'll address them in a little bit of time, but they are as follows: the prorogation issue, omnibus bills, the timing of estimates, parliamentary secretaries at committee, and the use of filibusters at committee. I'll examine them later, but I think first we need to talk about how we got here. The Liberals promised to, quote, change the House standing orders to end the improper use of omnibus bills and prorogation. That was in the mandate letter for the Honourable Government House Leader. But instead, Mr. Speaker, their motion simply would legitimize omnibus bills. It does nothing as well to hinder the improper use of prorogation that the Stephen Harper government used in 2008 and 2009. It would simply regularize that. So the cynicism in the standing order reform is really quite breathtaking. They also promised to make committees independent by removing parliamentary secretaries, but the motion does nothing of the sort to prevent them from being there, from managing the agenda in the interests of their ministers, or from ensuring their majority membership votes the right way. So, in 2015, the campaign platform of the Liberals made a series of promises about parliamentary reform. They said this, and I quote, "A Liberal government will restore Parliament as a place where accountable people with real mandates do serious work on behalf of all Canadians." Close quote. Some of the things they said they would do would be to change the rules so members and parliamentary secretaries may not be or stand for voting members on committees. They said this gives, I think, the clear impression that parliamentary secretaries and ministers would not be on committees at all. Well, not so fast, as we'll see. They also said this: we'll ensure that the parliamentary budget officer is truly independent, properly funded, and answerable only and directly to Parliament. Well, the current parliamentary budget officer and the former PBO, Kevin Page, have just criticized the changes that the government has made in giving new responsibilities to the parliamentary budget officer, fearing that they would have to have their, quote, work plan approved by the speakers of the House and the Senate before proceeding. Hardly something that enhances the independence the Liberals promised us. They said they would end abuse of prorogation and omnibus bills. That was included, as I said, in the mandate letters to the Government House Leader. She was to, quote, work with the President of the Treasury Board to ensure accounting consistency between estimates and public accounts. I'll have more to say about that in a moment. And my favorite, work with opposition House leaders to examine ways to make the House of Commons more family-friendly for members of Parliament. Well, that's certainly gone by the wayside as we see a 4-week marathon session to midnight, hardly friendly to young families. So in March of 2017, as the Honourable Opposition House Leader has outlined, there was this so-called discussion paper where the Government House Leader laid out their Liberal plan to overhaul the rules of the House, clearly rejecting the traditional approach of requiring all-party agreement for major changes to the way this place runs. They simply didn't seek all-party consensus. They simply thought they could ram through their changes, again, many of which were simply to make the life of a government easier. They didn't succeed, I'm happy to say, Mr. Speaker. So they promised to eliminate Friday sittings. Well, they've resiled from that commitment dramatically. Allow ministers to vote without interrupting cabinet meetings. That's no longer there. Adding sitting weeks in January, June, and September. That's out. Have the House sit longer on any given day. Eliminate the summer and Christmas adjournment date at the government's discretion. Remove tools of the opposition from routine proceedings. Replace the tool of time allocation with a more powerful tool called programming, and so forth. Well, a lot of those things, you'll see, didn't make it to this part of our parliamentary process. Now we have a motion with merely 5 things. There was also something called a Prime Minister's question period that didn't make it. As of Friday, it was in, but I guess it's no longer in, and I'll ask Canadians to draw their own conclusions why they didn't think that was in. But we're supposed to assume that, don't worry, it'll still be part of their practice. I don't know what we're to take from that. So we saw a filibuster at Proc. We saw issues as we used in this place, our procedural playbook to disrupt the government's agenda, to get the Canadians' attention. The media and stakeholders rose to the occasion, and we simply said as opposition, we will not stand for unilateral changes to this place. And I'm proud that both opposition parties worked together to find common ground in protecting parliamentary rights. But I want to give credit where credit is due. It wasn't just Conservatives and NDP. There were well-meaning, experienced Liberal members of Parliament who also understood how dangerous the government's course of action was. I refer, for example, to the honourable member for Malpeque, who on April 17th said this, quote, "The reality is there's not enough getting done in the House. I've been a long-time member, and I strongly believe that you have to have at least consensus from the main parties to change the rules of this House." Close quote. We also heard from many Liberal backbenchers encouraging us not to give up, understanding we were dealing with their rights as parliamentarians as well. So eventually the government has backed down, and now we have what can only be described as pretty thin gruel before us. This government has been very ineffective with its legislative productivity. The Liberal government has passed half the bills that were passed by this time in the Harper government's mandate. They've introduced 56 bills into either the House or Senate and now have passed 25 since they came to power. Notwithstanding that there's been a lot of time allocation motions in the last while, I think most Canadians will agree that had they worked with Parliament, other sides of this House, we might have been able to have a more productive Parliament. So on the 5 things very briefly, prorogation. Well, within 20 days of the new session following a prorogation, the government must submit a report to the House explaining the reasons why it prorogued. What will that achieve, Mr. Speaker? Virtually nothing. It won't stop the misuse of prorogation that we saw under Mr. Harper. In fact, it'll simply allow rubber stamping of prorogation. How cynical is that? Omnibus bills. Well, it's not about the budgets. Of course, it was Mr. Harper who traditionally used the budgets for his omnibus bills. So it's not about Budget Implementation Act. It's about others. And it will simply allow the standing order change to allow the Speaker to have the power to divide omnibus bills for the purpose of voting, quote, where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions. Again, we've seen the 300-page budget implementation bill that's before Parliament now, making all sorts of changes that this wouldn't affect. Filibusters, in the interest of time, I can't say much more except that that was actually a positive change that came out of 11th-hour negotiations. And then the budget and main estimates. I did want to say the Treasury Board Secretariat could have time to have the main estimates reflect what is in the budget. That's a good thing. But our concern as opposition is that this proposal merely reduces the amount of time that the opposition and stakeholders will have to examine the main estimates. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, the NDP must regretfully vote against this motion. We hope the government will never again attempt to unilaterally change the rules that govern all of us parliamentarians as we go about our duties in this place. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend from Victoria for his contribution to the debate today on Motion 18. And let me just start with an expression of regret that unfortunately the opposition parties can't move forward and support Motion 18. Yet, in spite of the fact, if you think about it, what really drove our attempt to bring the discussion paper forward and many of these ideas in changing the standing orders was driven by the excesses of the previous government in terms of their, I would say, overstep of their particular powers and our reaction to it, which ultimately made its way into our campaign platform for 2015. And I find that it's interesting that as both the official opposition House Leader and the third-party House Leader have been giving their particular narrative of the proposed changes to the standing orders. At the end of the day, it seems to me that the real reason why they're opposed to it is that they somehow objected to the entire process, as opposed to really, from my perspective, looking at the substantive changes that we are trying to advance that really, in many ways, from my perspective, actually strengthen the opposition as opposed to and strengthening the opposition's capacity to keep the government to account as opposed to weakening it. Does my friend actually believe that We are really driven by some capricious, underhanded attempt to make this place less accountable.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Scarborough Agincourt for his thoughtful intervention. Yes, indeed, we are utterly opposed to the process that got us here, but I think it would be to not understand or grasp what I'm saying about the content of what's left on the table, if I can call it that, after the cutting room floor. Prorogation, omnibus bills, those two things which the government bragged about as commitments they would make in the mandate letter and during their campaign, all they have done, Mr. Speaker, is regularize those. They won't change the content. They're just simply saying, hey, we've got a prorogation. I mean, what does that do in terms of enhancing accountability? There are things like the estimates process, which I think with work can be improved, but to take away a lot of time that we have to do our job as parliamentarians is a pretty weak start. So I think that the content as well as the process are at issue, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I find it really interesting, and I thank the member for his comments here. You know, when I hear the Liberal government talk about how they're blaming the previous government, and that's the reason for the changes, yet when you look at the types of changes they're proposing, they actually make it things not better, but substantially worse for a member of Parliament. So I'd ask my colleague from the NDP, as he is sitting in those meetings, as he's listening to the members from the government talk about the changes and why they want to make the changes, does he have confidence that they really understand what these changes actually mean?
The honourable member for Victoria.
I think that's an excellent question from my colleague. I'm not sure they do, Mr. Speaker, because they seem to drip of cynicism and hypocrisy. To simply talk about prorogation but do nothing about it suggests they really don't understand the abuses that the Harper government brought to that process. The omnibus bills, well, the big ones, of course, were C-38, the famous Harper budget implementation bill that included everything under the sun. This wouldn't touch those budget measures. It rather touches other measures. So again, one wonders if it's cynical or simply trying to check a box on some campaign program that we delivered. Meanwhile, they talk about things today that aren't even there, like the Prime Minister's question period, yet we're still supposed to take it on faith that, no, they really mean it. I just find it confusing, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know if the colleague shares the same view as us at the Bloc. There are some committees that are not standing committees. For example, the NDP once had a committee about pay equity, a subcommittee about the nomination of officers, but independents are always forgotten. At the request of the Bloc, we were able to have a representative of the Bloc and the Green Party on the Electoral Reform Committee. Now, if I look at the changes that are proposed here, it's said that Section 116 will be replaced, and they're talking about a special or legislative committee that needs to respect the rules of the House. That means that would mean that independent members, like from the Bloc or the Green Party, would not be able to be on the committee. Does my colleague share that view?
Well, thanks to my colleague from Repentigny. I do agree that there have been some positive changes in this Parliament, like the example she gave of the Electoral Reform Committee was something I was very proud of. And I don't see why we can't bring other committees in that would be more representative and have more independence on it. Indeed, there are standing committees and there are standing committees. We also have the Committee of Parliamentarians that's being established under Bill C-22 that is not even within the realm of the standing orders, but entirely separate. So Parliament is an infinitely adaptable institution. We've shown that in the example she gave and with this Committee of Parliamentarians. I think we can do better if we work together. But of course, that is not addressed in what is before us in this motion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped ahead one space. Pardon me. We're on a split time for the honourable members for the New Democratic Party. My apologies. We'll get to that in 15 minutes. The
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we're talking about Motion 18. This is the equivalent of the Liberals saying, well, we're going to put some water in our wine after the fiasco of the last few months when they proposed various changes to the House rules. Now, we recognize the fact that they are putting water in the wine, but still, this motion is doing nothing to truly improve things in Parliament and improve accountability from the government. Nor does it solve problems like the use of omnibus bills or prorogation, which are the stated objectives of the government. Now, a while ago, I had the opportunity to sit in on the House Affairs and Procedure Committee, and the government leader in the House was there testifying about this subject. During her testimony, she used an expression that I did not appreciate given the context. She talked about a lack of political will. And for me, Mr. Speaker, political will is necessary if we are to adopt an ambitious approach. But to attain these objectives, we need a healthy process where we can hear ambitious ideas, where we can exercise our political will to move forward with the so-called modernization of Parliament, to use the term used by the government. So, for me, this is the ultimate proof of the government's arrogance and the way that they approached this situation. They talk about a lack of political will. Well, the political will to discuss issues of substance was there, but without a healthy process where those voices could be heard, we can't move forward. And unfortunately, this is something the government still hasn't understood. Since the beginning of the debate this morning, we've listened to the comments and the questions, and it's clear that they still haven't understood. Now, I don't want to go on too much of a tangent here because I want to get to the substance of the issue, but I think of the question asked by the member for Laurentides-Labelle this morning. He wants to talk about our search for consensus. Well, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley and the member for Lanark-Frontenac-Kingston, among others, have worked tirelessly to work on a motion about ending partisan appointments. They worked with the government all day to try to find an amendment that would allow us to reach consensus and that would really fix things so that we could end up with legislation that would suit the government and be approved by the government. And what did they do? They voted against that amendment, and then we had to vote against the motion. So to accuse us of using these to accuse us of hypocrisy, which isn't even parliamentary language in my opinion, I think that shows a real lack of perspective, because this has been going on for months.
And, Mr. Speaker, this is a problem that we've been grappling with since last year with Motion 6, where, once again, they were attempting to take powers away from the opposition, and to use an English expression, it was do as I say, not as I do with this government when it comes to parliamentary procedure. But let's get back to the substantive issues in Motion 18. Omnibus bills. Now, Mr. Speaker, instead of putting an end to this type of bill that prevents members from doing their job adequately and focusing on legislation, it is being normalized here. They are formalizing the use of omnibus legislation. And we just have to look at what the leader said last week in the committee. She talked about themes, but the problem with themes is that something can always be considered a budgetary measure, and that's what happened in the past as well. With C-44, the Budget Implementation Act, which contains legislative measures to set up the infrastructure bank. Now, that is a fundamental change to the way infrastructure will be funded, and it's raised a lot of concern among civil society, Canadians, and parliamentarians. Senator Pratt was on TV on Thursday or Friday last week, and he said, I support the idea of creating an infrastructure bank, but I don't understand why the government is so bent on keeping it in that bill, preventing a robust study of such an important measure. So even Senate parliamentarians support the idea of creating an infrastructure bank, but don't agree with it being in an omnibus bill. So the same type of situation could recur even under the changes that are being proposed in Motion 18. So contrary to what the government claims to want to do, contrary to creating a situation where parliamentarians can examine important measures like that, what they're doing is enabling the government to formalize this. It's making regular the situation. And by putting it under the standing orders, we can't denounce it, because now we can denounce it as being misuse of parliamentary tools. But if it's included in the rules formally, then the government, this government or a future government, can use it and say, we complied with the standing orders. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the issue of prorogation. I remember in 2008 when Mr. Harper saved himself from a situation where the opposition parties had the political will and the boldness to vote out the Conservative government. Well, remember, prorogation was used in that case, and that's perhaps why the Liberals today are a little bit less keen to talk about prorogation. But anyways, it served them well in 2008, but now they don't want anything to do with the prorogation. But we're not going to go back over the past, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about the current government using prorogation. Well, what's being proposed here? Well, they're proposing a report to the House. A report. Essentially, a press release that will be tabled in this House. And if the government won't acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that any member or communications assistant could easily put something in place to justify this, well, they're dreaming in color, Mr. Speaker. Now, at the committee, a question was put to the House Leader about a vote on this report or a concurrence report as currently exists under the standing orders. Well, she couldn't even answer that question. So how is this making the government accountable? It doesn't make much sense, Mr. Speaker. There should at least be a vote on a report, but that possibility is not even being offered, Mr. Speaker. So once again, I think we can see an example of a mechanism that was abused under the previous government. They promised to resolve the issue, but here's what the new government is coming forth with, and they're simply going to offer us a press release. And, Mr. Speaker, that isn't demonstrating respect to Parliament. It's the opposite. Now, let's talk about the estimates. Now, we're talking about a period that was 3 months, which will be reduced to an 8-week period. Now, Mr. Speaker, I really wonder how a shorter time frame shows respect for parliamentarians and the work that needs to be done. In the last minute that I have, I'd like to move an amendment, but I'd also like to say a few words about the parliamentary secretary. We believe that having them on committee but not voting is such that the parliamentary secretary is there to whisper advice to the other members of the committee, and the government is dreaming in color. This is not the real type of change that they had promised. On the contrary, they're claiming that it's a change, and they're showing even greater disrespect. Because at least with the previous government, we knew exactly what they wanted to do. Now we're being stabbed in the back, and Mr. Speaker, this is not how a government should be showing respect.
I just want to move, seconded by the member for Victoria, that the motion be amended in Part 2 by deleting all the words in Section 69.1, bracket 1, after the words, quote, divide the, quote, unquote, and substituting the following. Bill thematically into separate, and distinct bills, each of which shall be deemed to have been read a first time and shall be ordered to be printed. The order for second reading for the newly divided bills shall provide for referral to a committee or committees determined in consultation with the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that the motion be amended in Part 2 by deleting all the words in Section 69.1.1 after the words divide the and substituting the following. Bill thematically into separate and distinct bills, each of which shall be deemed to have been read a first time and shall be ordered to be printed. The order for second reading for the newly divided bills shall provide for referral to a committee or committees determined in consultation with the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. We'll now go to questions and comments. Essay commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it should be very clear in listening to what the Government House Leader had to say introducing the debate, that this is in fact, you know, the Prime Minister made a commitment to Canadians, and what we're debating today is a fulfillment of that commitment. Now, I understand and I can appreciate the opposition have fought long and hard for all sorts of things, and I won't go into the details of those things. But the reality is, today's debate is all about a commitment that was made by the Prime Minister, and that commitment is being fulfilled by this government, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. And my question, quite simply, to the members opposite. You know, we had the opportunity. There was a legitimate discussion paper. There was a legitimate outreach from the government House Leader. And now I listen to opposition members say, well, maybe we should have private members' hour or the PMQP hour inside the House. We have a Prime Minister that is committed to it. He's fulfilling his commitments. And for whatever reason, the combined opposition feels that they have to criticize for the sake of criticism as if that's the only role they have to play on the issue of standing orders. My question to the member is, would he not at least agree that it's important that the resolution that we've been brought forward today as a part of the Prime Minister's commitment to Canadians should be respected and advanced?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Great. It's a good thing they're referring to it as Prime Minister's question period, because it certainly isn't Prime Minister's answer period, as we've seen up until this point. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to, if this is really following up on the Liberal Party's commitments from the last election, what are they actually doing with this motion? Normalizing and formalizing the use of omnibus budget bills. Basically saying, we're going to prorogue, don't worry, we're going to table a press release in the House of Commons, we're not even going to let you vote on it. They're saying, parliamentary secretaries, don't worry, they're not going to vote or table motions in committee because, you know, having a minister sitting at the table, the title parliamentary secretary means exactly that. And yet what? A minister is going to sit in on a committee? They represent ministers. The government House Leader thinks that that's appropriate. I sat in this place in the last Parliament when that member lit his hair on fire day in and day out at the abuses that we saw by the previous government, and now at least I knew where they stood. I thought I knew where he stood. I guess I was wrong.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is quite rich to hear the government attest their good intentions and how interested they are in following through on their platform. How about they balance the budget 4 years into their mandate like they promised to? That would be, I think, something very important to Canadians. There's so many platform commitments that they're completely ignoring. I want to ask my friend a specific question about the role of parliamentary secretaries on committee, because the government said we're going to take parliamentary secretaries off committees. Now, effectively, they're trying to put them back on, not in place of a Liberal member, but actually to effectively increase the number of government members that are present on the committee. And this is a real concern for me because we've seen cases where the government doesn't appear to want to have members of the opposition who are not formally members of the committee present at in-camera discussions. So this opens the door for them to effectively exclude all other members of Parliament from being at in-camera discussion, except the ones who are members of the committee and parliamentary secretaries. So it's a way of the government effectively growing their contingent on committees while leaving parliamentary secretaries involved. And I wonder if the member could comment, how does it strengthen committees if the government has, through this, I want to say backdoor, but it's actually pretty explicit what they're doing, try to increase their representation on committees?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Speaker, just quickly on the preamble to my colleague's question. Indeed, if they defended their other promises with as much vigor as they wanted to defend this one, maybe would have gotten something like electoral reform done. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, I want to address this question of parliamentary secretaries on committee, because some members may not know that it actually requires unanimous consent to have a member who's not a formal member of the committee to be in these in-camera proceedings. And that right now, that means parliamentary secretaries. And So what they're doing here is they're taking away the opposition's ability to say no, for example, at in-camera proceedings. And if you can believe, Mr. Speaker, the government House Leader, when I asked her this question at PROC last week, gave as an answer, well, in case members need information. Pardon me, Mr. Speaker, if I need information from the minister, we're going to bring the minister in front of committee. I don't need someone who's sitting there listening in on the proceedings, representing the minister to do it. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, we have those opportunities to question ministers and public and parliamentary secretaries. Committee work also means studies. It also means doing clause by clause and things like that. And quite frankly, whether that member can vote or not, or pass a motion or not, their mere presence has an impact on members, whether we wish to recognize it or not. It's too bad the government doesn't.
Yeah.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, I'll let her know that there are only about 5 minutes remaining in the time before which the House will proceed into statements by members. So we'll give the usual interruption. Of course, she'll have the remaining time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to rise to present the views of the Green Party on changes to the standing rules as now proposed in this place earlier this morning by the government House Leader. I first want to be sure to notify you, Mr. Chair, that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Montcalm, who, like me, represents a political party with status before Elections Canada, with votes in this place and equal status to any other MP. However, as a Bloc Québécois member, he, like me, enjoys fewer rights because historically, over a very long period of time, larger parties have worked to reduce the rights of members of parties who aren't in, at this point, the big three. It's one of those areas that I wish we could revisit when we look at standing orders, because it's inherently anti-democratic that some members of Parliament, and therefore their constituents, have fewer rights than other members of Parliament. Just mentioning parenthetically, Mr. Speaker, because this isn't the thrust of most of my remarks, we are the only Parliament in the Commonwealth with this notion of two-tier members of Parliament. There's 650 members of the UK Parliament, and certainly I have a lot of sympathy for my colleague, the co-leader of the UK and Wales Greens, Carolyn Lucas, who serves in a Parliament of 650. But the rights and ability to perform functions in the House isn't treated as on a junior and senior basis, as it is in, I think, a rather bizarre fashion when you take the long historical view of it, as happens in this place. Well, we certainly have heard very good speeches so far this morning, this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, on the very key point that's before us, which is that we do not in this place change the standing orders without a political consensus among the parties in this place. Again, the bigger parties have exercised that without regard to those of us who represent parties. I am here not as an independent. The seating chart of the House of Commons makes it clear I'm here as a Green Party member of Parliament, but without the same rights as others. But the reality is that the bigger parties reach a consensus on changing the standing orders, and that's the way it's usually done, and for good reason, because these traditions go back, in some cases, hundreds of years. It's terribly important that we not see unilateral changes made because by the side of the House that has the most votes, because that will be a very perilous way forward. We're dealing with issues that are quite fundamental here. This is an important and historic opportunity to, for instance, fix the rules around prorogation. We never had to have rules around prorogation because the glue that holds Westminster parliamentary democracy together in Canada is a glue that comes in a very, well, it's amorphous. It's not written down. So I put to you, Mr. Speaker, on the rules on prorogation, leading up to a confidence vote in this place where the NDP and the Conservatives and the Bloc had decided to warn former Prime Minister Paul Martin, the Right Honourable Paul Martin, that his government would be brought down on November 28, 2005. It was a date of convenience. The three other parties decided they wanted to go to an election. They wanted to bring down the government. And I think it's important historically to reflect back on the fact that the former Prime Minister, Right Honourable Paul Martin, did not prorogue the House to avoid a confidence vote he knew he was about to lose. The only reason I don't imagine it even occurred to him to do such a thing, because it simply wasn't done. It's not been done. And you look all around the Commonwealth, of all the nations that have prorogation of prime ministers able to dissolve their parliaments, there's only 2 examples up to that date of 2008 when a parliament had been prorogued to avoid political embarrassment, and the other, to our chagrin, was our first prime minister, the Right Honourable John Macdonald. John A. Macdonald, Sir John A., prorogued over something called the Pacific Scandal, and when the Parliament came back, he immediately adjourned and they went to an election. So it wasn't as egregious as what happened here. But to adjourn, to close down Parliament to avoid a vote you know you're going to lose is not something we needed to have rules about, because no previous Prime Minister in Canada had done this so abusively as former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper did. So this is an opportunity to right that wrong and make sure it never happens again. But the proposal from our colleague, the Honourable Government House Leader, falls far short of that. It creates some rules that after a prorogation, Parliament resumes, and then they get to talk about the reasons. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think my time is finished. I will resume on this point tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know you'll all be on the edge of your seats. Stay tuned. Tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Well, the honourable member will have 5 minutes remaining for her time, for her remarks, and then, of course, a period for 5 minutes of questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the question. Now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honourable député.
The honourable member for Moncton. Mr. Speaker, within the next few days, this House will be adjourning.
Members will go back to their ridings and their families, and the government will have passed its priorities, which are a far cry from Quebec's. Do you know who, Mr. Speaker, will not be part of this government's priorities? Do you know who will not be going back to his family this week? Raif Badawi. In 2015, the Prime Minister said, with respect to Raif Badawi, that something needed to be done quickly, responsibly, and progressively. It's been 5 years now that the Saudi blogger has been jailed, threatened with lashings at any time. And this government has been neither rapid, neither responsible, nor progressive. 5 years and Canada has done nothing for him. Ottawa has turned its back on Raif and his family. That's this government's human rights record. Canada is selling armored vehicles to a regime that destroys thinking people. It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for La Salle-Mar, Verdun.
To talk to you about an institution that has been part of the riding of La Salle-Mar Verdun since 1929. Founded by Italian immigrants, DeLallo Burger became the first Italian restaurant chain in Montreal. What differentiates DeLallo's from other restaurant chains, Mr. Speaker, is not only its famous upside-down buck burgers with peppers and cold cuts inside, but rather what makes DeLallo's special is the place that it has created in the community as a gathering place for close to 90 years. By sponsoring local minor hockey teams, including one that included at the same time Mario Lemieux, Jean-Jacques Daigneault, and Marc Bergevin, they gave back. Mr. Speaker, these three today, and others, including Ken Dryden, can't resist DeLallo Burgers. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, since early in the 20th century, DeLallo Burger has been a place that provided a sense of belonging, so much so that you got the feeling the restaurant was an integral part of Ville-Émard. It was a meeting place for neighborhood and city residents, as well as several Montreal icons. Today, its walls pay tribute to this history. Mr. Speaker, I assure you, every member would love to have this type of restaurant in their riding. Congratulations.
Nicola. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how many members in this place do their banking with the credit union. Now, I ask that question because thanks to big government approach for the Liberals, fairly soon the answer will be zero. Any day now, archaic, decades-old provisions of the Out-of-Date Bank Act will soon be enforced, which will mean that credit unions will no longer be able to use the words bank, banking, and banker. And so by extension, online banking, opening a bank account, bank with us basically becomes outlawed words subject to big fines. This needless word hunt will not only confuse middle-class consumers, but will also impose yet another costly regulatory burden on Canada's credit unions, who are particularly hard hit by this Liberal government. On behalf of the many credit unions in my riding and as a member of the All-Party Parliamentary Credit Union Caucus, I would ask that the Finance Minister stop this needless action. One would think that the Finance Minister would better spend his time balancing the books, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I began my day at the Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation walk with my family, raising money for cancer research, which is obviously very important to me. We then proceeded to join my mother and father to celebrate Father's Day at a Father's Day lunch. I know last week was a particularly momentous week for my father, given the a journey that he's been through over the past few years. I then went back to pack and go to prepare to come to Ottawa. I got a surprise from my 3 children as I was leaving. They presented me with a book called How Much I Love You, little notes that they basically wrote to me, but I didn't have a chance to read it until I came to Ottawa when I got to settle down in my room. By the time I'd finished reading it, I was emotional, quivering mess, even though I'm not normally an emotive person. Let me simply say this on behalf of all fathers and to their children, as their children are thinking about their fathers. Cherish the bonds between you for that incredible love. A happy belated Father's Day to all fathers everywhere.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the sale of Stelco to Bedrock Industries has finally been approved. It's good news for Hamilton, and it's good news for the workers and some pensioners. The deal isn't perfect. Health benefits for some pensioners will be funded at 70%, and workers' pensions depend on the sale of badly contaminated land. Improving the deal would have required the involvement of the federal government, but this government refused to get involved despite repeated calls for help. Marty Warren, Steelworkers District 6 Director, summed it up commenting on the Bedrock deal. The federal government has not been engaged and has not offered any material support, neither in this case nor to help other communities across the country hurting from the steel crisis. SR Steel Algoma is operating under CCAA protection, and other steel makers have cut jobs in production. But our federal government is missing in action, he said. This government needs to stand up for the Canadian steel industry, workers and pensioners. Stop the double talk and get to work. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, June 19th, we mark the 201st anniversary of an event that took place in my riding, Kildonan St. Paul, which shaped the future of Manitoba, Canada, and marked the birth of a new peoples. After years of smouldering conflict known as the Pemmican Wars, the victory at Frog Plain was a decisive conclusion for the Indigenous people led by General Cuthbert Grant. At this battle, the Métis flag of infinity flew. Will Godin of the Manitoba Métis Federation says the battle sparked a spark of consciousness that marked the founding of the Métis Nation. In this 150th year of Confederation, we should remember that what we now call Canada has always been home to many peoples. The birth of the Métis Nation marks something new and unique on this continent, the beginning of a proud history that we continue to write even today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a long-standing relationship with Turkey, but as sometimes happens with relationships, we are now not as compatible as we used to be. Turkey's government systematically violates the rights of its own people, ignores basic democratic norms, and has undermined international peace and security. Irregularities plagued the last Turkish election and the recent referendum, a referendum which effectively put all power into one person's hands. Minorities have long-standing grievances, and their situation is getting worse. Turkey's decision to target Kurdish fighters who are themselves engaged against Daesh has negatively impacted our security. And is Russia really just a friend? I'm beginning to wonder. This is a clear low point in our relationship, but Turkey, I still believe you can change. It's time for Turkey to release imprisoned opposition politicians, restore genuine democracy, address electoral irregularities, recognize the full rights of minority communities, open the Turkish-Armenian border, recognize past acts of genocide, and restart the peace process. Turkey, it's not me, it's you. If Turkey doesn't change, then Western policy towards it will have to. Otherwise, you will simply become somebody that we used to know.
The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last night, on one of their holiest nights of the year, Muslim worshippers were attacked in London, where a van drove into an unsuspecting crowd. We unequivocally condemn this terrorist attack and express our sympathy to those affected. Mr. Speaker, people are scared and are looking for answers. The rash of horrific attacks around the world is causing understandable anger and fear. All forms of extremism seek to turn us against each other. They aim to spread suspicion and hate. At times of adversity, it's important to recommit to our values of openness, equality, and the rule of law. We need to double our resolve to promoting our values and common humanity. We are determined to hold terrorists accountable and to offer comfort to victims. Mr. Speaker, at times of adversity, we must stand united against hate and violence.
The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, it's with a very heavy heart that I rise in the House today to express my deepest sympathies to the people of Portugal and all Portuguese Canadians, of which I am one, suffering at a distance. We woke up yesterday morning to the tragic, nightmarish news. I shudder to think of the devastation felt today by the families of the 62 people who perished in the exceptionally violent forest fires. The European Union rapidly responded with all the various forms of support the situation called for. The diaspora is rallying to provide support and assistance to all of the towns that were destroyed. I'd like to ask my colleagues with Portuguese Canadians in their communities to reach out and comfort them. Portugal will get its smile back, but right now, its population of 16 million people have only Fado and Saudade in their hearts. In memoriam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, each year, June the 15th marks World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Elder abuse is an important human rights issue we all can bring awareness to and help ensure that older generations have a right to live in a life of dignity. This means a life free from all forms of abuse, including financial and physical abuse, as well as material exploitation, which can lead to significant emotional and mental suffering. This issue is particularly close to my heart in my role as former Minister of State for Seniors. I'm incredibly proud of the legislation my colleagues and I created to help end elder abuse. I'm disappointed by this current government's lack of focus on this issue, and in particular, the decision to abolish the Minister of State for Seniors portfolio. I hope to see all of my colleagues and all Canadians fight to end this devastating form of abuse.
Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart, Canadians and over 400,000 Portuguese Canadians' thoughts are with the families and friends of those affected by the deadly forest fires that have struck several parts of Portugal. We express our condolences to those that have lost loved ones. Devastating fires affecting the forests around Pedregal Grande, an area close to where I was born and have family, Speaker, 120 kilometers north of Lisbon, have caused over 60 deaths and many injuries. We thank our EU friends, and especially France, Spain, and Italy, for their firefighting assistance to the Portuguese authorities and people of Portugal at this time of need. We commend the bravery of the firefighters and emergency services on the scene, risking their own lives to save others. Portuguese Prime Minister António Costa said the dimensions of this fire have caused a human tragedy beyond any in Portugal's recent memory. Para Portugal, dos seus compatriotas no Canadá, o nosso amor e simpatias. Obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Standing Committee that assisted in drafting Bill C-6, I'm honoured to rise today to celebrate the recent changes to our immigration system. The passage of this important legislation represents not only the realization of another pivotal Liberal campaign promise, but also reaffirms the highest ideals of Canadian identity and inclusive citizenship. As a Member of Parliament for one of Canada's most multicultural ridings, I'm proud to represent a government that fully appreciates that our diversity is a source of great pride. Furthermore, as an immigrant to this country myself, I found the previous government's unjust, two-tiered citizenship model to be disgraceful and abhorrent. By contrast, Bill C-6 repudiates the previous government's cynical politics of division and once again upholds our noble calling that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, irrespective of where you were born. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand today to pay tribute to Mr. Simon Eibel of British Columbia, who unfortunately passed away on May 26th at the age of 39. When Simon was 2 years old, he was diagnosed with Hunter syndrome, a rare metabolic disorder which can cause potentially fatal organ damage. Despite doctors who claimed Simon would not see his 5th birthday, he lived a full and adventurous life. Simon loved sports, and through sports, he advocated for people with rare illnesses. In 2003, he was named the Canadian Spirit of Sports Story of the Year for having biked 500 kilometers over 10 days on Vancouver Island and raising $250,000 for MPS diseases. Simon was a hero to those who were fighting rare illnesses and was an inspiration, Mr. Speaker, to everyone who was lucky enough to meet him. I thank Mr. Eibel for all his dedication to his cause, and I know that his legacy will carry on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, former German Chancellor Helmut Kohl passed away at the age of 87. A household name during my childhood, he appeared regularly on the television sets of my parents and grandparents and shaped my early views of politics. Chancellor Kohl was a stalwart champion of European integration and played a pivotal role in the reunification of Germany. Indeed, he saw German unity as an inseparable element of a strong, stable and prosperous Europe. Kohl's chancellorship spanned over 16 years, to this day the longest tenure of the post-war chancellors. As one of 8 German-born members who have ever had the privilege of sitting in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, let me put my sentiments into the words of the poet Goethe. So Ehre denn, wem Ehre gebührt. Therefore honor to whom honor is due. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask all members to join me today in honoring former Chancellor Helmut Kohl, a remarkable man and unequivocally a titan of European history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of northwestern British Columbia have a proud tradition of hard work and self-reliance. They don't expect a lot from the government in Ottawa other than a fair share and a Prime Minister willing to fight on their behalf. Yet, when it comes to salmon and softwood lumber, even those modest expectations aren't being met. The lumber industry has lost 150 mills, more than 30,000 jobs in just over a decade, and might lose another 15,000 jobs threatened by Donald Trump's illegal tariffs. One small mill in Morristown employs 60 people, has a bill from Trump for almost $400,000. When it comes to wild salmon, the picture is even more disturbing. As the DFO has announced total closures on sockeye on the once abundant Skeena River. Years of neglect, cuts to funding have hurt our wild fishery, but our communities have a plan to help out both fishing and forestry sectors. We just need a government in Ottawa that is as hard-working, determined as the people of British Columbia's Northwest. So the only question is, will this government answer the call?
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, last week a Saskatchewan court ruled that Onion Lake Cree Nation must publish its financial information in accordance with the Financial Transparency Act. The case was filed by Charmaine Stick, a courageous band member from Onion Lake. The minister's excuses for not enforcing financial transparency have never held water. One of her feeble reasons was publishing the books would hurt band's economic interests. However, the judge said otherwise, quote, "There is no evidence before me as to political or economic reasons why Onion Lake has refused to provide and post specified information. There is, for example, no evidence that Onion Lake's commercial interests would be negatively impacted." Conservatives will continue urging the Liberals to reverse their irresponsible decision to gut the Financial Transparency Act. No other band member should have to go to court for access to basic information. Congratulations, Charmaine. This is an important victory for band members.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, our government promised to to push ahead with a historic infrastructure investment plan. We kept our promise with the announcement of over 3,000 projects across the country. Thanks to the leadership of one of my colleagues from Quebec, we've announced 256 projects in Quebec worth over $1.2 billion in federal funding, not counting the funding of $1.3 billion for the REM. These monies will provide flexible financing for important community projects. Money that lay dormant in Ottawa for years has been accelerated, including funds for the Contemporary Art Museum in Montreal and Place des Canotiers in Quebec City. We will soon be releasing the details of public transit projects that will be getting federal funding. I'm proud of our government's accomplishments in Quebec. Thanks to judicious and ambitious investments, we are truly building strong, sustainable, and inclusive communities.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said during the election campaign that he would be running a modest deficit of $10 billion a year. But what have we ended up with? $25 billion per year. This was supposed to last only 2 years, but now it's going to last for an undetermined period. The Prime Minister, once again, is demonstrating that he's being completely irresponsible with taxpayer money, and he's doing it at the expense of our children and grandchildren. So my question is simple. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians once and for all when we will finally be back and balance the budget? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during last election, Canadians had a very simple choice to make. Two parties wanted to make cuts to balance the budget at any price, and we were proposing investing in our communities, in middle-class growth, in scientific research, in technology, in economic growth. And these are things that Canadians needed after 10 years of mismanagement by the opposite party. The reality is that we are delivering on our promises to Canadians, and we are investing together in our future. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, Senators are insisting that the Infrastructure Bank be studied independently. The members on this side of the House are insisting the same thing. All of the experts who have studied this bank are concerned about the risks that it places on taxpayers because they're the ones who will have to pay for it in the end. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister doesn't have anything to hide and the bank really is beyond reproach, then why is he so afraid that we study it in detail? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've been talking about this infrastructure bank for a long time. This is an election promise that we made very explicitly. We know that we need investments in infrastructure. After 10 years under the former government, we finally started making record investments up to $180 billion. And the reality is that we need to innovate as well. That's why we are setting up this infrastructure bank to allow us to build more infrastructure, whether it's for public transit, roads, ports, or other things that Canadian needs to create economic growth. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we've asked the Prime Minister to tell us when he'll balance the budget, and he has nothing intelligent to say in response. And for the Infrastructure Bank, he's asking taxpayers to sign a blank check for $35 billion. This just doesn't make any sense. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are irresponsible, and they're acting carelessly with citizens' money. When will the Prime Minister show some respect for this institution and allow us to study this bank in detail? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member across the way is showing once again that he doesn't understand how the Canadian economy works or what Canadians need. Canadians need investments in infrastructure, whether it's public transport, affordable housing, green infrastructure. It's been 10 years that the former government across the way had underinvested in our communities. We know that we need to start investing now in an innovative manner, and that is exactly what we're doing for Canadians.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's proposed $35 billion slush fund, also known as the Liberal Infrastructure Bank, is a disaster in the making. Even worse, we've learned, according to what the Finance Minister said last week, is that this slush fund won't be run by Canadians. Can the Prime Minister please explain why he will be appointing foreigners who don't have Canada's best interest in mind to the board for the Liberal Infrastructure Bank?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we need investments in public transit, we need investments in social infrastructure, we need investments in green infrastructure to grow our communities, to grow our economies, to create good jobs for the middle class today and for our children and grandchildren tomorrow. That's the vision that this government has. This is what we put forward in the election campaign. This is what we continue to work on. We know that global investment can lead to better outcomes for Canadians. That's what we're focusing on drawing in.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
The Prime Minister's refusal to answer that question shows why this infrastructure bank is a complete disaster. Over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, when asked a direct question, the Prime Minister refused to say when, if ever, he plans on balancing the budget. Given that our children and our grandchildren will be the ones stuck paying off his excessive spending habits and his multi-billion-dollar tab, they deserve an honest answer to a simple question. In what year does the Prime Minister plan on balancing the budget? Will it be the year that pigs fly or the year that hell freezes over?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard all these arguments before. They were the core of the member opposite's re-election campaign. It was the core of the Conservative platform in the 2015 election, a platform soundly rejected by Canadians because it focused on balancing the budget at all costs through cuts to services and investments for Canadians. We made a commitment to invest in a brighter future through investing in infrastructure for Canadians, putting more money in the pockets of the middle class by raising taxes on the wealthiest 1%. All things that those members stood against.
Hello.
Order. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Like many Quebec mayors, the Quebec Premier is going to Washington today to talk about NAFTA negotiations. Quebec politicians don't trust the federal government anymore to lead these negotiations. And I understand, especially given the softwood lumber and the dye-filtered milk debacles. Compared to the federal government, the priorities of Quebecers are clear. Dealing with the softwood lumber file, protecting jobs, and managing supply management. When will the government tell us what the timeline is for the NAFTA renegotiations? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate my friend, Philippe Couillard, the Premier of Quebec, who, like all premiers across the country, is committed to working with the American government. We have underlined the importance of bringing together all levels of government to help the U.S. understand that Canadians are united and that we are concerned by their approach and that we are ready to stand up and to speak out in favor of Canadian interests. This is what we will all be doing, and I congratulate Premier Couillard on his initiative in going to Washington today. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I think the Prime Minister should stop repeating the same thing and finally reassure Canadians properly.
In the dark when it comes to the renegotiation of NAFTA. Workers throughout the country are quickly losing confidence in the Liberal government and their ability to negotiate a good trade deal in their interest. In less than a month, the U.S. will reveal their final priorities, and still, Mr. Speaker, deafening silence from the government side. Canadians deserve a government that will stand up and fight for the jobs, so when will the government release their plans on the renegotiation of NAFTA?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we very much look forward to sitting down with the American side after August 18th when they have permission to sit down and start negotiating. Until then, we have made it very clear. Our priorities are defending Canada's interests, whether it be in softwood, whether it be in auto, whether it be on dairy and supply management. We will always stand up and defend Canada's interests. We will not, however, talk in great detail about our negotiation strategy. Canadians know we will defend their interests we will continue to fight hard for Canadian jobs and for growth for the middle class, because that's what Canadians expect of us.
Honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Fighting with his new independent Senate over splitting the infrastructure bank from the omnibus budget bill. But if the Liberals had kept their promises and worked with parliamentarians, not used budget omnibus bills, they wouldn't be in this awkward, difficult situation. And Mr. Speaker, the finance minister revealed his hand last week at committee when he said it would be, quote, absurd to tell a private company to move a project from Montreal to Winnipeg. So why are the Liberals putting corporate profit ahead of the interests of Canadians, and why won't they allow us to properly study this bill?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we made a commitment to Canadians to improve the way this place works, and that's exactly what we're doing. The budget legislation we put forward contains only elements that were actually in the budget, unlike the previous government's attempts at getting around parliamentary process. As for the work done by the Senate, we respect tremendously the hard work that senators are doing to examine and make recommendations around bills, but we certainly expect that budget bills passed in this House of Commons be passed by the Senate.
Honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
It's about respect for Parliament and passing a fundamental change to how we fund infrastructure projects without proper study is not the way to do it. Mr. President,
Mr. Speaker, clearly there hasn't been enough consultation, and the most obvious example of this has to do with Quebec, where the bank will be infringing on Quebec laws. A better study of the bill would have allowed more people to come and talk about it. But apparently there's no time for that under this Prime Minister. Why is the government stubbornly insisting on moving forward with this infrastructure plan without further study? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, more than a year ago, we committed to this. The infrastructure bank was a clear election promise. We will continue to make investments in infrastructure that Canadians need. I understand that the members across the way want to spend a lot of time studying absolutely everything, but at some point we need to deliver the goods for Canadians. We need to deliver on public transport. We need to deliver on social infrastructure. And that is exactly what this government is doing for Quebec, for Quebecers, and for Canada.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
Honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister has a certain admiration for China's dictatorship. We also know that he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money to invest in a bank in Asia. We also know that the Prime Minister welcomed Chinese billionaires who donated to his father's foundation. But all of this does not allow the Prime Minister to endanger Canada's national security. Why didn't the Prime Minister oversee the sale of Norsat? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, national security is an absolute priority for our government. All of the transactions are reviewed under the law, and they are submitted to a security review process, which has several steps. We can confirm that under the law, the process was very carefully followed, and that it was determined that there was no risk to national security. During the process, our security agents had access to all of the information they needed. We never compromised national security, and we will never compromise it in the future. Honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. I have a lot of respect for my colleague's style, but unfortunately, my question was for the Prime Minister, and he needs to tell Canadians what the issue is with national security. The government says that everything was done according to the rules, but there's one thing left for the Prime Minister to do to reassure not only Canadians but also our NATO allies, whether in US or in Europe, because they're wondering about our national security. Why is the government refusing to table all of the documents concerning the Norsat scandal? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we listened to our national security experts. We listened to their advice, and after they examined the transaction, they studied the facts. And it was based on their advice and their recommendations that we authorized this transaction. I want to reassure this House and all Canadians that we will never compromise Canada's national security, and we will always act to defend our national interests.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Norsat scandal, the Liberals just can't keep their story straight. First, the Prime Minister claimed the U.S. is on board, but they aren't. Then he said the deal was subject to a strict national security review, but it wasn't. In fact, the Prime Minister's own cabinet decided to skip that review. Wow. This deal puts Canada and the U.S. at risk. Without rigid security checks, the Liberals still gave it the green light. Will the Liberals listen to the concerns of the U.S., our closest friend and ally, and put Canadian safety first?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, national security is our priority and we take it very seriously. All the investments reviewed under the Canada Investment Act are subject to a multi-stage national security review process conducted by our security agencies. That process was followed. The national security community conducted a review, consulted who they had to consult, had the facts in front of them, Mr. Speaker, and gave us a recommendation that this transaction did not put into jeopardy national security. No transaction, Mr. Speaker, would take place if it did not uphold and satisfy this criterion.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are hiding how dangerous this deal is for both Canada and the U.S. Nobody buys that. Michael Wessel from the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission said this: the sale of Norsat to a Chinese entity raises significant national security concerns for the United States as the company is a supplier to our military. The Liberals claim they've consulted the U.S., but they won't say who or why or how or when. Nothing adds up. Will the minister finally tell Canadians which U.S. officials they consulted with and if they agreed with this deal?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm quite frankly surprised that the party opposite doesn't trust our national security agencies and doesn't trust the opinions that they give. Mr. Speaker, we have a process in place under the Investment Canada Act. We followed that process. Our security agencies are required to consult, to investigate, and to have all the facts in front of them. They did that, Mr. Speaker. They gave us their opinion. We followed that opinion. Our national security has never been put at risk.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and our allies depend on satellite communications to safely perform peace and security operations around the world. The news that the Liberal government has fast-tracked the sale of Norsat is causing the U.S. government to review its use of Norsat components. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because they feel it could put their operations and their people at risk. My question is for the Minister of National Defence. Why is this Liberal government putting the security of Canada and our allies at risk, all to appease the Chinese government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. We are not compromising our national security. We are not compromising our national interest. We are, in fact, trying to balance our national interest, Mr. Speaker. We relied on a process, Mr. Speaker, that put our national security first and foremost. That process was followed. Our national security agencies did their due diligence. They investigated the transaction. They had all the facts in front of them. Mr. Speaker, they gave us their opinion. We're following that opinion. We trust our national security agencies. We will never put our security at risk.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has attended Cash for Access fundraisers with Chinese billionaires. He's publicly expressed his admiration for the basic dictatorship in China. Chinese interests are funding a statue of his father. And now the Prime Minister is fast-tracking the sale of Canadian businesses to China without full security reviews. Our former ambassador to China has called this Prime Minister's approach naive and worrying. I agree, Mr. Speaker. Has the government House Leader asked the Ethics Commissioner about possible conflicts of interest with respect to the Prime Minister and transactions involving China?
Good question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, there's a very clear process envisioned under the Investment Canada Act. It's a multi-step process that requires our national security agencies to look at the facts, get the facts in front of them, and make a national security recommendation. We followed that process, Mr. Speaker, to the letter. We followed their advice. We trust our national security agencies who have done their due diligence, and we have undertaken this multi-step process as it should have been undertaken.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. At the prodding of the OECD, Canada has signed dozens of information sharing agreements with tax havens. That's supposed to increase transparency, but actually, transparency has simply facilitated tax evasion. So the small flaw in the law has actually become a huge gift to big corporations. Over the last 5 years, at least $55 billion of profits went untaxed by the Canada Revenue Agency, and we can't even know if they used these agreements to help fight tax evasion because they refuse to answer journalist questions. What do they have to hide? Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to fighting tax evasion and tax havens to ensure the fairness of our tax system for all Canadians. I'm proud of the leadership role that we have taken on the international stage. By increasing our level of collaboration with international partners, we're playing an active role, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have a fair tax system. Our government will continue to inform Canadians of the efforts that are being made to fight against tax evasion and avoidance.
Well, because that answer was so gosh darn convincing, I've got another one for the minister. Her Liberal government is refusing to reveal to Canadians important information about tax cheats, even after this minister's promised to reveal important information about tax cheats. The minister's office now says it's not their responsibility to release this information. Really, it's not their responsibility to tackle tax evasion and keep the minister's own promises. So if the minister isn't running her department, can she tell us who the heck is? And if she won't do her job, should she at least find somebody who can?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, concerning foreign tax evasion, the agency is currently carrying out audits of more than 820 taxpayers, and there are even criminal investigations in several cases. We have information sharing agreements and conventions, and they are bearing fruit, Mr. Speaker. To ensure the fairness of our tax system, this is being done. Fraudsters will no longer be able to hide, and they will have to suffer the consequences, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, it's becoming clear that the Prime Minister's approval to sell Canadian senior care facilities to Anbang Insurance of China has placed our seniors at risk. Questions went unanswered when the deal was first linked and inked, but the Liberals said everything would be just fine. Now Anbang's chairman, Mr. Wu, has been arrested by Chinese officials on corruption charges. Anbang's assets, including the BC retirement homes, are now at risk of being taken over by the Chinese government with so many warning signs. Why didn't the Prime Minister do any due diligence before he approved this deal?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is open to investments that create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians. While the official opposition continues with its scare tactics and fear-mongering, let's talk about the facts. The day-to-day operations of the residences will continue to be managed by Retirement Concepts, the same management that was there before. Rules are not changing. The residents will continue to be subject to the same robust provincial health regulations that have always applied to them. The residents and healthcare workers will continue to be protected by the same legislation. Mr. Speaker, we did our homework on this transaction. We assured what we had to make certain, and we've done it.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Innovation Minister assured the House that the government had done their homework and there was no reason for Canadians to be concerned, and he passed the buck to BC to regulate these homes. Anbang is a company with murky ownership built on risky investments. U.S. and Chinese regulators have raised serious concerns over their dealings, and when the wolves of Wall Street won't touch Anbang, how can the Liberals use vulnerable seniors as pawns for the Prime Minister's insatiable appetite to cozy up to China?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the application by Cedar Tree to acquire Retirement Concepts has been approved by under the Investment Canada Act because the acquisition will result in a net economic benefit to Canada. As a result of that review, Cedar Tree has agreed to maintain the current level of full-time and part-time employees, maintain a current Canadian operator, Retirement Concepts, to continue to manage the business, not close or repurpose any of the existing residents, and to financially support the expansion of the business. this will remain in place for a significant period of time. Mr. Speaker, we reviewed the transaction under the Investment Canada Act. The Government of British Columbia is doing his part.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals keep telling us that they take judicial appointments seriously. Yet to date, there are still judicial vacancies right across this country. Now, under our Conservative government, we appointed more than 500 judicial appointments. Now, I say to the government, if they're incapable of doing their job, the opposition would be more than happy to do it for them. These delays in the criminal justice system must end, and criminals must be prosecuted. When are the Liberals going to start taking this job seriously and fill all the judicial vacancies without excuses?
When? Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take my responsibility to appoint Superior Court justices in this country incredibly serious. I am very pleased to have introduced a new appointments process that is open and transparent. Very happy to have appointed 77 justices across the country to the Superior Courts. I will continue to appoint justices to the Superior Courts to fill the vacancies, and we will continue to work collaboratively with the provinces and territories to ensure that we have substantive solutions to address the realities of the delays that exist in the criminal justice system across the country.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice likes to say that she is proud of her record. Is the Minister proud of the near historic number of judicial vacancies? Is the Minister proud of the fact that nearly half of the judicial advisory committees remain vacant? Is the Minister proud of the dozens of serious criminal cases that have been thrown out of court due to her inaction, with thousands more at risk? How can the Minister say that she is proud of that record with a straight face?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm incredibly proud of the 77 meritorious, diverse...
Order. Order. Members soon will be undoubtedly leaving Ottawa, and we'll have the chance to make do lots of yelling if they want, perhaps in their own ridings outside of Ottawa. But I'm asking members to try to restrain themselves at least for the next few days, and then maybe they'll have a chance on occasion to even yell for one of these days, or something like that if they have to. The Honourable Minister of Justice has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, I'm incredibly proud of the 77 substantive, meritorious Superior Court justices that I've been able to appoint thus far. More appointments are going to be coming. The appointees represent the diversity that is our great country. I'm going to continue to make these appointments. Likewise, I'm going to continue to substantively work with my counterparts in the provinces and territories to address the call of the Supreme Court of Canada to ensure that there is a culture change among all actors in the criminal justice system. There is no one solution to this. We are working.
Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal approach to official languages is a real farce. The Minister of Heritage forgot to extend the mandate for the acting commissioner, and we no longer have had a watchdog for official languages since Saturday. Prior to that, there was the partisan appointment of Madeleine Meyer with contempt for the Act of Parliament, and this is the work of the minister who says official languages is a priority for our government. Really? When will the government sort this situation out and respect the Official Languages Act? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my colleague that our official languages are important for this government. Having said that, we will have an Official Languages Commissioner. Operations continue at the office of the Commissioner, and I will have an opportunity to make an announcement shortly. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, millions of Canadians were celebrating Father's Day. Najawi, Miriam, and Dowdy, the children of Raif Badawi, were sadly dealing with the absence of their father, who's been away for 5 years. The three children directly sent out a plea to the Prime Minister asking him to pick up the phone and call the King of Saudi Arabia so that their father could come home. In 2015, prior to the election, the member for Papineau urged Mr. Harper to step in personally. So what is the Prime Minister doing today to help the children of Raif Badawi? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The case of Mr. Badawi at the highest level with the Saudi government. We continue to ask for clemency so he is reunited with his family. I've had the opportunity and the privilege of meeting with his wife on multiple occasions. I've reassured her that our government, our Prime Minister, our Minister of Foreign Affairs are engaged on this case. We will continue to appeal for Mr. Badawi's clemency.
Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, the Canadian government actively discriminated against gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, and queer Canadians. Thousands of public servants and military personnel were fired for their sexual orientation, forced to live double lives, or risk loss of employment or even criminal conviction. I'm proud of our government's efforts to build stronger ties with my community, working for rights at home and abroad. But still more remains to be done. Could the Minister of Justice update us on steps the government is taking to heal the wounds in the LGBTQ2 community?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Don Valley West, for the question. I am incredibly proud of the work that our government is doing. In Canada, we embrace diversity, we embrace inclusion, and we have to ensure that everybody has the freedom to be who they are. That is why I'm incredibly proud that the Senate passed Bill C-16 last week. I look forward to it receiving royal assent, adding to the Canadian Human Rights Code a prohibition against gender identity and gender expression. We are doing more, looking at historic records and the expungement of them for unjust laws. And in this month of Pride, I want to celebrate and applaud the LGBT.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastern.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' mismanagement on the fighter jet replacement has gone from a national scandal to an international embarrassment. Over the weekend, officials were instructed to meet with aerospace companies in Paris, then they were told to cancel those meetings, and then they were told to reschedule them. The Defence Minister has made a complete mess on this file. Is there anyone on the Liberal benches, anyone at all, that can fix this comedy of errors and actually hold an open competition to replace our aging fighter jets now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is holding an open process to replace the fighter jets. This competitive process will ensure that we purchase the fighter jet that suits the needs in the long term of the Air Force and will provide Canada with benefits for our economy. We began the process for soliciting bids. Initial consultations with the industry will start in 2017. The Honourable Member for Charleroi Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have turned the fighter jet replacement file into a real farce, and this farce is being played out on the international scene. The government opposite is incapable of organizing simple meetings with representatives of the aerospace industry. And if we add to that most stakeholders have completely lost confidence in the Minister of Defence, this issue is a huge mess. Does the Prime Minister understand the scope of the problem? Will he call his minister to order and finally set up an open and transparent process? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to remind my colleague opposite that the Chief of the Defence Staff, when the policy was announced, said this was good for people in uniform. Yes, we are equipping our Canadian Forces members with what they need to complete their missions. We have commitments with NORAD, with NATO, and that's why we want to ensure that we replace our equipment, our aging equipment, to ensure that our men and women in uniform can accomplish the missions they are assigned to here and abroad.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nobody trusts the Liberals to actually deliver on that promise. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals unveiled their defence and foreign policies, and surprise, surprise, there were no details of a UN peacekeeping mission in either of them. It's been almost a year since the Prime Minister naively promised 600 troops to a vague UN peacekeeping mission. Now, documents show that the Liberals have turned down 5 UN leadership roles and won't commit to a single UN mission. Now, the Prime Minister says Canada is back. Well, now he's backing away from UN peacekeeping missions after stepping back from the fight against ISIS. When will the Prime Minister finally step up and quit embarrassing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member knows, Canada did announce that it was back in the world and will play a significant role in international multilateral institutions, including as a determined peace builder returning to peace support operations. That was a commitment of our government, and we will restore Canada's role in peace support missions. We're taking our time thoughtfully to decide what mission Canada will lead in, and we're doing that because that's what Canadians expect of us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, almost a year after the Prime Minister's ill-advised promise to send 600 troops to a vague peacekeeping mission, we still don't know anything about it. The Liberals could have included details in their defence policy or the statement on foreign policy, but there again, nothing. Now we've learned that Canada has refused 5 different offers from the UN. Could the Prime Minister finally set the record straight for our troops instead of using them as pawns simply to earn a seat on the Security Council? Mr. Speaker, Canada remains resolved to its commitments to the UN, peacekeeping missions, peace stabilization missions, including within the UN. These are duties assigned to Canadian forces protecting security. As part of the new policy, we have reaffirmed our determination to continue in a tangible way and to provide value added to UN peacekeeping missions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, veteran suicides devastate our communities. There are too many unanswered questions regarding why so many veterans turn to self-harm. Mr. Lionel Desmond not only ended his own life, but also the lives of his daughter, his partner, and his mother. This terrible tragedy needs to be examined. Will the minister take responsibility and call an inquiry into the triple murder-suicide of Lionel Desmond to shed some light and find remedies for our veterans who are suffering?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Suicide by a veteran is always a tragedy. We are working in conjunction with the Department of Veterans Affairs to put in place a system to provide better support to veterans and their families and to ensure that not only are we doing the right things, but that we are leaders in this area. In Budget 2017, we announced the opening of a Centre for Excellence in Mental Health, PTSD, to advance practices, exemplary practices, and to help reduce the stigmas surrounding it.
That was an inquiry my colleague called for. Today, the minister unveiled a strategy on gender-based violence. While we do need data and RCMP training, there's absolutely nothing for frontline services to support survivors of sexual assault. Every night, 500 women and kids are turned away from domestic violence shelters in Canada. 500. So why does this so-called anti-violence strategy have absolutely nothing for women fleeing violence and for the frontline workers who support them?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that all women and girls can live free from violence. This is why we are investing $100.9 million in a strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence. The strategy we released today, Mr. Speaker, is based on prevention, support for survivors and their families, and promoting responsive legal and justice systems. And it will build a solid foundation for action and fill important gaps in support for survivors of gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, today was a very good day in the fight against gender-based violence.
Very good. One member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, last week the courts ruled that Onion Lake Cree Nations must post their financial transparency information in accordance with the Financial Transparency Act. This is a great victory for Charmaine Stick and those across the country. We now have a judgment that clearly states the minister was irresponsible and wrong in not enforcing the act. Will she commit today that she will empower GRASP band members and no other person will have to take their band to court for transparency, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the government agrees that First Nations individuals should be able to access their community's financial information. We have already launched national mutual accountability engagements with First Nations, community leaders and members. including both in-person and online engagements. We have also been working on a mutual accountability for almost a year with the AFN and the Aboriginal Financial Officers Association. Everyone, including First Nations governments, wants increased transparency and accountability, and we will achieve this in the coming months, working in partnership with First Nations.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, it has been 18 months and they're doing nothing to enforce a law. Water, and let me read from the court judgment. There is no evidence before me as to the political or economic reasons why Onion Lake has refused to provide and post specified information. There is, for example, no evidence that Onion Lake's commercial interests would be negatively impacted. Will the minister follow the direction of the judge, or is she going to force more band members to plead their case in front of the courts, yes or no?
Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes mutual accountability seriously. All contribution agreements between our government and First Nations contain strong reporting provisions to ensure that funds are used as intended. We remain committed to establishing a new fiscal relationship with First Nations, including strengthened mutual accountability measures. In supporting of this commitment, my department is currently engaging from coast to coast to coast with First Nations leadership and community members.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, that's a lot of words that say that the minister is refusing to enforce the law. Why can't she just stand up and say, I am refusing to enforce the law here? And does she realize that as a result of her negligence, band members are having to go to court to get information that is rightly entitled to him?
That's right.
Why is the minister defending the status quo instead of doing what's right for First Nations community?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we all agree. The government agrees that First Nations individuals should be able to access their community's financial information. We have launched a natural mutual accountability with engagement with First Nations, including in-person online engagements. Everyone, including First Nations, wants increased transparency and accountability, and we will achieve this by working in close collaboration with First Nations.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Last Tuesday, we learned that search warrants were carried out in Toronto and in the UK. And this was in connection with a criminal investigation on a GST-HST tax fraud scheme affecting both countries. The reports indicate that this carousel tax fraud scheme was to obtain $52 million in false tax credit refunds. Can the Minister of National Revenue inform this House of the CRA's efforts to fight fraud? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the colleague for Hull-Aylmer for his question. The government committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. That is why we invested nearly $1 billion as part of our last two budgets to equip ourselves with the necessary tools for fighting this effectively. Based on the preliminary results, we should be recovering more than $13 billion for the fiscal year which ended March 31st, 2017. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to prosecuting people committing international fraud alongside our international partners and bringing them to justice.
This 150th just around the corner. Canadians have much to celebrate, and we'll be celebrating with an amazing craft beer, wine, and spirits. But in typical Liberal fashion, as we raise a glass to celebrate Canada, they are finding new ways to raise taxes to pay for their out-of-control spending. This year and every following year, the Liberals will be raising taxes on beer, wine, and spirits, despite the fact that we already pay some of the highest taxes in the world. So can the minister please explain that the only promise he's willing to keep is the promise to raise taxes and tax the fun out of our Canada Day celebrations?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise in this House and to talk about the good work that our government is doing. The first thing that we did, Mr. Speaker, when we took office, we lowered taxes for middle-class Canadians while raising them for the wealthiest 1%. We also put in place the Canada Child Benefit Program that has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we also increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10% for low-income seniors. Mr. Speaker, we'll keep on working for Canadians. That's exactly what we'll be doing. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Coatney, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with executive members of the BC Fruit Growers Association and the Canadian Horticultural Council, representing produce growers in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia. They told me that Canadian growers suffer greatly when their buyer fails to pay them due to bankruptcy. The Standing Committee on Agriculture unanimously urged the minister to develop a payment protection model for Canada's growers, but nothing has happened. It's been a year, Mr. Speaker. When will the government take action to protect our fruit and vegetable growers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to the success of the fruit and vegetable sector. We will be looking at how we can support this important Canadian industry by working on a national policy as the new strategic framework. We will continue to support the entire agricultural sector and farmers across the country through our budget with the support of the science, innovation and competitiveness sector. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Far too many Canadians still face violence every day simply because of their gender expression, gender identity, or perceived gender. Our Status of Women Committee, of which I am Vice Chair, studied this issue, and I think we would all agree that it's time for us to take action. Budget 2017 committed $100.9 million for a gender-based violence strategy. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women update this House on the status of this strategy?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Oakville North Burlington for the question and her leadership on gender equality. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to join the Minister of the Status of Women this morning as she announced our government's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence. Again, our strategy is based on prevention, support for survivors and their families, and promoting responsive legal and justice systems. And our approach will build a solid foundation for action, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's time for Canada's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen. Order.
Mr. Speaker, these Liberals just can't help themselves. They love picking winners and losers by imposing big government regulations. Now the Liberals are targeting credit unions by prohibiting their use of the terms bank and banking. Now this means if a credit union uses a term like personal banking or online banking on their promotions, they've run afoul of the rules and can face penalties between $500,000 and $5 million, Mr. Speaker. Now, can the Finance Minister explain to Canadians why his government is being so petty in the targeting of credit unions? Is it because of all of his friends on Bay Street are telling him to do this, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, credit union system is an important part of the Canadian economy that contributes to competition in the financial services. Credit unions are key suppliers of financing for small and medium-sized businesses and also for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We have encouraged the Office of the Superintendent of Institutions to get in touch with credit unions and to work collaboratively to ensure that they come up with a solution that can work for both. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, des Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-44 needs to be split and the Infrastructure Privatization Bank needs to be removed. A stop must be put to the practice of using these mammoth bills with poison pills hidden in 500-page documents. This infrastructure bank is a bad idea for Quebec. It will weaken Quebec to the benefit of others. Will the Prime Minister listen to Quebec, farmers, and even the Senate and split Bill C-44 and remove the infrastructure bank?
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to build the best public transit to reduce the gridlock facing our communities. They want us to invest in more affordable housing to create opportunities for Canadians. They want us to invest in recreational, cultural infrastructure. That's exactly what our infrastructure plan, ambitious $186 billion plan, will do so. As far as respecting the jurisdiction of provinces and municipalities, the bank will do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand what the Liberals don't understand. As drafted in Bill C-44, the Infrastructure Bank can ignore Quebec legislation, bypass municipal bylaws and regulation, There's no agricultural zonage. They can expropriate. Those are the effects of C-44. We've said it. Constitutional experts have said it. So have the National Assembly and agriculture producers and even the Senate. When will the government finally listen to us, split the bill, and remove the infrastructure bank from it?
Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am so proud to be working with our Quebec caucus to deliver on the commitments that we made to all Canadians, including the province of Quebec. $1.3 billion investment in Montreal's transit system will create 34,000 jobs in that region. That is delivering for Canadians. That is delivering for the province of Quebec. As far as the legislation is concerned, we are very confident that the way it's designed, it will respect the local jurisdiction in Quebec and in other provinces.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, forestry workers from across Quebec are calling for the negotiation of a fair and equitable softwood lumber agreement. Now, this may seem obvious, but the forestry sector is now suspicious of Ottawa after, in fact, stalling on guarantees. That's cost weeks of work for our people who need some stability. Will the government take the time to doing something so that this, to help the Quebec workers?
The question, because it's a chance to remind the House of the significant degree that we have gone to make sure, both in the short term and the long term, that the forestry forestry industry is respected in Canada. That includes $605 million from the Export Development Corporation. That includes very timely measures to expand export markets. That includes taking the leaders of the industry in Quebec to China to begin to make the argument that our wood is the best wood in the world. We're very proud of that initiative. We're very proud how we have stood up for the forestry.
The Honourable Member for Drummond on a point of order stemming from question period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I wanted to mention that my parliamentary privileges have been infringed upon, as have those of all other members. The Official Languages Commissioner reports not only to the government, the Commissioner is also accountable to all of Parliament, reports directly to Parliament. So Parliament should be aware of who the Official Languages Commissioner is so that we can turn to that person and address questions to them and get information. Currently, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Heritage Minister a question today. I asked, who is the Official Languages Commissioner right now, and when will we have a new one? Currently, we don't know who the Official Languages Commissioner is. Perhaps the government knows, but we parliamentarians as a whole do not know, and that is a breach of our privileges because the Commissioner does not report to the government, it reports to Parliament, and that is why I'm raising this question of privilege, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member. I will examine the question and get back to the House in due course. It being 3:10, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 30th, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-49. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. Baines, moved that Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradzi.
Monsieur Paradzi.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangri.
Mr. Anand de Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zaretz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matam, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Sede.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion?
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney. Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson. Wilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Abu Tayyaf.
Monsieur Abu Tayyaf.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Aglinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Bertod.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Miss Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Miss Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island,
Ms.
Powell River.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Not a point of order, Mr. Speaker, but I attempted to rise to vote yay before you called for votes on the nay side, and I don't think my vote got recorded.
Member, that will be recorded accordingly. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington is rising on a point of order. No? No. Okay.
Yeas pour 161, 161. Nays contre 114, 114.
Je déclare la motion adopted.
I declare the motion carried.
No, excuse me. One sec, please. En conséquence, le projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities.
Is the honourable member rise for Oakville North Burlington rising on a point, rising from the vote? Point of order. Rising on a question period. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington will go to first, and then the member
Mr.
for
Speaker,
Burlington.
I'm rising on a point of order to do with decorum in this House. I asked a question of the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Status of Women today, and in spite of the fact that he stands right in front of me, I couldn't hear his answer. In 1982, Margaret Mitchell stood in this House and got heckled when she talked about violence against women, and I would have hoped that 35 years later that members of this House would stop heckling when we're talking about gender-based violence. I should be able to hear the honourable member's answer to my question, especially with him sitting right in front of me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
thank the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington for her point of order, and I urge all members to show respect for this place, and I prefer for each other as well. The honourable member for Perth Wellington is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that in a few moments the government will be moving motion 635 on the order paper to appoint, pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, the new clerk of the House of Commons. I believe you will find, upon review of the evidence, that this motion should be ruled out of order at this time. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the ancient rule of anticipation is one that is little employed in its application's body, but nonetheless instructive to the operation of this House. I would suggest that in the matter at hand, the application of this rule is appropriate and, in fact, necessary. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee is presently seized with the proposed nomination and has met for barely 45 minutes on this matter, but has not yet reported back to this House either in the affirmative or the negative. It is for this reason that the rule of anticipation would apply. I would note that the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, at page 560, accurately notes, and I quote, "While the rule of anticipation is part of the standing orders in the British House of Commons, it has never been in the Canadian House of Commons. Furthermore, references to past attempts to apply this British rule to Canadian practice are inconclusive." End quote. However, it goes on to note that, quote, "The rule is dependent on the principle which forbids the same question from being decided twice within the same session." Page 560. In this circumstance, Mr. Speaker, I would submit that going forward with this motion at this time anticipates that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee would not submit a report to the House in the negative. Mr. Speaker, I would draw your attention to Beauchene's 6th edition, which is instructive on this point. Page 154, citation 514.2, quote, "Debate on a government motion effectively blocks debate on a notice of motion for the consideration of the report of a committee which deals with essentially the same subject. Had the motion for consideration of the committee report been moved, it would have had precedence over the government motion and blocked debate on it. Once a motion has been transferred for debate under government orders, it becomes the government's decision and the government's responsibility to decide whether it will proceed with its motion. It is at that point that the anticipation rule might become operative in the sense that the government motion, if proceeded with, might block consideration of the committee report." End quote. It further states at page 154, citation 513.1, "In determining whether a discussion is out of order on the grounds of anticipation, the Speaker must have regard to the probability of the matter anticipated being brought before the House within a reasonable period of time. The circumstances previewed in Beauchene's are precisely the scenario in which we find ourselves today. The matter is very likely to return the House in a more appropriate form, that being a report from the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, the committee to which the matter was referred to pursuant to the standing orders. And the matter can and will be brought to the House within a reasonable period of time, one way or another. Either the matter will be reported back by the committee within 30 days, or the 30 days provided for the standing orders will have expired. Either the way, the matter will have been dealt with conclusively within a reasonable period of time as envisioned by the authorities. Further, Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, I filed with the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs a certificate to obtain evidence from particular persons pursuant to Standing Order 122. Mr. Speaker, you are both the Speaker of this place, but also a lawyer. The analogy I would use is one of a legal nature. In this case, judgment is being sought prior to the evidence being presented. I know that you would not accept this in a court of law, and neither should be accepted in this place. I'm well aware that the standing orders of this House do not explicitly state the rule of anticipation. However, I would draw to your attention Standing Order 1, which states, and I quote, "In all cases not provided for hereinafter or by other order of the House, procedural questions shall be decided by the Speaker or Chair of the Committee of the Whole, whose decisions shall be based on the usages, forms, customs and precedents of the House of Commons of Canada and on parliamentary tradition in Canada and other jurisdictions so far as they may be applicable to the House." On this matter, I would submit that the rule of anticipation is both evident in comparable jurisdiction, but has also become a usual practice of this House, particularly in dealing with the subject matter at hand. Standing Order 28 of the House of Commons of the United Kingdom states, In determining whether a discussion is out of order on the ground of anticipation, regard shall be had by the Speaker to the probability of the matter anticipated being brought before the House within a reasonable time. I would draw your attention to Erskine May, 24th edition, at page 390, which states, quote, "In determining whether a discussion is out of order on the ground of anticipation, the probability of the matter anticipating being discussed within a reasonable time must be considered. And recent practice has been to interpret the rule so as to not, in the current circumstances, to impose what might risk being unreasonable restrictions on debate. For greater clarity, Mr. Speaker, I would interpret the 30-day period envisioned by Standing Order 111.1 of this place to be reasonable time. Further, as you know, the proposed motion is put without amendment or debate. Therefore, allowing the motion to go forward at this time would effectively eliminate any potential for further debate, analysis, witnesses, or discussion at the only venue open for such action, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Erskine May goes on to note at page 398 that the rule against anticipation is strictly enforced in earlier times, was, and a matter must not be anticipated if it were contained in a more effective form of proceeding by which it sought to be anticipated. Again, Mr. Speaker, it is the established practice of this House, as noted in Beauchesne's, that a motion on a committee report would have been a more effective means rather than government action. Further to this, I would draw your attention to a Canadian authority on the matter. Parliamentary Procedure and Practice, edited by John George Bourrineau, is one of the accepted authorities of this place. At page 339 of Bourrineau, it is stated that, quote, "The old rule of Parliament reads that a question being once made and carried in the affirmative or negative cannot be questioned again, but must stand as the judgment of the House." This is an echo of Erskine May's 1844 Treatise upon the Law, Privileges, Proceedings and Usage of Parliament at page 186, which establishes the same principle. As both Bourrineau and May would foresee, were this motion to go ahead, it would forestall a committee report and concurrence in that report. Thereby, the rule of anticipation would be offended. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would submit to you that a report from the Procedure and House Affairs Committee prior to the question being put on the nomination is clearly the established practice of this House. I would draw to your attention the 47th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, 38th Parliament, First Session, in which the committee recommends to the House that the House ratify the appointment of Ms. Audrey Elizabeth O'Brien to the position of Clerk of the House of Commons. I would note that the now Clerk Emeritus's appointment was the first made under the provisions now contained in Standing Order 111.1. That report was prior to a vote in the House of Commons. While the Clerk of the House of Commons has only been appointed once prior pursuant to the current rules of this place, it is nonetheless instructive to the process envisioned by those who have sat in this place before us. Mr. Speaker, I well recognize that there may be instances in the past where a government has moved in a similar way as the current government is now moving. I know of none off the top of my head. However, the fact that there were no objections in those cases may imply the agreement of this House. This is not the case here. Objection is being stated. In light of the foregoing evidence presented, I would encourage you to rule this motion out of order until such time that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs has reported back to the House of Commons, or the expiration of the 30 days as provided for in Standing Order 111.1. Mr. Speaker, I might just add as well, there are rumors around this precinct that you yourself were not consulted on this proposed nomination. If this is the case, and I hope it's not, but if this is the case, I think that is shameful and is an offense to the position that you hold and the great respect that we hold you in this place as the defender of the rights and privileges of this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Perth Wellington for raising. Excuse me. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries wishes to rise on the same point of order.
I do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with respect, we would submit to you that my colleague has raised an argument without merit. I would draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to Standing Order 111.1, which states, and I quote, "Where the government intends to appoint an officer of Parliament, the Clerk of the House of Commons, the name of the proposed appointee shall be deemed referred to the appropriate standing committee, which may consider the appointment during a period of not more than 30 days, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, the rules are clear. The committee may study the proposed nomination, which it has. There is no requirement to report back to the House of Commons on the matter before a vote in the House is taken. Mr. Speaker, page 1014 of the second edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice states, and I quote, "As in the case of the procedure for appointments by order in council and certificates of nomination, a committee that receives an order of reference in relation to the proposed appointment of an officer of Parliament has no obligation to consider the matter." End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge you and suggest that we could proceed to the business as planned this afternoon.
The Honourable for Saanich Gulf Island is raising the same point of order.
I'm sure that you appear poised to rule on this matter. If I can speak on the issue raised by the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington, and he was very thorough and I think impressive in the academic rigor of his presentation. He didn't make the case that the rule of anticipation has been ever codified in our standing orders, but rather that we can have reference to it. This is a very critical matter for all members of this place. It certainly is, and I have to express deep discomfort, Mr. Speaker, because in naming a clerk, this will be someone with whom we will all work and all rely. And there does seem to be a matter of extreme haste, having not posted the position with a deadline of February of this year. We had our current clerk in the position in an acting capacity since 2014, and I do feel that there is something of a rush that may undermine the new person who is and the government's intent to name a new clerk. I do think the member for Perth Wellington raises a very strong point, because the Parliamentary Committee on Procedure and House Affairs had begun the work of asking questions and pursuing this matter. The appointment of our previous clerk was by consensus. That would clearly be the preferred route here. I appreciate your time, Mr. Speaker, in letting me weigh in support of the point of order from the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
I thank the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington, the Honourable Minister of Fisheries, and the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands for their raising the point of order and for their comments on this point of order. I want to refer them and colleagues to House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, 2009, by O'Brien and Bosk, which on page 458, which refers to this question of the committee and says, the committee is not obliged to report to the House on the appointment, even if it has been examined. And then it says down below, the notice of motion to ratify the appointment may be given at any time during this 30-day period, whether the committee has reported to the House or not, and the motion may be adopted before the end of this period. Both of these suggest that, in fact, the report from the committee is not required in order to proceed. Also, in the footnote at the bottom of footnote number 248, says the following: the 39th Parliament, the name of the candidate for the position of Commissioner of Official Languages, Graham Fraser, was referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages on September 18, 2006. The notice of motion to ratify the appointment was given on September 27, 2006, and the motion was concurred in on September 29, 2006, and I am informed that, in fact, in that case, the committee did not report. So, as a result of these provisions, I'm prepared to allow the motion to proceed. Of documents. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Section 32.2, or Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the government's response to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans report entitled Newfoundland and Labrador's Northern Cod Fishery, Charting a New Sustainable Future. And, Mr. Speaker, Obviously, I'd like to thank the committee and all of our colleagues for their excellent work.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 5 petitions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the annual report 2016 on the report concerning the RCMP.
Justification regime, which is set out in sections 25.1 to sections 25.4 of the Criminal Code. This report also documents the nature of the investigations in which these provisions were used.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Goodale, Mr. Carr for Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Duncan. Etobicoke North moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and the Abolition of Early Parole Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Carr for Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House? Yes. Madame McKenna, appuyée par
Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North, moves for permission to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act. This is deemed adopted. Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Duncan, moves that this bill be now read the first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
Projet de loi sera-t-il?
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for the Yukon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 34th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, entitled Question of Privilege Regarding the Free Movement of Members of Parliament within the Parliamentary Precinct.
Don't seem to be. She Grand Lake. Oh.
Monsieur le Président.
Excusez-moi.
Excuse me?
Okay. Honorable député de Mer.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food concerning its study of debt in the agricultural sector and its effects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report on the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Mental Health of Canadian Veterans, A Family Purpose. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative members of the Veterans Affairs Committee wish to provide a supplementary report on mental health of Canadian veterans, a family purpose. It is the opinion of the Conservative members of the committee that the final version of the ACVA report failed to accurately portray the role that the use of methylquin by the Canadian Armed Forces had on our veterans and their families with respect to post-traumatic stress injuries and occupational stress illnesses and the steps required to be taken in order to help veterans and their families. The supplementary report, in our view, is a better indication of the testimony from witnesses at Veterans Affairs Committee and calls for supplementary recommendations based on that testimony. While there was much to agree on with the report on how to help veterans and their families dealing with the PTSD and mental health issues, the majority on the committee failed in its obligation to consider that testimony of veterans relevant to this study. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative members of the committee are compelled to present this supplementary report to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the unanimous 9th report of the Standing Committee of Indigenous and Northern Affairs entitled Breaking Point: The Suicide Crisis in Indigenous Communities. The committee wishes to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of those who bravely presented to our committee and shared their personal experiences, providing us a deeper understanding of the crisis facing Indigenous communities and Canada as a nation. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Rankin, seconded by Mr. Dussault, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Economic Substance. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to introduce a bill that would amend the Income Tax Act of Canada.
I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, who seconded the bill.
Crack down on abusive tax avoidance by denying tax breaks to transactions that lack real economic substance. These empty transactions, designed solely to avoid taxes, would no longer qualify for tax breaks. 3 years ago, I introduced a similar bill, and we had in the gallery Dr. Robert McMecken, an expert in the field, who called for this reform in his acclaimed book on international tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, he has since passed away. Today, I want to formally recognize his years of service to Canada as General Counsel in the tax litigation section of the Department of Justice, and also acknowledge how valuable his expertise was to me in preparing this bill. This bill would bring our laws up to speed with places like the United States, where President Obama used a similar law to raise billions for health care. It would build trust in the fairness and integrity of our tax system and recover hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenue so we can offer better public services to Canadians. I look forward to discussing it with all members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rankin, seconded by Mr. Dussault, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member.
Mais d'abord, M. Généreux, appuyé par M. Nater, propose.
Mr. Généreux. Seconded by another member, moves that the second report on the Standing Committee on Official Languages be concurred in. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak today to a report produced by the Standing Committee on Official Languages dealing with the Translation Bureau. As a member of the committee, we heard from many witnesses who came to express their concerns about the Translation Bureau and changes that were going to be made by the government. We heard from a series of witnesses who shared their concerns with us, especially dealing with translation. The government was preparing to implement a new way of hiring freelance translators, for hiring them at the lowest cost. Now, we heard many, many witnesses, including the Alliance representing translators and interpreters. They spoke to us in our offices, said it made no sense because that way of proceeding would have reduced the quality of translation and interpretation on the Hill in this chamber in committees. So that's why we worked very hard to ensure, and I appear to be translating myself here, Mr. Speaker, using some Gallicisms in English. But it's with a view to preventing that situation from occurring. So be it in the private sector or in the government, choosing the lowest bidder leads to a situation where the quality is reduced. And in this case, this isn't a matter of money. Translation here in the House of Commons and at committee must be done in the appropriate manner, and it's not by hiring the lowest bidder, because everyone agrees that it's not just the cost that counts. We also need to ensure that we have the quality of translation and interpretation we need. The International Association of Conference Interpreters were witnesses who appeared before us, said they spoke with a united voice to all parliamentarians and urged us not to move in that direction. They shared their concerns with us on more than one occasion. And I'd like to congratulate them today because they are people who acted upon this provision where the government was planning to move towards a measure that would have an impact on translation. And that would have affected the work of all parliamentarians. Now, I don't have my earpiece in while I'm speaking because I'd hear myself in interpretation, but it would have had an impact on us. It would have impacted the interpretation, which is done in a very professional way here. So the association that appeared before us are excellent members. They are members here and throughout the world. And once again, the Official Languages Committee, and the government specifically, has commitments with respect to official languages and must do their utmost to ensure that both official languages are not compromised. And following the excellent work done by our committee, the government was forced to step back, and that happened last February 9th. The minister confirmed at committee that the government would not proceed with those changes. And fortunately, the committee had done such good work. We were the voice of the interpreters and translators. The government listened to reason. And, as I said earlier, the committee held a host of meetings. Even in caucus, we had an opportunity to meet with the Association of Conference Interpreters, AIC. And as we mentioned at committee, or as I mentioned at committee, the people spoke to us in a very professional way. It was a good opportunity to demonstrate that we can all work together when it comes to making decisions that are important for the government and for us as parliamentarians. So that was last February 9th. The minister announced that the government would not proceed with the changes as proposed. So the committee urged the minister to follow up on the commitments she made last February 9th, and I quote, we'll quote some of the aspects from this report: to hire a new CEO, ensuring that the person is in position before March 31st, 2017. And we learned that 2 months later, the position was filled. So we have here an example of the problem the government has. We met in the fall. The report was signed in June. It was tabled in February. They said there was an imminent nomination or an appointment to be made, but it took 4 months. So once again, that's an example. If I could make a comment by way of an aside, my colleague put a question to the minister about the Commissioner of Official Languages to determine who the commissioner is, because the mandate ended last Friday, and the minister answered, as she always does. She said, we'll be making an announcement shortly. Well, officially, we no longer have a Commissioner of Official Languages because last December there was a 6-month extension granted and it's expired. So this is a conclusive example that the government is dragging its feet when it comes to appointments. And, well, we've just been through an appointment process when it comes to official languages. And it was, my goodness, it was, how could I put it? It was a farce. It was farcical, in fact. It was a complete mess. It was incredibly poorly done. And the government boasts about being open and transparent, but in light of what we've seen over the past 6 weeks, where we saw the appointment for the Commissioner of Official Languages, we heard on several occasions that the government wanted to be open and transparent. Now, Mr. Speaker, having an internet site where people can apply, well, that's all fine and well, except that's not what being open and transparent means. There are regulations. The law is very clear. Opposition pitties must be consulted before appointments are made. The minister appeared here in the House on several occasions and said that she had consulted opposition parties. My colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou, did get a call from the minister to say, we have chosen a person, here's the name of the person we've chosen. Now, I don't know if I were to call you, Mr. Speaker, and say that I had chosen someone specific, if I announced you something, it wouldn't be a consultation. It was an announcement. So we saw everything that happened. So it was not done well from the beginning. There are a number of important positions that need to be filled. The Ethics Commissioner, the Official Languages Commissioner needs to be started over. And it's been tarnished by the fact that there was a clear connection between Ms. Meyer, who was a Liberal, and who said when she appeared before the committee that she wasn't sure, but she thought that since December or January she was no longer a member of the Liberal Party of Canada since December 2016 or January 2017. But in reality, she'd been a member up to a week before she appeared before the committee, or when her name came out officially as the candidate who'd been retained. So that had quite an effect, as you might well imagine. The proximity of the candidate to the Liberal Party, the connection. She'd also contributed not only to the Liberal Party of Canada, but also to the Prime Minister's leadership race. So it was a partisan appointment, clearly. Now, in this House that we represent, the 338 members, our duty, and the government's duty is even stronger, to ensure that people are neutral, that these appointees are neutral, because that's a very important part of democracy. And I'd just like to remind the government that when they were in opposition, each time they had an opportunity to criticize the government when an appointment was made, and where there was no connection, they tried to find ways of saying we didn't make the right choices. Well, what we're seeing the government doing now is far worse than what any government did in the past. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you clearly that there must be a distance established between people playing such important, critical roles in our democracy, like the Commissioner for Official Languages, the Ethics Commissioner. There must be more than arm's length distance, because they're the ones who set the record straight and ensure that the spirit of legislation is complied with, be it the Official Languages Act or other legislation. Now, when the report on the Translation Bureau was tabled, there were a number of other aspects. the appointment of the CEO. It was done, but 4 months later. There was also a position for a head of quality control, and it was supposed to be someone from the language industry who was right under the CEO and who would be in charge of quality control. So if we have work to do here and we needed people to support us, we needed to have people who were qualified, and there shouldn't be a competition with external suppliers who need to compete in a market. And so there was a phone service put in place as well, and that's another aspect that was raised by the minister. She made a commitment to follow through on that, and that the Translation Bureau would be hiring 50 students so that there are future language professionals hired on. So these are all aspects that were raised when the minister appeared before the committee. Also implementing provisions with respect to interpreters to support us here. And so this again dealt with the focus on quality. The men and women we need here to do the job. Now the Translation Bureau would also restore the co-op program that existed under the previous government. And now that's not something that was easy. It was eliminated, but it had an impact. And clearly, once again, difficult decisions need to be made at times, but the Translation Bureau would also maintain its regional offices and work in conjunction with the public service to ensure that courses provided to new public servants in 27 cover off their linguistic requirements when it comes to translation. And this, Mr. Speaker, opens a door to the entire issue that I saw firsthand, as we say, last week, following the appearance by the Minister of Canadian Heritage at committee. I went back to my office and my assistant gave me an email that we had just received.
The email was in English only. It was from the Environment Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, well, the Prime Minister likes to say that it's 2015, so that's why we have a gender parity cabinet, because it's 2015. Well, it's 2017 now. It's about time the government made sure that in its communications with members, especially from ministers' offices, that we get our messages in both languages. Again, today, after all the efforts we've made, and the minister came and said so again today in the House, that official languages is important, but clearly they really don't give a hoot, and that's the reality. For the minister of a department as important as the Department of the Environment should send a message to a colleague, in this case me, with good news for my riding, but to send it in English only. I mean, it needs to be done in both languages. Ministers pat themselves on the back and they trumpet how important official languages are, and last week when it came to the acting Commissioner of Official Languages, there was it was reported that there was lots of shortcomings when it came to respect for official languages here on the Hill. We were in a room with 10 francophones and 1 anglophone, and everyone had to speak English. And why aren't these people bilingual? That forces all the francophones to have to speak English in so many cases. So we're a long way from full compliance with official languages, and it seems like at a minimum, ministers should be able to correspond with people in both official languages. So there's still a lot of work to be done. The government still has a lot to explain in terms of why we aren't there yet, why we aren't meeting the Official Languages Act's requirements just yet. And then there's also the issue of contracting practices and calls for tenders at the Translation Bureau. So the government, once again, made a decision. It completely ignored. There was no consultation. They made a decision, a unanimous decision. They said this is how things are going to work in the future. So inevitably, that didn't meet the industry's needs, the translation industry's needs, or the needs of this institution, the House of Commons. So the committee saluted and commended the extraordinary contribution of translators. They're very skilled, very competent, very dedicated, and we thanked them when they appeared before the committee. We told the witnesses that they had demonstrated that even if you don't agree with a decision, a government decision, or an approach, those decisions can be changed in a manner that's respectful of individuals and institutions, and when it's done professionally, when it's done respectfully, it becomes easy for people to listen to what they're being told, and that is how the government, in light of the committee's work, I should say, I think the government reacted, and I think that was a good thing. On other points that came up over the past year in relation to official languages, we saw at committee a number of times, and I think I'll wrap up on that. There was the issue of the appointment of the Official Languages Commissioner. That was a huge screw-up, that appointment, and I sincerely hope that the government has learned a lesson from that screw-up, and in the next selection process, which is supposed to be open and transparent, we hope things will be done differently. We hope we will be consulted, and consulted means that we should have an opportunity to sit down together and assess whether or not the candidate meets everyone's needs. And in this case, the commissioner has to be totally neutral politically in order to be palatable to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Through Nipissing Pembroke, Infrastructure, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, the Environment, and 3, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, Persons with Disabilities. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had an opportunity to ask a question about translation and interpretation here in the House a couple of weeks ago. Not just official languages, which are, of course, very important, but my point was about the original languages of Canada, Indigenous languages, which are very important to me, Cree in my case, Anishinaabe and other languages, and the translation of those languages is done in the Senate, but not here in the House. So I'd like to know whether the Honourable Member, what his opinion is about Indigenous languages. Should there be room for that here in the House, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lise-Lake, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And he's I've really learned something from him. I didn't realize that in the upper chamber they translated Indigenous languages. That's great. If the available translators in the upper chamber might be available to work here, I don't see why. Maybe we could find out. I guess it doesn't come up very often, but it must come up when there are witnesses present. I think it's important to respect both official languages, and in the same manner, I think it's important to show respect for people who come to address us in Indigenous languages. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Montmagny-Listler, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I read it out because it's quite a long riding name, but I'd like to congratulate him on the excellent work he's doing on behalf of all members, really, on the Official Languages Committee. One of the things that committee does, and I remember this clearly because Mauril Bélanger and I were the ones who suggested that study, given all the concerns there were at the time around the Translation Bureau. The Bureau was really losing its gray matter, losing its experts. It was a crisis. The unions were saying that there was a lot of stress. A lot of people were leaving, were on sick leave, that the Bureau was really being hollowed out. And so we worked hard all together on the committee, and we came up with a very solid report that raised a lot of good points. Unfortunately, the initial response was not very straightforward. Today we're still asking, who's responsible for official languages? Who's the commissioner now? We don't know who the current commissioner is. That's a huge problem. It's always the same. There's no leadership. And when the Heritage Minister doesn't even still have the title of Heritage Minister and Official Languages Minister, that's disappointing. And when we ask about the Translation Bureau, they say, oh no, it's not me, it's the Minister of Public Works and Procurement who's responsible for the Translation Bureau. Well, they should at least talk to one another and figure things out. And we did get an answer from that minister. It wasn't satisfactory at first, but I'd like to congratulate the whole Official Languages Committee, both Conservatives and Liberals. The whole committee, we all agreed that this answer is unsatisfactory. And so we had to ask again for another answer from the government to our report. And my question for my colleague is, does he agree that to date there have been about 400 people laid off from the Translation Bureau and only about 20 have since been hired? So does my colleague think that more has to be done, more people have to be hired in order to restore the Translation Bureau to its former glory? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We do work very well together on the Official Languages Committee, that's true, and he's quite right about a number of points he raised in his question or his preamble. We really do not know who is responsible for official languages these days. The minister's title has changed. Then there was this bungled appointment attempt of the new commissioner. And when we asked questions about that, the minister said, well, there was no communication between the Prime Minister's office and her office and around Ms. Mayer. And so it was a total screw-up. But to answer my colleague's question, yes, I think a lot has been talked about in terms of renewal at the Bureau, and the minister has committed to doing some more hiring at the Translation Bureau, but the idea was to hire new grads to make room for them on the team of translators and interpreters who serve the House of Commons. It's important for young people to be able to fit into that organization as well.
I I'm sorry. Central Okanagan, Smilkany Nicola has a point of order.
Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt the proceedings here, but there's been 4 government bills that apparently have been tabled. I see on different social media you have reporters that are actually citing areas of provisions from those acts. And unfortunately, we still, as parliamentarians, do not have access to those, Mr. Speaker. So I would just ask upon you to investigate using your office to make sure that Parliament is respected in this place, which includes ministers tabling their legislation and letting members of Parliament have a view at them before the media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're just going to look into it and get back to this. Very good. I've asked the table officers to look into it, and we'll get back to the House if necessary. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, too, am pleased to rise to ask my colleague a question. He does outstanding work on the Official Languages Committee. Not only does he do outstanding work on that committee, but he's also the chair of our Quebec caucus on the opposition side. And I know him well, and I know that the issue of official languages is one that he cares deeply about every day. And I'm sure that everything we say to him at caucus, our chair makes it a duty to repeat that at the Official Languages Committee. I'd like to discuss with him the whole appointment process for the next Official Languages Commissioner. Just briefly, I know that the saga was quite drawn out here in the House, but my question for my colleague is, in his opinion, the fact that it took so long, that they stalled and dragged their feet for so long, does that not send a bad message to Anglophones who live in minority communities in Quebec or Francophones who live in minority communities outside Quebec? Doesn't it send a bad message to them when you bungle the appointment of such an important commissioner? Doesn't that just cause a major crisis in confidence among Canadians who live in minority language communities? The honourable member for Montmagny, L'islay, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mégantic-l'Érable for his question because, yes, indeed, we heard witnesses, and my NDP colleague will agree with me, on the appointment process over the past few weeks. And there is one group that felt that they had suffered, that they had been wronged, because the candidate for the commissioner, Ms. Meilleur, didn't even recognize the acronym for the group that represents English-speaking minority communities in Quebec. So they felt that she was not going to be able to represent their interests from the get-go. She was completely ignorant of their existence. And they even asked, and this, by the way, is there was the largest association of Francophone minorities in Canada. They wanted to meet directly with the Prime Minister, and as a consolation prize, they got a meeting with the Heritage Minister, but they wanted to meet with the Prime Minister. Anyway, they didn't get the answer they wanted because they put pressure on our committee and on my colleague from the NDP from Drummond, as well as on us in the Conservative Party. And they very convincingly asked us to table a motion calling on the committee to do everything in its power to pass a motion for the Prime Minister to meet with those groups. Unfortunately, what happened at those meetings, Mr. Speaker, was myself, my colleague, we moved an amendment to the NDP motion, and it was rejected. It was rejected before the controversy died down. Government members on the committee were preparing to reject the motion. It was a completely innocuous motion. It just repeated what had been previously said.
Inform the House that a communication has been received as follows from the Secretary to the Governor General and Herald Chancellor, dated June 19th, 2017. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor General of Canada, will proceed to the Senate chamber today, the 19th day of June 2017 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of giving royal assent to certain bills of law. Yours sincerely, Stephen Wallace.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication as follows has been received from the Secretary to the Governor General and Chancellor at Arms dated June 19th, 2017. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor General of Canada, will attend the Senate chamber today, June 19, 2017, at 7 p.m. in order to give royal assent to certain bills. Sincerely, signed, Stephen Wallace. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sudbury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to discuss the Official Languages Committee's report on the Translation Bureau. I'd like to remind the House how we got here in drafting this report. I was very happy to hear my Conservative colleague talking highly of official languages, but that's hardly how they behaved for the past 10 years. The reason why we needed to do an in-depth review of the Translation Bureau was because of the slashing, the massive cuts the Conservatives inflicted on the Translation Bureau over the past 10 years. So I'd like to congratulate my colleagues on the Official Languages Committee on that report, but we need to remind the House that it was because of the drastic cuts, the very harmful cuts to the Translation Bureau, that this report was even necessary and urgent. The previous government had created software called the Portage tool that was going to translate all of our documents for us. And thanks to that tool, they were going to be able to virtually get rid of the Translation Bureau. That's what the Conservatives thought. There were previously about 1,000 employees, and under Harper, the Translation Bureau dropped down to about 400 employees, and that was hardly showing respect for official languages. So the committee did an exhaustive study, an in-depth study, and that made it clear that the situation was critical for official languages because the Translation Bureau had been decimated, services were not being provided. We met with people from the Translation Bureau, and when you listened to them and heard their suggestions, because the survival of the Translation Bureau was at stake. And I would even go so far as to say, Mr. Speaker, that it was severely compromised. And when Minister Foote stood up in the House, and she came to the committee, and she spoke to us, and she said that was not the way things were going to continue. They were not going to follow along the Harper trajectory. They were going to reinvest significantly in the Translation Bureau.
And they listened to the committee's recommendations. A new general director was hired. A new position, chief of quality of services, was hired. And 50 students per year were hired as well. This is a priority for us. Why? Because, as I said, the sustainability of the Bureau was at stake. Now, Canada's Translation Bureau within the federal government is really a model in terms of quality all around the world. And there were people who wanted to study translation, but there was no more room in the training programs. And because of that, the young people were no longer able to follow that essential training. But for us, it's a priority to ensure that those young people are adequately trained so that they can pursue the important work of the Translation Bureau. Furthermore, now, earlier I mentioned that under the former government, the portage tool was really designed to eliminate the Bureau because the technology was supposed to do it. But based on our studies and based on expert testimony, it was clear that the mistakes committed by that software program led us to the conclusion that this was not really a translation tool. It was simply a comprehension tool. And that's a very important aspect. We need to ensure that it's used as a tool for understanding and not as an actual translation tool. So because of these efforts, the committee ended up submitting a report, and I'm very happy that the government listened and implemented the recommendations so that the sustainability of the Translation Bureau is not undermined. And we will continue to invest in official languages because, Mr. Speaker, we know that that's very important. It's very important to ensure that the quality of translation on the Hill is ensured. That's very important.
In a few words, Mr. Speaker, the Translation Bureau under the Harper government had been decimated. It had been brought to a point, Mr. Speaker, that we had gone from 1,000 employees down to less than 400. This was not a priority at all. This was the way that they were going to balance the budget on the back of official languages. That's why I'm very happy that the committee came together. They wanted to make sure the government understood that reinvesting in official languages in the Translation Bureau was essential. And that's what we did. We all came together to make sure that this reinvestment was a priority. And the government listened. Minister Foote came to the committee, before the committee, and explained the reinvestment. She had listened to our report. She had read the report and listened to us. And basically, Mr. Speaker, from the recommendations, we recommended that we hire a new CEO, which the government is in the process of doing, actually has already done. Creating a new position of Chief Quality Officer, which is already done. Hiring over 50 students per year over the next 5 years, which is essential to the longevity and ensuring the quality of the services that we offer. Because of all the cutbacks, there had been no young students that were brought in at all. So because of that, the credibility and all of the efforts of the past were basically, Mr. Speaker, it was questionable of where we were going and ensuring that we had the proper training for these young students, because Canada is looked upon in the world when it comes to translations as one of the leaders. Other countries look at us. They want to see what we're doing, how we are investing in official languages. And because of the cutbacks under the Harper years, they were questioning our commitment. Well, I'm glad to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are committed to this, and it was clear from this report, the answer from the government to this report. And because of that, we have reinvested fully in the Translation Bureau. And under the Harper government, Mr. Speaker, they had invested a lot of money to cut positions. They wanted to cut human resources and to replace it with a computer program. A computer program was going to replace the quality of the great men and women that work here in the Translation Bureau. And what they've done was actually reduce the credibility of what they were doing, because they had a lot less human resources to complete their work. And this program, this computer program, from our study during the committee, it was quite clear that we did not do the job that they had aimed to do. And because of this, it was clear, Mr. Speaker, that this was not a translation document, but more a program to understand what was written or what needed to be translated. So it was not to be used publicly. It was made to be used internally because of that. And again, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate the importance of official languages to this government, and as well as the investments that we have undertaken in the Translation Bureau to re-energize it, to make sure that it's going to be maintained to the highest quality possible. But it's going to take a while. Why? Because of the cutbacks from the last under the Harper government. That's why we are investing heavily. New people are bringing back on board. And this was, Mr. Speaker, because we listened. We listen to the people on Parliament Hill. We listen to their concerns, ensuring that we maintain this quality and maintain this capacity of official languages from the Translation Bureau, and they make our job so much easier on Parliament Hill. And again, that goes to the essence of what Canada is, a bilingual country. So the quality of the men and women of what they are doing and what they do for us is essential to reinvest in. That's why I'm so proud, Mr. Speaker, that we have completed, that the government listened to the report and have reinvested in Translation Bureau. And I'm proud of the work of the committee, of what we have done together to reinvest into this great report, and as well as to reinvest in official languages in Canada. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for L'islay-Kamouraska, Montmagny-L'islay-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Monsieur le Président, ayant présent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's actually pronounced Lille, but don't worry about it. Now, I'd like to ask my colleague to perhaps clarify things. So yes, we did hear from professionals and experts before the committee, and we did come to the conclusion that the portage system was something that should be used to help people understand rather than actually be used as a translation tool. I think that was pretty clear. We realized that quite quickly. But the reality is that when that tool was being implemented, the goal was not to replace interpreters. We always agreed from the very beginning that it was only there to help them. It's a working tool, and what we wanted to avoid was, well, I mean, parliamentary language is a very specialized type of language, and it's important for translators to have access to a software system. I can't think of the word now. But what I want to say is that that software program was not there to replace translators or interpreters, but rather to help them. For example, so they wouldn't have to use Google Translate, which of course is a widely available software program. And I think we demonstrated very quickly that that wasn't very good. So I hope my colleague agrees with what I just said, because I wouldn't want him to misinterpret the purpose of this tool, which is just to help them out. The Honourable Member for Saint-Marie. Yes, and I do partly agree with my colleague. The portage tool was simply to help people understand, because the software had a database, and the idea with it, well, you know, Mr. Speaker, on Google Translate, if someone from the government wants to write a sentence or a paragraph and have it translated, Google Translate is just a public tool. It's not a government-specific tool. And that's problematic because you have sensitive information being translated by a public tool. So we quickly realized that we would need an internal tool created by the government for the government. However, Mr. Speaker, in the testimony that we heard, it was clear that the Bureau had been decimated over the years and that there was a fear of this tool, a serious concern about this tool, that it was there to replace these professional public servants. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Sudbury for his work on the Official Languages Committee. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, generally we work very effectively, and we work to protect the Official Languages Act and to ensure the vitality of official languages all across the country. We had big problems with the recent partisan appointment of Ms. Meyer, unfortunately. And unfortunately, this crisis is still ongoing this week because the Minister of Heritage, I mean, she was asked about what she would do with the official commissioner's interim mandate because the mandate ran out on Saturday, and I was told, well, You'll find out in due time, Mr. Choquette. Well, you know, the time lapsed, and there has been no official languages commissioner since Monday. And commissioners are supposed to report to Parliament and be accountable to all parliamentarians, including me and all my colleagues. And our right is currently being infringed because we don't know who to refer to, who to call upon, because there's no agent of officer of Parliament there. Now, this is quite a long question, I know, but in this report, it was mentioned that there was a lack of leadership. People didn't know who to go to. And the first recommendation, unfortunately, was not implemented. And this had to do with taking the Translation Bureau and have somebody in place who would really show leadership on official languages. And we still don't have a chief of quality control. The honourable member for Sudbury. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the official languages are a priority for our government, and I fully trust the Minister of Heritage to manage the file and to ensure that everything is in place. With the investments that we've made, things can't get done overnight. There have been significant investments in human resources, and there are other positions to fill, but I fully trust that this will happen in due time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Sudbury for his excellent speech. On the subject of leadership, the former Conservative government refused to trust in bilingual judges. They said that it was impossible to find a bilingual judge in Newfoundland, but we found one. And in terms of the roadmap, they made cuts that had a negative impact on Francophone communities outside of Quebec, but we engaged in consultations with Francophone communities outside of Quebec. So I'd like to ask my colleague, concerning the recommendations on the Translation Bureau, what were the recommendations that were made and which ones were adopted by our government? The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that there were recommendations brought forward, and some of them have already been implemented. For example, hiring a new CEO, that's already been done. Then there's the hiring of the Chief of Quality Control, and that's up to the CEO to make those hirings. And all of this is aimed at ensuring the longevity of the Bureau, which is very important. So these are just some of the recommendations that were made that have already been respected. And it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that that wouldn't have been done under the Harper regime. It was just cut after cut with them. My colleague also mentioned bilingual judges, and that was a priority for us, Mr. Speaker. We have already taken action on that, and we're already reinvesting in access to justice. There have been many advances, many victories over the last 18 months as far as official languages are concerned, and there was absolutely nothing that happened in the 10 years of the Harper regime. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. But just a brief question, please. A very brief question, Mr. Speaker. Well, that will be difficult for me to be brief, but I will endeavour to do so. I had the pleasure of listening to my colleague's speech about the massive reinvestments made by the Liberals, and he started quite a long list. I understand that this is a long list of massive investments that have actually reached $25 billion. And this means that our children and grandchildren will have to pay for all of those investments. He seemed very proud of that, but I would like to know how our children and grandchildren will be paying off those huge investments. The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has just proved something quite flagrant, that investments in official languages weren't a priority for the Harper government. And our priority is to ensure the longevity of the official languages in this country. We've made significant investments. Do we want a real bilingual country, Mr. Speaker? Under the former government, they really didn't. It was just cut after cut. For us, the official languages are a priority, and our investments prove that. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today. I want to thank my honourable colleague for Isle Kamouraska. Perhaps I didn't get all the parts of the writing name in order. I apologize. But I would like to thank him for bringing forward this report, because this report is very important. It's one of the first reports that we made in the Official Languages Committee, and we really worked together on it. We decided that at that committee, we wanted to set partisanship aside and work to ensure that the Official Languages Act was respected and that the vitality of all of our official language communities would be protected all across the country. There are many such communities across Canada. I visited them in Alberta, in BC. Just this weekend, I was in Acadia meeting educators, meeting health workers, meeting people working in the arts and culture sector. So this shows that the vitality of the official languages across the country is important. There are communities in my riding as well that need support if they are to continue flourishing, because this vitality depends on bilingualism, and bilingualism depends on the Official Languages Act. So we need to ensure that these communities are always our priority. When it came to the Translation Bureau, we wanted to find out what its role was. Now, I'd like to take a moment to thank and congratulate the translators, the interpreters, the terminologists, and everyone who works within the Translation Bureau, because they all do excellent work. And they allow us not only to have access to texts in both official languages, but to have high-quality texts, specific texts, and specific interpretations that allow us to do our work well. That's very important. So when I talk about the importance of translation and interpretation and the Official Languages Act, many, many witnesses talked about that. And I'd like to tell you what Mr. Delisle said, because he said that we know that Canada is a great country of translators. Translation is, in a sense, part of the country's DNA, even if many Canadians consider it part of Confederation. So the same thing is true of official bilingualism, because translation and official bilingualism go hand in hand. Translation is the manifestation of official bilingualism. And I'd like to talk about the role of official bilingualism and translation in our country. Mr. Doucet, for example, said that translators play a very important role both for unilingual individuals, bilingual individuals, and all Canadians as a whole. Canadian citizens can trust that the texts that they read are of very high quality. So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that when you translate, you can't simply do it on the back of a napkin and say, well, this is a text that is going to last through time and that will be read by experts in law or members in a committee, for example, that it can be interpreted by jurists. No, these texts absolutely need to be translated by competent, highly trained professionals with a lot of expertise. And in that respect, there is a problem with the Translation Bureau. And contrary to what the Liberals have said, Mr. Speaker, that problem still persists. It is true that the Liberals started to reinvest in the Translation Bureau, but at the same time, they are continuing the previously planned cuts.
So we're in a situation where it's half a dozen of one. If I can find the page here, I'll get to my comments here. But when we look at the number of translators, it went in 2012 from some 600 more or less to less than 500 at present. The same is true for the translators' advisors, some 100 fewer than in 2011. And there's another 150 who will be lost over the years, next couple of years, and 20 per year will be hired. So if we lose 100, hire back 20, well, Mr. Speaker, we're not seeing a net gain. It's not positive. The net outcome is negative. So that's the problem. The government continues to reduce the capacity for the government, or for the Translation Bureau, to do the work it needs to do. Now, when we look at the morale of the troops, well, it had hit its lowest point, and the unions appeared before us, and they explained to us just how badly things were going in the Translation Bureau. Now, I can't find the exact quote in the document here, but it was very clear that there was a significant problem in the Translation Bureau. So, Mr. Speaker, the Translation Bureau is an institution that was internationally renowned. Its expertise was acknowledged and recognized by many countries in the world. They would come here to Canada to look at the expertise here, to follow our example. And unfortunately, in the past few years, this expertise has been dropped. And unfortunately, we no longer have that expertise. We no longer have that international reputation. So I think that we need to see a reinvestment in the Translation Bureau. Now, when we talk about a country in bilingualism, we often neglect to mention the First Nations and their languages, and we have to always bear in mind that the Indigenous people work here. We have an Official Languages Act, but we can never forget about the First Nations. And I know a Liberal colleague spoke earlier and talked about his desire to speak in his language. That is a right that must be recognized here in the House of Commons. And I think it's shameful that we can't do that here in the House. We haven't done it here. And I hope that we will see speeches in our colleagues' languages. There are colleagues in my party as well who speak Indigenous language, who are members of First Nations, and I would hope that we would have simultaneous interpretation of those languages as well. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is very important for me as critic for official languages, but I do want recognition for Indigenous languages. I think we have a great deal of work to do in that area. But if I go back to official languages now, Mr. Speaker, the first recommendation that everyone agreed with says that the committee recommends that the Government of Canada mandate an existing federal authority to ensure that the Official Languages Act is properly implemented with regard to such aspects as the Translation Bureau. So, Mr. Speaker, the conclusion of the committee, not just my conclusion, the entire committee's conclusion, and this is, I'm not reading from a complimentary report because I did do one, but this is the section that was signed by the Liberals, Conservatives, and my party. And what it says here is that we have a problem with respect to leadership and official languages. Now, several times I asked the question of the minister responsible for official languages, and I said, how can we still have problems at Parks Canada with the hiring of bilingual park interpreters? The Interim Official Languages Committee commissioner appeared and said that in the last report there were only 2 that had been put in place. So there are only 2 of 9 so far. Mr. Speaker. So we need to take some action on that. And when I asked questions of the minister in that regard, she said we have a horizontal approach. They need to speak to the Minister of the Environment, etc. Everyone has their own leadership. Well, it doesn't work that way, though, Mr. Speaker. What we need is someone to explain the situation to those who don't seem to get it and say, look, there's a problem, Parks Canada. It's not working that way. So we've got a situation where the minister has said it's not working at Parks Canada. We ask what's up. And we're told to go and talk to the minister responsible for Parks Canada and climate change. That's why we put this recommendation in the report. The same is true for the Translation Bureau. The Translation Bureau doesn't fall under the purview of Heritage Canada. It is under Government Services and Procurement Canada. So, now, I'm not saying that the minister doesn't understand official languages or her file, but she's got a lot of things in her department. She doesn't have time for translation in her department. And the proof is that it took months and months for the minister to appear before the committee because the department didn't know what to do with this file. So they sent in the CEO, but that's not the minister. The CEO isn't accountable to Parliament. So we were calling for the minister at committee, and it took a very long time. Now, she's a lovely, responsible person, very nice, but she's very busy and doesn't have time to look after official languages. As I mentioned, the Translation Bureau does translation, but it's an essential part of our identity. So we recommended that the Translation Bureau come under Treasury Board or Heritage Canada, that there would be some leadership, and unfortunately that recommendation wasn't followed. The same could be said about hiring. Now, we need leadership there as well, because, Mr. Speaker, leadership is what we saw today. Last week at committee, the Minister of Canadian Heritage appeared, and I asked a question. I said, as Minister of Canadian Heritage, you know that in 4 days, the mandate of the Commissioner of Official Languages will expire. She said, yes, I know. I said, when will we have some news about the next commissioner? Or will there be an extension? And I was told that I would be told in due course. And I said, yes, but it's in 4 days. Well, in due course, Mr. Speaker, I said, we're facing insecurity here. We have no idea what's going on. This is 4 days from now. And the due course is now behind us. That was Saturday, last Saturday. And since Saturday, we no longer have an official languages commissioner. And today, our privileges as members of Parliament were violated. We have no idea who to turn to. The government can't tell us who to turn to. The Minister of Canadian Heritage doesn't want to tell us who's responsible for tabling the reports, who's accountable to Parliament when it comes to official languages. She doesn't want to tell us, and that is a violation of our privileges. And it's a lack of respect, not only for the Act, the Official Languages Act, but for official languages communities across the country, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that the minister will resolve this matter immediately, because due course, it's too late. It's behind us. So we need leadership. We're talking about leadership, and that's what I mean by leadership, Mr. Speaker. And we see the same thing on a number of files. I've mentioned Parks Canada. I could have mentioned immigration. Now look, we heard from the Minister of Immigration last Wednesday, and I asked a question. I said, as part of your team, who is in charge of immigration for official languages? Well, Mr. Speaker, you know what the answer was? Me. So he's in charge of it. So you know what someone in the background said? Some member of the team, someone who's neutral, not someone from my party, said, well, you've got a lot of work on your shoulders. That makes no sense whatsoever. It's a huge amount of work. We aren't achieving our targets for official languages communities. There's a huge problem there. A huge problem across Canada. Communities need revitalizing, and those communities aren't seeing any results from immigration. They're emptying out. And so there's a problem with percentages, with the number of francophones across the country. And when the Minister of Immigration said, when I said, who's in charge, and this was a recommendation from our report, Mr. Speaker, when I said to the Minister, when I asked who's responsible, because we wanted to have someone who was responsible, we wanted to know who to call, to appear before the committee to talk about how we can improve the situation. Well, he said, I'm responsible for that. Well, the person at the committee said, oh, he's got a lot of responsibilities. He's bearing a huge burden. He's got a lot of work, period. But if I get back to the Bureau, the Translation Bureau, Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that at present, a lot of announcements were made on the Translation Bureau, but we're still waiting. The colleague who spoke earlier talked about a quality control, a position for quality control. Well, that's fine, but it needs to be filled. To the best of my knowledge, it has not yet been filled, this position of Director of Quality. Now there's a CEO, that's fine and well, but now the other position for quality control needs to be filled. At present, it's all fine and well to talk about the existence of this position, but to the best of my knowledge, it's not yet been filled, and that is a shortcoming. So, Mr. Speaker, we did a great deal of work. I won't speak about the Portage language comprehension software, Mr. Speaker. It's a tool that was launched, put out there, and the previous CEO said, oh, it's a tool to translate emails so that people can exchange short messages amongst them. Well, no, Mr. Speaker. As we mentioned earlier, translation and interpretation requires professionals. Members of Parliament aren't translation language professionals. It takes terminologists, interpreters, translators, professionals. So we can't simply put that tool in the hands of anyone. It can be used as a tool for comprehension. But if those translations are to be used in the long term, then we need to have them translated by translators. We have excellent translators in the Bureau. So we need to have good quality texts that will have the same weight in English or in French. And I'd like to come back to something one of our Liberal colleagues said earlier. The colleague talked about bilingualism and the Supreme Court, bilingual judges. Well, if they are serious about that, they will vote in favor of a bill that was initially put forth by the member for Acadie Bathurst, Yvon Godin, which dealt with bilingualism for Supreme Court judges. But unfortunately, the Liberals are using pretexts to not vote in favor of it, to reject that bill, which will be back in front of us in about October. And they say, well, it might be unconstitutional. That's false. All constitutional experts who appeared before the committee in the months and weeks past identified essential criteria and non-essential criteria. If I were to appoint a unilingual judge, is that an essential criteria? But it's not essential, but it's necessary. Absolutely necessary. Because as I mentioned earlier, legislation is drafted in parallel. They bear both versions bear equal weight. So I'd like to ask the Liberals to stop playing the game they're playing and stop saying that it's unconstitutional and to vote in favor of that bill. I'd like to thank the entire Official Languages Committee. This is an excellent report. The recommendations need to be implemented. And all members on the committee, the Conservatives, the Liberals, and the NDP members, or the NDP member, me, worked very hard on this important file. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a pleasure to hear this debate on official languages. Dear colleagues, we're discussing official languages, and it's always very interesting to hear these comments. And we talked about the report on the Translation Bureau. I heard some excellent comments, and an interpreter was very happy with all of the work that we did. And so there were a number of reasons why we had to have good translation tools in place. Now, earlier, a colleague said that some people were neutral and others weren't. He was partisan. I was astonished to find out. Now, when we prepared the report, how surprised we were to find out that the member for the NDP had produced a complimentary report. I'd like it to remind members to put their questions through the Speaker and not speak directly to other members. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, I'm happy to answer this question because, yes, we did a good job in a nonpartisan way from the beginning. I include myself in that. However, like any good report, it's always possible to add an additional complimentary report to it, so I did. In order to focus on not only the importance of the Translation Bureau, but the importance of leadership on official languages. And when I talk about leadership on official languages, I gave some examples earlier. I'll refer back to them. Parks Canada. Why do only two out of nine recommendations done? Parks across Canada are free. People can go free of charge. And so we need to ensure that everything is available in both official languages there. That's why we added a complimentary report, to talk about leadership, the leadership that is lacking. The same thing with respect to the Translation Bureau. On several occasions, I said the Minister of the Department needs to appear at committee to explain what's happening. She would send the CEO, and she was just talking about cuts, cuts, cuts. So we weren't moving in the right direction on that. So that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. And we also need to bear in mind that we had to get 2 responses because the first one was not satisfactory. And why is that the case? Because the minister is very busy, has many other issues to focus on, and doesn't have enough time for the Translation Bureau. That's why we want to see it placed in a department that has more time for leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague from the NDP. I received a letter last week from the Environment Minister, only in English, and that was a few minutes after the minister had appeared and had said to official languages that everything was going well and that they were pleased to say that everything is going well with official languages. When she told me that, I received an email in my office that was in English only. At this point, in Canada's Confederation, we're about to celebrate 150 years. We're an officially bilingual country. How is it that we still have a minister's office sending correspondence only in English? I'd like to hear his answer. The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouriska, Rivière-du-Loup. I won't say his writing name too many times. I'll show some respect. I'd like to thank him for his question because it's at the heart of the whole issue regarding official languages currently. It takes a minister. We need a minister responsible for official languages who believes in what they're doing, who supports official language communities. That's the first point. Second, we need a watchdog for official languages. That would be the Official Languages Commissioner. And as I said earlier, currently we have a situation where the Heritage Minister and the Liberal government wanted to choose a partisan minister. That was demonstrated, and everyone commented on it. And that's why she withdrew in the end. She saw that it wasn't going to work. They wanted to appoint a partisan minister, perhaps because there are too many Canadians who complain about the Prime Minister. Because there were many Ontarians who complained about the Prime Minister because he went to Ontario and he spoke in English only. There were people from Francophone minority communities who wanted to speak French and to hear answers in French. But the Prime Minister said, no, we're in Ontario, let's speak English. And then he went to Sherbrooke, to the eastern townships. He didn't seem to be aware that there were English-speaking communities because he went there and he said, no, I'm in Quebec, I will only speak French. He forgot that there were Anglophone communities in Quebec. And he is the Prime Minister for all Canadians, for official languages, French and English. It doesn't make any sense. I presented a complaint with many Canadians because people were outraged. The government received recommendations that must be put in place, and perhaps that's what the Prime Minister didn't like. If he had a commissioner who was more apt to take his side, that would have resolved things, but that's not what's going to happen. Since Saturday, there's no longer a watchdog, so there's been a lack of leadership, and that leads to what we're seeing today. There's been correspondence from a minister in just one official language, and that's unacceptable. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Drummond for his comments and all of his work on the official languages community. I'd like to hear, to the best of his knowledge, what he would say about the imbroglio with the Liberal government regarding official languages. My colleague from Drummond has said that official language minority communities need to be supported, but I think the Liberals have dropped the ball. There's a total fiasco that we saw with the appointment, the nomination of a new official languages commissioner who had been deemed too partisan for the Senate, but all of a sudden it was not partisan anymore when it was time to talk about official languages in the country. That made no sense, and she even decided to withdraw. But there's an interim commissioner who's in place, and the mandate ended last weekend. My colleague for Drummond, in his great generosity, informed the minister, in case she hadn't noticed that. He reminded her that it was in 4 days, and then Saturday came and went, still no commissioner. And now we have an absence of a commissioner for official languages. Is this negligence or incompetence? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you first to my honourable colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Whether it's incompetence or ignorance, well, I would say it's a lack of leadership. That's what I would deem it, a lack of leadership. I strongly believe it's a lack of leadership, and Mr. Speaker, I don't understand what's happened, because everyone was aware of this. Everyone had been informed that the interim commissioner's mandate finished on June 17th. It's not true that the minister didn't know that. She knew it full well, and she found me quite annoying on Wednesday when I reminded her once, twice, 3 times, 4 times that the mandate was concluding on Saturday, June 17th. What is your plan? What will you be doing? Unfortunately, I think the government forgot that the Official Languages Commissioner does not report to the government. The Commissioner reports to all of Parliament. And when there was the nomination of Ms. Maillard, they forgot that they had to consult with the opposition leaders, the Conservative NDP leaders, because that's in the Official Languages Act. It's the law, Mr. Speaker. 49.1 stipulates that before an Official Languages Commissioner is appointed, the leaders of the opposition must be consulted. And we found out that in April, there's someone from the Department of Justice who called Ms. Madeleine Maillard and said, oh, my time seems to be up, but there's a lack of leadership, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesty-Cook. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to rise in this House today to discuss this very interesting debate. I would first like to thank my colleague, my Conservative colleague, who raised the issue. I find it rather ironic, to be honest with you, because perhaps my colleague just wants us to explain further the areas where the Conservatives did poorly over the past 10 years. That may be the goal, and if so, I will certainly take the opportunity to share with him the cuts that were experienced over the past 10 years that official language minority communities, Francophones and Anglophones, experienced. And I will begin with the Court Challenges program. The first thing they did is they said, we'll make cuts to minorities, and that will ensure they can't call into question our government. We'll be able to do as we please. That was not appreciated by official language minority communities, certainly not. And then they said, the census, that's complicated, it costs money, it's not necessary. Even though the data could possibly help some people, some communities, some provinces, absolutely not. It costs too much money. And it would support minorities, and that's not very important for us as government. So we'll put that to the side. That was the first thing. And then they said, the Translation Bureau. Well, there's another area where we can ensure that linguistic duality suffers more. So we'll make cuts, major cuts. And with time, official documents and official language minority communities will be in dire straits. But that's okay because our government is not concerned with those communities. And it goes on. And I could go on because those are the cuts that official language minority communities experienced over the past 10 years. I'm very pleased that my colleague raised the issue. And now think of the roadmap. That was the action plan. Personally, the only time that the action plan was of note was when it was the Dion plan. Then there were measures, data, and investments in communities to ensure success. But what did they do? Negotiations. 9 years ago, they said, we'll ensure we don't increase funding. Status quo. The status quo for 4 years. So that was 2 or 3%. Another 12% less invested for official language minority communities. No big deal. We'll renegotiate in 5 years. And then what happened? Another renegotiation with a status quo conclusion. Did they have a vision? Yes, they had a vision. The vision was to weaken official language minority communities, to negotiate another status quo agreement, another 12%, and then the conclusion was 30% less in the roadmap. The instrument to ensure prosperity and vitality for our communities. That's the type of situation that we experienced for 10 years. And finally, we have a government that cares, a government that believes in, a government that knows how to make a difference for official language minority communities. So what do we need to do? We need a new action plan, a new roadmap. We don't just need to work on that, but we need to correct all of the mistakes, all of the negligence from the past 10 years. And I'm shocked. I'm shocked that my colleague gave me the opportunity to speak to this topic, which is, of course, a fundamental topic. Thank you. Now they've said, let's attack the Translation Bureau, because the Translation Bureau, well, we don't really need experts. We can have a translation based on a just understanding. It'll be good enough. All sorts of things like that. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no tool more important than the Translation Bureau for this House and for this country. Because we need to ensure that documents are officially translated, that they are high quality, and as my colleague said earlier, we were a world-class translation institute. People came to study us. And what did they do? They instituted cuts. They said expertise wasn't necessary, not for their party. And rather than have experts, they had one cut after another. It was just one cut after another. And so there were fewer staff members to do the job. And then they didn't give much work to the experts because they wanted to make more cuts. So they focused on cuts and they sent documents off. They sent them off to private companies that had some expertise, who used new terms, and it nearly took one firm to take terminology from another firm. Quality was not essential to them. How can we be a center of excellence without excellence expertise? That was what was disconcerting. Now, the Portage software, that wasn't a cut. That was just a strategy to ensure that official language minority communities would lose out once again. Because the software called Portage would ensure that there was no need for translators. People could just use the software. The information would be sent out there, and people would cross their fingers and hope that it would turn out well. Who did it take? It wasn't just our government. It took many different witnesses who said that that was not sufficient for translating documents. It was a software for understanding text. Oh, really? Shocking. It's stunning that a government who has no interest in helping official language minority communities did that. It wasn't a priority for them. Thank you. If you will allow me, how much time do I have? Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left to continue? This is such an important topic. Okay. I'll continue. Expertise for the Conservatives was not very important. Allow me to present an analogy. A few weeks ago, the Pittsburgh Penguins won the Stanley Cup. Congratulations to the Penguins. Congratulations to the best players in the world, who of course come from Nova Scotia. Sidney Crosby. Even Don Cherry, who was from the East, is now starting to like him. But let's continue. Did the Penguins get their team from amateurs to win the Stanley Cup? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They found experts. Expert hockey players who were able to deliver the goods. And that's what we've done with the Translation Bureau. The Liberal government found the experts. Why? To ensure that they have the best translation and the best product possible. And that's the Stanley Cup for us. That's just like the Stanley Cup for us. But now, let's talk about how we will ensure the next phase of our plan for translation. Once again, following the witnesses' recommendations, following the good work done by the official languages community, we'll find a way to do that. First, yes, I'm starting to lose my voice, but that's okay. It's not a problem to lose your voice when you're saying good things about our government. Order. Order. If members weren't speaking so loudly, I don't think he would be losing his voice. I would like for the member to continue his speech so that we can hear what he has to say. Thank you, the honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, they're trying to weaken minorities, but they haven't succeeded. They didn't in the past, and they won't succeed in the future. Now, to ensure the next phase for expertise, this government made an exceptionally important recommendation. We will hire 50 young students every year over 5 years. That's 250 young people who will become experts. We won't just choose from the University of Ottawa. No, absolutely not. We'll find 50 students from the University of Ottawa, from the University of Moncton in Acadia, the University of Montreal in Quebec. We'll go find students at many universities so that we can train the next generation and ensure that we have expertise, which is essential for this area. Essential. Now,
the recommendation that I really like concerning the Treasury Board President was here today, and I'm sure he'd like to add, but the request that the different departments, the various departments here at the federal government, be responsible to the House, that they must absolutely, they must, I repeat, must use the services of the Translation Bureau, the real Translation Bureau, the Translation Bureau that has been improved, my dear colleagues, that has been improved because our government wants to ensure that the quality is there, because it's essential, it's mandatory. We can't just have people make do interpretations that are more or less correct. Absolutely not. And I know that my colleague from Drummond could continue to add to my list, because he was also there and heard from the witnesses who appeared. And it was hard. It was hard to listen and to hear how the previous government, the Conservative government, created a way to slowly destroy, over 10 years, the Translation Bureau to get around the problem. So the government is investing $7.5 million a year to rebuild the Translation Bureau to ensure that we have experts who will be able to do this job. Following that, to ensure that the quality is there, you know, we didn't just say, oh, well, we're going to ask the CEO to ensure that there's quality. No, we said that the CEO is responsible, is accountable for working with the team to ensure with the management team that they're going to have a vision, that they're going to consult, that they're going to work with communities to ensure that we're not only the best in Canada, but the best in the world. So, that person has that job. It's an extremely important job. But to go even further, our party has said, we are going to hire a leader who will be responsible for quality. We're going to hire a manager responsible for quality. Now, that clearly shows, because again, the government could simply have just made a few changes, but no, we're going further. That goes further, colleagues. And even our Conservative colleagues have to admit that this, even them, after 10 years of so-called work, if you will, they never imagined that maybe somebody might be responsible for quality to ensure that we have better quality. So imagine that. Imagine that. Now, I don't understand how my colleague, who I have great respect for on the committee, his words are always very interesting and on topic, and I'd like to thank him even more for giving me the opportunity today to make these points that things that we have done and that we will done in the future to ensure the quality of translation here in this House and for all the offices. It's not by cutting that we are going to make the success. It's by investing. Our party, we want to invest in Canadians. We want to invest in the departments. We want to invest in communities. And that is how we will build, and we are building a structure that will ensure that our country can develop economically, but that our official languages, that we show that they are essential for us and for our government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Yvon Godin is back, in a way, Mr. Speaker. I really enjoyed listening to my colleague's words, but he's going to have to answer a very simple question here, a very simple question. After all the money that they're putting into official languages and all the improvements and all the other nice things, and, but how is it that his colleague from the environment just last week sent me a letter just in English? Can you explain that, how that happened? I would like to remind the Honourable Member that I believe he wants to hear it from the Honourable Member and not from me. I'd like to remind Honourable Members to send their questions through the Chair and not directly to the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Tacville, Preston Jessica. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The answer is, probably the simplest answer I can give is that he opened the wrong drawer, and in the other drawer there was the French letter. But what's important here, Mr. Speaker, is that our government is doing what needs to be done to ensure the success for official languages. And not only does our government have a vision, and we're setting out measures to ensure that the progress is made. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Sackville, Preston Chesapeake, for his speech, and it's a pleasure for me to work with him, particularly on the file recently that we looked at in committee to ensure that everyone who might have have a right to going to school in French across Canada be able to go to school in French. We have a big problem right now with the census, and we worked very hard together, and I hope that we're going to be able to move this file forward and get it in place before the next census. That's a very important file, the ability to access school in French. So let's go back to the Translation Bureau. Now, I understand that things were done in the past, but now my honourable colleague has to understand that he's in the government. And when it comes to this file for 2017-2018, okay, since the government, since my colleague's government has been in power, they're planning to cut 140 jobs through attrition of translators, terminologists, and interpreters. That's 17% of the staff. So, yeah, they can hire 50 students for the summer, but that's not going to replace all the expertise that's there. And it's not the 15 translators being hired every year who are going to allow us to fill the void that's being left. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So that's why we need to reinvest, and I think that my honourable colleague very clearly sees that there's still work to be done. So for the work that has to be done, well, we need an official languages commissioner. How is it this, and I really would like to hear an answer from my colleague, how is it that the interim official languages commissioner why wasn't the mandate renewed on Saturday? What happened? Who forgot to call them up? Who forgot to make the announcement? What's going on in this government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm very happy that you've raised the question of locations. You know, I forgot it. I should have added it, because when they cut the census, the long-form census, they assured once again that we wouldn't have the data that would meet the need of Section 23B and 23(2)A to count students. So that's another problem that we must raise, and we need to find a solution to that. And we will find those solutions. And second, concerning the question of hiring, we are currently restructuring. We have a new CEO. We will soon be hiring somebody who will be responsible for quality. And after that, we're going to continue to move forward to ensure that we have the people, the expertise, and the number of staff that we need to ensure the excellence that the Translation Bureau must represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the honourable members to please send their comments through the chair. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my telephone, in my computer, I don't have a drawer. There are no drawers here in my phone, Mr. Speaker. And I have the email here that I received from the minister last week, only in English, no attachments. And there's no hidden drawer, there's no other drawer. It's an email that's, well, you know, pretty much that's, you know, everything is done by email here on the Hill. And I think my colleague is taking this a little lightly when he says that I didn't find the right drawer. But, you know, it's not a question of a drawer here. This is a very important question because they say that they're an exemplary government. So if this is how you're setting the example, well, we have a serious problem here. We have a really big problem. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, I'll repeat my question, how is it that you know, it's 150 years of history we're celebrating. How is it that today, 150 years later, that this government isn't able to send from ministers' offices emails in both official languages? How is that? The honourable member for Sackville Preston Chiswick. Well, the first thing that comes to spirit is with all the cuts that they made, maybe there wasn't somebody available to do the translation at that time. But we are going to fix things. We have a point of order. Mr. Speaker, clearly my colleague is playing with words, and he's using obsolete information. It's incredible what we're hearing. That's a point of debate. I will continue with the honourable member for Sackville Preston Chiswick. Yes, Mr. Speaker, and a more serious answer. I don't know exactly what happened in this situation, but I will say one thing. It's certainly not intentional, because our government is ensuring a linguistic duality. It was their government, and that's a big difference between what's intentional and what's non-intentional. Intentional is making cuts to judicial access. Intentional is cutting the Translation Bureau. That's something that's intentional. Another intentional thing is cutting the long-form census. Those are actions that are intentional. So let's look at what's different. The difference here is that our communities suffered for 10 years. And finally, we have a government that is going to ensure, well, first of all, the first thing we need to do is fix the errors made in the past so that we can continue to build and ensure the prosperity and the vitality and the long-term survival of our communities. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to give my colleague one last opportunity to answer my question from earlier, which maybe intentionally or unintentionally was left out of his answer. And I'd like to know, was it intentional or not intentional, the fact that the government did not appoint an official languages commissioner, did not renew the mandate of the interim commissioner? Because right now, we're in a situation where we don't have an official languages commissioner. Parliament, and it's not just for the government, it's the entire Parliament to whom the commissioner is accountable and to whom the commissioner reports. And right now, the rights of all parliamentarians are being breached because we don't know who is filling the role of official languages commissioner. So what happened? I'd like to know that. I'd like to hear an answer from my colleague, the honourable member for Sackville Preston Chiswick. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, my colleague is on the Official Languages Committee, and I've always appreciated having discussions with him, and I'd like to continue to do that. For me, it's very simple. If we haven't announced a replacement, it's because the interim person is still in the position. It's not any more complicated than that. So we haven't officially, what the minister explained today, that if you'd listened, that the minister said very clearly that the announcement is coming very soon. And I'm convinced that we will have an effective and excellent languages commissioner. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to note that, the speech from my colleague from Sackville Preston Chiswick, with all his passion, he really inflamed the House this afternoon. However, I have to say that passion doesn't necessarily make the words that are being spoken any more credible, because obviously I disagreed with quite a large part of his speech, Mr. Speaker. However, the speech from my colleague from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup was very relevant, as were the actions taken in recent weeks by my colleague from Beauport-Côte de Beaupré and d'Orléans-Charlevoix, Mr. Speaker. So I think we have a very clear position when it comes to official languages. I also salute the work done by the member from Drummond today. I think that he's been able to make his point. So for all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent of the House for the following motion, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
On va attendre une seconde.
We're just going to take one moment to confirm.
C'est beau. L'honorable député.
The honourable member, does he have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
OK. Alors, on est d'accord.
Okay, so we agree. Okay, good. The House has heard the terms of the motions. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
T.
Carried.
Hey.
Orders, Government Bills Commons. Reprise du débat sur le projet de loi C.
Debate on Bill C-17. Sub-amendment of Mr. Sopak.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington has about 8 minutes left for questions. Does he want to take them? Or no, that's fine. We'll resume debate. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I am afraid that it's important for me to let this House know that I won't be nearly as exuberant as the previous speaker, and I apologize for that. But it is important for everybody also to know that I will be sharing my time with the member from Courtenay Alberni on this very important issue. So, Mr. Speaker, today I will address Bill C-17, a bill that amends the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment. As the title suggests, this bill does not directly affect my beautiful riding of North Island Powell River in BC. Nonetheless, I'm happy to rise today and speak on these amendments for the First Nations and Yukoners whose voices were lost and opposition eerily ignored in the last Parliament. Without it affecting my riding directly, the matter at hand is a very important example of the behaviour lauded during the Harper years. This legacy reverberated in all ridings across Canada. We should not forget that this approach was alienating and downright contrary to the idea of a nation-to-nation relationship. As the Yukon NDP leader Liz Hanson said in a public letter, what we need, what is sorely missing, is a willingness to engage in an open and honest manner. We need a relationship built on dialogue and respect rather than on lawsuits and secret negotiations. We are here today to repeal the most damaging clauses in Harper's Bill S-6. In 1993, after 20 years of discussions, the Council of Yukon First Nations, the Government of Canada, and the Government of the Yukon reached an agreement concerning the management of land and resources in the Yukon and the settlement of land claims. Chapter 12 of this agreement called for the establishing of federal development assessment legislation. This obligation was fulfilled in 2003 with the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomics Assessment Act. The 5-year review of Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomics Assessment was completed in March 2012. Due to a disagreement over the recommendations, the review was never made public. The amendments were developed through a secretive process, yet at the end of it came Bill S-6, which unilaterally rewrote the Yukon's environmental and socioeconomic assessment. S-6 imposed time limits on the review process. It implemented changes to allow the minister to give binding policy direction to the board overseeing the environmental and socioeconomic assessment process. S-6 provided a delegation of authority that allows the minister to delegate any or all of federal ministers' powers, duties, or functions to the Yukon government, and the bill also changed the requirement for additional assessments to only where the project has been significantly changed. New Democrats have been leading the fight against these harmful provisions unilaterally imposed by the Harper Conservatives to dismantle the environmental and socioeconomic assessment process. This process was developed in the Yukon by Yukoners for the Yukon, and the Harper government imposed these changes without any consultation. Like many of the Stephen Harper's agendas, this fell into the court's hands. On October the 14th, 2015, Champagne, and if I say this wrong, I apologize, Ashik Ajak, thank you, First Nations, the Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation, and the Telson Tlingit Council took these legislative changes to the Supreme Court of Yukon. Their case states these changes are inconsistent with their final land claims agreements. As Grand Chief Ruth Massey put it, it is very unfortunate that Yukon First Nations are forced to bring this matter to the courts. But after numerous overtures of the Harper government resulting in no compromise or real effort to accommodate First Nations interests, Yukon First Nations are left with no choice but to defend our rights in established treaty processes. This petition has broad-based support, but we hope the case won't have to go to the distance once a friendlier federal government assumes power in the coming weeks. Some will see this dismantling of the Harper legislative agenda by the courts as judicial activism, but I caution you to acknowledge the reason we are here. S6 represented a complete lack of cooperation. It was developed without adequate consultation with Yukon First Nations and the residents of the Yukon, and was not supported by the majority of them. Moreover, many provisions in the review were not addressed during the review the government unilaterally opposed on the system. 40 years of discussion have resulted in a unique relationship with First Nations, the Yukon, and Canada. The steps of S6 was an example of the realities when you bully your way through. This does not lead to relationship building. In addition to the provisions in this bill, the Liberal government must reverse the Harper government's unilateral imposition of a new fiscal agreement on First Nations in the Yukon. Not directly associated with any provisions within Bill C-17, 2 weeks before the writ was dropped, the Harper government unilaterally imposed a new fiscal agreement on comprehensive land claim agreements, including First Nations in the Yukon. This new approach was produced and adopted behind closed doors with no meaningful consultation. It undermines these treaties and cannot be implemented without breaching these agreements. It is the opposite of a nation-to-nation approach. In November 2015, the Land Claims Agreement Coalition, which includes First Nations in the Yukon, wrote the Minister of Indigenous Affairs requesting the immediate suspension of the previous government's fiscal approach, as it was incompatible with their treaties. Too often, we have seen this top-down approach failing Indigenous communities across Canada. The Harper government systematically weakened environmental protection legislation with no public consultation and little parliamentary oversight. Since coming to power, the Liberal government has done little to reverse these very important changes. Sadly, the Liberals are also still using Stephen Harper's inadequate targets that won't allow us anywhere close to meeting our international commitments, and nothing in their plan does anything to address this ever-growing, gaping problem. We have seen Liberal and Conservative governments repeatedly make international commitments and then fall very short of following through. And so far, this government looks no different. New Democrats will be raising the continued refusal of this government to fix the National Energy Board review process as they committed to in the last election. It is important that all energy projects are subject to a credible and thorough environmental assessment that allows for public participation, respects Indigenous rights, and considers the impacts of value-added jobs. Madam Speaker, New Democrats are willing partners to work with the Liberal government to roll back the damage from the Harper Conservatives. But New Democrats also know we must do better with Indigenous people in Canada, that merely rolling back these damaging changes is one step, but it is not enough, and that is where the Liberal government has continued to fall short. I look forward to seeing some positive movements in the future, and I will continue to do my work in this House to make sure that happens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
I'd like to thank the member for a very eloquent defense of Yessa. I can't fault anything she said on Yessa, and hopefully, so I'm not going to ask her a question and let her wax more eloquent on the bill. I just wanted to say, though, to the opposition, just in case they try to say we're rolling back everything they did and nothing was accomplished with that 5 years of review, there were 72 recommendations that were actually negotiated, the parties agreed to, and were implemented either legislatively or some were policy recommendations. So that was achieved. What the member spoke so eloquently about was the 4 major things that were thrown in at the last moment that Yukoners, First Nations weren't consulted about, was in contravention of the spirit and probably the law of their treaty.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the comment and for his hard work on this file. You know, I think one of the things we saw clearly here was a model of how we can move forward in creating a true nation-to-nation relationship, and how harmful it is when areas, communities work together to create a solution that is going to work, where we can really track how things are interconnected and how important it is that that be supported. And what we did see, unfortunately, was a total lack of consultation from the previous government, and something that tore things apart that could have been so much more positive. So I am very happy we're doing this work in this House. I hope to see the next steps continue, and I do have to say that I hope that the commitments from the nation-to-nation relationship that this current government has made begins to flourish more. I'd like to see some growing examples of that in the near future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from neighbouring North Island, Powell River. And having been in this House and done in debate in every way we could, try to stop the erosion of the negotiated agreements for protections in the Yukon. I also want to pay tribute to a former member of Parliament who's no longer in this House, is Dennis Bevington, who was the NDP member for the Western Arctic. In the absence of the government member at the time, the member for the Yukon was Conservative. We didn't have a spirited defence from someone in the North other than Dennis Bevington, and I know I wanted to just thank him for his work on it. My question to the member for North Island, Powell River, is just to pick up on some of the other examples she used of where environmental laws were just dismantled and devastated by the Harper administration. And it may have been that I misunderstood something she said, so I just want to follow up on it. She mentioned the National Energy Board, and I think she said it was important that the National Energy Board review processes be reformed. We now have 2 expert panels, one on the National Energy Board and one on environmental assessment, both commissioned by the current Liberal administration. Both of them recommend what I forcefully recommend, is that the National Energy Board should never again be entrusted with any review processes. Environmental assessment process does not belong before the National Energy Board. So I just wanted to clarify whether the honourable member agrees that we should never again see a project put before the National Energy Board for an environmental review.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that very important question. You know, I remember when I was knocking on doors in my riding, and I knocked on this elderly man's door, and he lives in Campbell River and overlooks the beautiful oceans and mountains. And what he said to me had a profound impact. He said, I've been living in this same house for 60 years, and the changes I've seen to our environment, what I saw 40 years ago, what I saw 60 years ago, what I saw 20 years ago, the tremendous change scares me. And I have children, I have grandchildren, and I have great-grandchildren. And the very environment we live in has to be at the very foundation of every decision that we make, because it is changing so profoundly quickly. So I agree with this member that we cannot ever underestimate the power of what is happening in our environment, and I hope to see all of these processes be reviewed and renewed in a new way that means we move forward in a way that provides a future for our children and our grandchildren. I think we can do nothing less in this House.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities is standing on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am tabling the supplementary response to question number 1025 and the government response to question number 1027. Thank you.
Thank you. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from North Vancouver Island, Powell River, for her speech on Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act. I also want to take the time to thank the honourable member from the Yukon for his hard work on this and his leadership. We're neighbours. As a British Columbian, I feel very closely connected to the Yukon. We have many important values that we share, certainly around respect for the environment. Trying to find balance with the environment and the economy is very important to both of us in our province and territories, and certainly trying to find balance and working with Indigenous people on a nation-to-nation basis and trying to move forward from really the wrongs of the past and policies of the past, where we have a great opportunity. And I'm speaking to this in the sense that we know that the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act, YESA, was an opportunity for us to move forward. And it implemented the environmental assessment framework set out in the Yukon Umbrella Agreement. And that agreement, the agreement that the Yukoners worked so hard to get was a multifaceted stakeholder agreement led by Indigenous people with government. And in June 2015, the Harper government passed Bill S6, amending YESA, which was opposed by the NDP in the Yukon. So we share those values, and the opposition was based on 4 changes to YESA that the Yukon First Nations opposed. First, they imposed time limits on the review process. So I can't understand why you would put a time limit on needing to look at something that is going to have an impact on people for generations to come, for hundreds and hundreds of years. And where I live, where I live, the Indigenous people like to look at the economy and look at a forecast and a plan of what it's going to look like for the next 500 years, not the next 5 years, Madam Speaker. So very important to understand that this is a very in-depth process, especially when we've seen development in the north that has left people with damage, environmental damage, and a legacy of cleanups that are impactful to the local people. Second, it implemented changes to allow the minister to give binding policy direction to the board overseeing the environmental and socio-economic assessment process. Third, it provided a delegation of authority that allows the minister to delegate any or all of the federal minister's powers, duties, or functions to the Yukon government, and change the requirement for additional assessments to only where the project has been significantly changed. We led the fight against these changes being unilaterally imposed by the Harper regime and have fought to reverse them since the passage of S6. On October 14, 2015, Champagne and the Ajax First Nation, the Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation, and the Teslin Slingit Council took these legislative changes to the Supreme Court of Yukon. Their case states these changes are inconsistent with their final land agreements. They have agreed to put the litigation on hold to see if Parliament will pass this bill rolling back these changes. We support this bill for this very reason. We want to get these cases out of court and moving forward together. And so this unfortunately, these changes did exactly the opposite. They put a confrontation at the front of this. And Bill C-17 proposes to remove these 4 changes unilaterally imposed by the Harper government. We've been leading the fight against these harmful provisions unilaterally imposed by the Harper Conservatives to dismantle the environmental and socio-economic assessment process in the Yukon. And this process was developed in the Yukon by Yukoners for the Yukon, and the Harper government imposed these changes without consultation with the Yukon First Nations. And we're willing partners to work with the Liberal government on this, to roll back the damage from the Harper Conservatives. But New Democrats know we must do more for Indigenous peoples in Canada than merely roll back these damaging changes, and that is where this Liberal government has continued to fall short. We're still seeing Indigenous people in court, like in my riding. You know, the New Chalmers are still in court regarding their right to catch and sell fish, a court case they won in the Supreme Court of Canada. It was thrown out twice in support of the Nuu-Chulnjuth in their right to catch and sell fish. Yet the government still dragging this out. The Huu-ay-aht won a case in the special rights tribunal, and the government has now challenged that case. So we need to do more, and we're calling on this government to stop fighting Indigenous people in court. In addition to the provisions in this bill, the Liberal government must reverse the Harper government's unilateral imposition of a new fiscal agreement on the First Nations in the Yukon. YESA was established, as we know, in terms of some context of the background on this. It was established in 2003 in fulfillment of an obligation in the Yukon Umbrella Final Agreement. In October 2007, the 5-year review of YESA was initiated and was completed in 2012. And due to a disagreement over the recommendations, the review was never made public. The amendments were developed through a secretive process. And Bill S6 unilaterally rewrote the Yukon's environmental and socio-economic evaluation system. And this system is the product of the Umbrella Final Agreement, which settled most of the First Nations land claims in the territory. YESA is seen by most residents of the territory as a made-in-the-Yukon solution to the unique environmental and social circumstances of the territory. And the changes proposed in S6 were seen as being imposed from the outside to satisfy Southern resource development companies. New Democrats opposed Bill S6 because it was developed without adequate consultation with Yukon First Nations and the residents of the Yukon. It was not supported by the majority of them. Madam Speaker, the Yukon First Nations took these changes to the Yukon Supreme Court on October 14, 2015. Champagne and the Ajax First Nations, the Little Salmon, Carmacks Nation, and the Teslin Council took these legislative changes to the Supreme Court of Yukon. And their case states that these changes are inconsistent with the final land claim agreements. They have agreed to put the litigation on hold, as I stated earlier, to see if Parliament will pass this bill and roll back these changes. And as we know, Bill C-17 proposes to remove the 4 changes that I discussed earlier. Madam Speaker, we support this bill. There's a few people that have spoken, and I'd like to maybe just repeat Grand Chief Ruth Massey, who's from the Council of Yukon First Nations, her testimony before the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs from February 25th in 2016. She says, "You're right. The fiscal policy is being imposed. We have not accepted it because of the language in our agreement. How is it going to affect us if it goes forward? We'll have no choice but to defend our agreements. That means going back to court because that's not what the provisions in our agreement say." And that's what she's referencing as 6. So I think that we know that when we've got leaders, and I could read quotes all day from leaders from the Yukon that are supporting to roll back these changes. And we know that, in this agreement, the Harper government systematically weakened environmental protection legislation with no public consultation and little parliamentary oversight. Since coming to power, the Liberal government hasn't done enough to systematically reverse these changes, but we're very happy to see this as a step forward. And I congratulate the member from Yukon for, again, moving this forward, for working hard, so that we can do what we need to do. And we need to ensure that laws changing the implementation of land claim agreements can only be made with the full and active consultation and participation with First Nations governments. We need to understand that YESA is a made-in-the-Yukon environmental assessment process, so any changes to it must only be done with broad public consultation and participation. And we've led the fight against these changes, the NDP, to support YESA, and because we understand, because we understand they diminish the rights won by Yukoners through the devolution process. So again, we support this bill. We're excited to see this opportunity for us to roll back these changes for the people of the Yukon to move forward. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
As the previous speaker, I appreciate his vigorous defense, and I know he has more to say, so I won't ask a question so he can finish his defense of the bill. But I did want to make a comment on timelines from the previous debate. First of all, the timelines that were in this bill actually weren't really necessary in the sense that all the projects were meeting them, a vast majority, if not all the projects, were meeting and exceeding those timelines anyways. And some who don't understand the process will suggest there are no timelines. There are timelines. They're the policy of the board. They've been gazetted. It's just that those timelines are made in Yukon, and the Conservatives have spoken before about letting local people make the decision. So the present system allows the local people, the policy of the board, to make these timelines that exist today.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you for to the member from Yukon. And so rolling back these changes, we're very happy to see this bill do that, so we can continue to move forward with the agreements that we're going to set up in the Yukon, those long-term agreements that they worked very hard to accomplish. I would like to make a comment, though. I think that this is a first step to avoiding litigation in court with Indigenous peoples. I'd like to see them take this approach to people in my riding, to the Nuu-chah-nulth, to the Gwiw'it, and to other Indigenous people in this country, and get to the table, stop fighting Indigenous people in court, and create a real nation-to-nation dialogue that is based on a foundation of consultation, accommodation, and supporting the basis of UNDRIP and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, he made a specific point. He said, why would we want to have timelines for projects after all the projects are important? I think that's an interesting question. I think the answer is also fairly obvious, which is that any time decisions need to be made, you should have a fair process for evaluating that decision, looking at the evidence. But if you have an infinite process with no timeline to it, then effectively you're always deciding for no. I mean, if there's no mechanism for saying, okay, the adjudication has happened, now it's time to make a decision, then effectively that's an anti-development decision. That's just let it go on infinitely. And I suspect that may explain why some parties in this House are actually opposed to timelines, because they actually want to always get to know when it comes to development. But what does the member think about my reasoning here, that if you're going to actually have a fair process that involves a decision, sometimes yes, sometimes no, then you have to have a time limit to that adjudication process. It can't go on forever.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we all want to see certainty when it comes to economic development. We want to find the balance to move forward so that we can find a way to grow our economy, to protect the environment, to make sure that there's a socioeconomic benefit to communities where development takes place. But, Madam Speaker, that doesn't mean we have to rush decisions, especially if there's decisions that aren't in the best interests of the people locally in their community. And certainly when it comes to economic development with Indigenous people, they shouldn't be pressured to make a decision on something on land or territory that they've governed or taken care of for thousands of years. They shouldn't be rushed to force to make a decision when it might have an impact on future generations. They've got an important responsibility to generations from the past, from people presently, and for the future. And so, Madam Speaker, I think that it's important that certainly we have a different opinion with the Conservatives of how we work with Indigenous people. We seek consent. Consent is the foundation of economic development as we move forward. And if we haven't achieved consent, if Indigenous people need more time, they should be able to have more time. We shouldn't be pressuring and forcing local communities to move forward with economic development on a timeline that's set by people from outside their community without having achieved that consent, consultation, and accommodation that they so desire. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise of débat, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to stand this evening and talk to an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. And first of all, I want to note I have had the privilege only once in my life of going up to the Yukon, and what an incredibly beautiful part of our country. And certainly as we celebrate Canada's 150, I encourage if anyone has the opportunity to go up there, to paddle the rivers or to just enjoy the beautiful history and scenery. It truly is a unique and wonderful part of our country. And I also want to note that as a British Columbian, when I went up there, I did really appreciate how the Yukon seemed to have a very good collaborative process in terms of having solved many of their outstanding land claim issues, having a comprehensive process in place, and contrast that to British Columbia, where we still have a lot of work to do to get to the same place. You know, it's interesting because I'm hearing about the 4 amendments. I'm hearing a lot of process concerns. I'm hearing a lot of, you know, we didn't talk about it quite long enough, but I'm not really hearing, you know, really good arguments about those actual 4 elements. But first of all, I want to make a special note for anyone that's, this was legislation that was enacted in the last Parliament, and it's been in place for a couple of years now, and I have not heard of any difficult stories coming out of the Yukon in terms of the way the legislation has been established. I mean, there's been unhappiness with elements of it, but I haven't heard of any challenges in terms of what it's done in terms of moving projects forward. I have heard of a lot of challenges with the uncertainty of the timeframes and the fact that we haven't, they don't know what the government's going to do. So it's important to note that the government actually introduced this piece of legislation over a year ago. I think it was in June of 2016. So if you look at how much of a priority it is for this government, they introduced it well over a year ago, and here we are in sort of the final stages of 2017 before we rise for the summer. All of a sudden they've got some kind of urgency that they put forward. We didn't have the first debate in the House on this legislation until April. And again, what they're trying to do in the final days of Parliament is let's try and get this one through. Let's not, you know, through committee, it's another one where we're like, let's get it through committee with hardly any witnesses, hardly any time, not really giving the opportunity for the due diligence that we are responsible for as parliamentarians. So they are trying to move it through quickly, but I would suggest that perhaps the time management of the government in terms of their record for moving legislation through Parliament, they have a strong majority and they have not managed to move forward. They moved forward less legislation than we did in a minority government. Madam Speaker, I did at the start forget to note that I will be sharing my time with the member for Foothills, although I'd love to speak for 20 minutes. He, I think, has a lot of good things that he would like to say also. So we have a government that's trying to rush things through at the end of Parliament because they've actually had a bad time management, parliamentary management system in. They're spending lots of times where they've been debating motions that could have been done through ministerial statements. So really, I think, have been very ineffective in terms of what they say is priority pieces of legislation with important timeframes. So the bill before us, it's going to do 4 things in terms of the environmental assessment process. And I'm going to talk a little bit about each one. And again, you know, I hear that there was some processings. I know there was discussion for 5 years around the review of the YESA. So 5 years, there was an agreement on 72 elements and that there was 4 elements that perhaps there wasn't consensus. Well, Madam Chair, I think having consensus on 72 out of 76 elements is pretty darn good. I think any municipal government would be pleased to have that kind of sort of consensus in terms of moving forward. And I think if we had in this House, you know, agreement on 72 pieces of legislation out of 76 that move forward, I think we would have a pretty darn good record indeed. So, you know, the fact that perhaps there was not as fulsome discussion as some groups might have wanted on these few elements, I don't think it necessarily means that there hasn't been a good process, an important process, and some good rationale. So, time limits on the review process. I heard my colleague from the NDP saying time limits don't matter. Well, you know what? Time limits do matter, and they matter because companies and capital investments travel, and they go where they're wanted, and if they've got uncertainty, or if they know that they're going to have to potentially spend 20 or 30 years before they get to a yes or a no, we're not talking moving a project forward, a yes or a no, they're going to take their capital and they're going to spend it in other places. So having certainty around time limits is an important and logical step, and it's been done, and it's been well received in most of the provinces in the rest of the country. And it's interesting because they're complaining about the time limits, but they say, well, you know what, we're meeting those time limits anyway, so we don't need it in the legislation. Well, you know what, if you're meeting the time limits anyway, then that actually, in those challenging projects that perhaps might need a little bit of sort of push in terms of having a time limit, if you're like many people, if they know that a paper is due and they have a time limit, it's easier for them to get the work done than when it's open-ended and you can turn in that paper wherever you want. So, you know, the concerns about the time limits, especially when they're meeting them anyway, especially when it's consistent across the country. And I'll use again British Columbia as an example. The time limits in British Columbia, you have a start process, so they might say, well, it's 18 months, but lots of times they put a halt to the process because there's something that they need to deal with. So I know that even a process that might have an 18-month time frame from submission to when you're supposed to be getting an answer can often take 3-4 years because there's certain elements that can trigger a halt in the process. So really, I think it's not a good argument to suggest that time limits would be inappropriate in this piece of legislation. Exemptions from reassessment when an authorization is renewed unless there is significant change. You can have a very minor change in a project, and to suggest that they have to go through a fulsome, robust environmental assessment process is simply red tape, timely, and inefficient in terms of dollars. So I think, again, a very appropriate insertion that when there's minor changes, you don't have to do a major review. And so again, it's not an area that I think is particularly troublesome, nor do I think in general people should be troubled by that. The ability for the federal minister to provide binding policy direction, well, I think perhaps I would agree that we could have some debate on that one. I think perhaps that's one area that I could argue on both sides of that. So I will concede that, you know, although 1 and 2 I think are perfectly appropriate, 3 perhaps we could have discussion. And then the fourth is the ability of the federal minister to delegate powers and duties. That's what we're doing across the country. Again, in the provinces, they're saying, you know what, get out of our business. You live a long way away. Let us take over. Let us be responsible for making our own decisions in our own communities. So, Madam Speaker, it really is unfortunate that I had the 1-minute warning because I have lots more to say. But again, you know, the process, we had 72 out of 76 recommendations, full consensus. We have 3 that I think are very rational and reasonable, and I think we have 1 that, you know, perhaps there could have been different decisions about. But again, I look forward to any questions that I might get. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a couple comments before I ask my question. Something's happened since the last debate we had on this. On May 17, 2017, motion 23 was passed unanimously in the Yukon legislature. This motion, quote, supports the efforts of the Government of Canada to restore confidence in the Yukon's environmental and socioeconomic assessment process through amendments contained in Bill C-17, unquote. And that was also, the Conservative Yukon Party was also, of course, party to that unanimous motion. So I'm not sure why anyone in this House would want to go against the unanimous view of Yukoners. I did want to say, though, when the member was talking about the timeline was a little rich, because if you remember the day the Chiefs were here expecting it to go through this relatively routine bill, it was the opposition, the Conservatives, that through mischief motions delayed it until we get to this time. On the 72, that was a very good point that the member made, but there were a few things that weren't agreed to at that time. The problem with the 4 is these 4 major items were thrown in at the last moment, and they weren't part of those 5 years of review. And just finally, I'd just like to ask the member, she probably, and there's no shame in this, but she probably didn't know that there are timelines in place now. As I mentioned previously this afternoon, it's the policy of the board. They've been gazetted, so there's no need to usurp those timelines by Ottawa here when there are timelines already put in place locally now in the system that's in place at the moment.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
So, Madam Speaker, he says there's timelines in place locally and he doesn't have an issue with it. Then why is he concerned about having it in the actual legislation? That just makes no sense. To enshrine it in a piece of legislation, I think, is perfectly appropriate. So, again, what I'm hearing is a lot of argument against process, but I'm not actually, the essence of the bill is to remove 4 items. Well, in actual fact, I think we should leave 3 items in because it will be better for the Yukon, and the arguments I'm hearing have not convinced me otherwise, that this is an argument about people being unhappy with the process, but not actually the implications of the legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'm just a little bit confused about the conviction that we're hearing here. In terms of what we've heard now from the Conservatives so far, I'm trying to understand how are we helping people if we're encouraging using a court system for a challenge? How are we encouraging the status quo is not healthy if you're encouraging someone to prove you wrong by going to court? I'm wondering if maybe the member can help us understand a little bit more some of the objections to what is a healthy process in honoring the real intent through YESA.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I've already complimented the very important YESA process that's in the Yukon. I think they've done an admirable job, and I know it took them a long time to get there. And my point is simply, in this House, we would never have consensus on 76 recommendations. We have 72 of 76. I think that is a very strong method forward, and they're doing excellent work. And so, again, I think what we're having here is as I indicated, 1 area that there might be legitimate concerns, and 3 that I think really the concern is simply the fact that it was in the legislation, but it's not actually what it stated.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today in the House and speak about Bill C-17. And I was a member of the Aboriginal and Indigenous Affairs Committee when we started doing or finishing up this initial through the bill through the Senate S6, I believe. So I understand that there were concerns raised, but I've heard many times in the House today from the various other parties about this lack of consultation. And I could say there was a great deal of consultation as we moved through this process. And again, I think that's highlighted by my colleagues' previous comments on the fact that of the 76 elements of this piece of legislation, 72 had strong support and consent, and there are 4 areas that needed to be discussed and were discussed, and there was a great deal of consultation. Our committee even traveled to Yukon to meet face-to-face with government officials, with industry, with representatives from Indigenous communities. So I think that was a process that was done in partnership with the communities, and I think that's important to note. But I raised some concerns with this sort of dismantling some of the Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment Act, YESA, and sort of the precedent that it's setting from this Liberal government. And I'm very concerned with the future economic development opportunities of the Yukon, but also other territories. You taking some key elements out of YESA, the moratorium on Arctic drilling, the tanker ban off BC's northern coast, now a carbon tax. It seems that there are going to be limits put on over and over again on communities in Canada's north that rely heavily on natural resource development and the economic opportunities that brings to those communities, and they're going to be further restricted not only by taking some of these elements off from YESA, but also part of this bill is also to add additional bureaucracy and red tape to the approval process. We have seen in my home province of Alberta, we've seen more than $50 billion in capital investment leave that province. Certainly, a big part of that was the downturn in the oil prices, but we've been through that before. What was the most significant impact has been the federal carbon tax, the provincial carbon tax, axing the Discovery Well tax credit. All of these things are having an impact, and we've seen the devastating effects that has had on Alberta, and I fear that the next areas to get to start to feel this and the implications of these Liberal policies will be Yukon and some of these other northern territories. And we go over what Bill C-17 is trying to do, and it wants to change 4 very key areas. And I had mentioned that we had consensus or near consensus on 72 out of 76 elements of YESA. But now we want to address time limits on the review process. In fact, removing these timelines. And I know my colleague, who I respect a great deal in the New Democrat Party, talked a little bit about why it was important to remove these timelines, because we need to discuss these issues long term. And I think the word he used, look 500 years down the road. Well, I can tell him from the energy sector that you are not going to attract investment. You are not going to have large private sector companies, maybe in partnership with the public sector, with municipalities and provinces and territories. They are not going to invest in a project if they do not see a clear goal or a clear timeline to approval or denial. If they see that there's no timelines in place or very limited timelines on the review process, they are not going to take that chance. They are going to take their investment dollars and they're going to put them in jurisdictions where they know they have a chance to succeed, or at least a very clear, defined process on how to get to that place. They are going to be taking their investment, as we're seeing right now, to the United States, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, other countries where they are going to have much better ability to get a return on their investment, at least see their project be approved. And what I see with this, by eliminating those timelines, is you are not making your territory, your jurisdiction, attractive to capital investment, especially when it comes to the natural resource sector. And I think one of the most important elements when we were in government and we were looking at Bill S6 and making these changes to YESA is we really wanted to give this as an opportunity to empower Yukon, empower the territories, empower the communities in these jurisdictions to make these decisions for themselves. And I think that was a very key element for this, is we wanted to make sure that Yukon and the communities in Yukon had a level playing field that was comparable to the rest of Canada. And we wanted to make sure that the regulatory process, the review timelines were the same for Yukon as they were in Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, Atlantic Canada. We wanted to make sure that there was no obstacles or detriments to attracting new capital investment to Yukon. I think that's what made this one of the reasons that Bill S6 was so important. Now, it was intended to make the northern regulatory regimes more consistent with other provinces. And the key to that, as I said, is we wanted to make sure Yukon was not at a competitive disadvantage when it came to being compared with other jurisdictions. And we wanted to ensure that these reforms also gave northern communities greater control over their future. They would have more impact and more say on what resource development would happen and what economic growth opportunities were going to be available. We wanted to ensure that these projects, that there was predictability. We wanted to make sure that there was certainty for proponents, regulators, governments, as well as Aboriginal and Indigenous communities. When they are making these decisions, we want to make sure that they have all the information that's available to them, and timelines and predictability, and the process to getting to those to conclusion, I think, is also very important. Now, the removal of these timelines and as part of the review process, I think shows that we are again introducing unnecessary delays into the approval process. We are seeing the impact that is having with other infrastructure projects across Canada when it comes to our energy sector. And we want to ensure that when we have an opportunity for economic development, and I'll give you a good example, Madam Speaker. I was at the PDAC conference in Toronto earlier this year, and I had an opportunity to meet with stakeholders from the mining industry from Northwest Territories, Yukon, and Nunavut. And they were talking about the importance of the mining industry in those remote northern communities. We also heard, we did a mining study at the Natural Resources Committee as well. Certainly a very high priority was their ability to be able to do business and work with their Indigenous communities, but also the importance of having that strict timeline as part of the regulatory review process. But the stakeholders at the PDAC meeting were telling me that the carbon tax on its own is going to cost their two companies combined about $25 million. These projects may not even go ahead because of that carbon tax. So how are we going to be having new economic opportunities in these remote communities who need it if our private sector companies do not see a friendly government at the federal level who wants to embrace these opportunities for the northern communities? When you have two major projects in the tens of millions of dollars who are now questioning their future and their ability to be successful and may move out, other companies are certainly going to follow. And when you start to add the ban on Arctic drilling, the moratorium on tanker traffic off northern BC's coast, and a carbon tax, and now adding red tape and bureaucracy to the regulatory regime and the review process, they are simply not going to go. They are going to be looking for other areas that they feel are more business friendly and more friendly to economic development and resource development. And I think that the key to that is we saw for mining companies, Yukon was one of the most attractive territories, jurisdictions in Canada when it came to mining projects and the opportunity to invest in new opportunities. Yukon very quickly fell down that chart, not only in Canada but around the world because of the regulatory regime that was in place. And that was S6, was to try and clean that up, to ensure that Yukon was not at a competitive disadvantage. We wanted to ensure that Yukon remained in that top 5 as a jurisdiction that was welcoming, had willing partners, had great opportunities, but also had a regulatory regime that was in place that allowed these things to happen. So, Madam Speaker, I think the big thing with Bill C-17 is I think it is a step backwards in terms of resource development and economic opportunity in Yukon, and I think that's something we have to be extremely concerned about.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for talking about supporting development in the Yukon, which is exactly what this bill would do. I just want to make a small technical correction for the record to make sure people understand. I guess I didn't say it very well before, but there was more than 76 items discussed. Let's put it in a Part 1 and a Part 2. In Part 2, there were 72 agreed upon and implemented, but there was a few more that the parties couldn't agree to and left off the table. But then, after over and above those ones, there was 4 serious things put in at the last moment without negotiations, and that was the problem. Back to time limits, and I hope I don't have to say this again, the member spoke very well about wanting to put power in the hands of the Yukon. So the system has now been set up that way, that the timelines are there, very competitive timelines are there, but they're determined locally by the board, by what makes sense. They're gazetted, so they're in place. So I hope if there's any other Conservative speakers, they correct their speaking notes. I don't have to say that another time. And I'd just like to close by saying it was also very good that the member mentioned mining, and I'd say that the government of, just to quote, the government of the Yukon Self-Governing First Nations Council of First Nations and the Yukon Chamber of Mines look forward to seeing Bill C-17 passed without change as soon as possible. Your support for the passage of Bill C-17 assures us that the Government of Canada is genuinely committed to restore the relationship between Canada, Yukon, and Yukon First Nations. So the member talks about local support. He talks about mining. There's local mining support and a unanimous decision in the Yukon legislature by all parties, including the Conservatives.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not too sure if there was actually a question there, but some good comments. I appreciate my honourable colleague's work on his same questions that he asks over and over and over again. But the key is again, there was consultation. Our committee went to Yukon. We met with industry, stakeholders, Indigenous communities, not only when it came to the initial 76 elements, but also the 4 that he is referring to. I keep hearing that there was no consultation, that these things were just added and it was magically there. That's just simply not the case. There was consultation there. We had support of industry. And again, we are looking at the Liberal policies that they are putting in place. Again, it's about adding red tape. It's about adding bureaucracy. I see this as what they are going is down a road to ensure that there's no more resource development in Canada, and especially in our northern remote communities. But we're seeing it in Alberta, and we're seeing the impact that has. A report came out today. Calgary now has a 40% vacancy rate in downtown Calgary. That doesn't happen if you have a federal government who's a partner when it comes to supporting your economic development, and that includes natural resources.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Madam Speaker, and to the member for Foothills, I just parenthetically note that overwhelmingly the economic literature about the situation in Alberta, which is very much of concern to everyone in this place. We want people working. We want all parts of Canada engaged in a healthy economy. But overwhelmingly, with the current price of oil, the WTI crude oil today is at 44.74 cents. That's not due to government regulations. That is due to an oil supply glut that's global and has nothing to do with climate policies. But I really wanted to direct him to something like the member from the Yukon just mentioned, but to quote specifically from this letter that was sent to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. It's signed by the Premier of the Yukon government, by Grand Chief Peter Johnson, the Council of Yukon First Nations, and by Mike Burke, President, Yukon Chamber of Mines, in which they urge this House to pass the bill. I'll just read what they say. Our governments and organizations, quote, confirm our support for the repeal of these amendments. It is our understanding that Bill C-17 will be brought forward in the House for second reading on March 22nd, 2017. Here we are. We're still debating second reading now. And they look forward, quote, to seeing C-17 passed without change as soon as possible, unquote. These are the people who are doing industrial development, resource development in the Yukon Department, the Chamber of Mines. I really think his concerns about this bill and resource development are ill-founded.
Very brief answer from the member from Foothills.
Well, she went off. I can't let it go by when she talks about what's going on in Alberta has to do with low oil prices. That is certainly part of it, but to say that is all of it is just simply not the case. Alberta is my home. I've lived there for most of my life. My friends and neighbours have been impacted by what's going on. $50 billion in capital does not leave a province on a $45 a barrel oil. We went through $20 a barrel oil. We were able to pay off a deficit and a debt. We did that at $20 a barrel. They are leaving Alberta right now because of federal and provincial government regulations who have made it simply unfriendly and impossible to do business in Alberta. That's what's happening in Alberta.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to join the debate tonight happening on this piece of legislation. We're discussing Bill C-17, which is a government bill to make certain amendments to YESA, the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act. And this raises a variety of questions that are important more broadly in our discussion of natural resource development. So I'm going to speak about the bill and the different provisions of it, as well as some of the underlying questions and I think the relationship between those questions and broader issues around resource development. We've already had some discussion tonight of my province, Alberta, and some of the resource development questions there. I think a lot of these questions are the same in terms of how you view the kinds of processes that need to be in place when it comes to economic development, where you think the decision-making power should be situated, and how you think these things should unfold. But to start with, in terms of the particulars of the legislation, this bill seeks to repeal a number of sections of the Act that deal with time limits for project assessment, that deal with the ability of the federal minister to delegate certain powers to the territorial minister, that deal with the ability of the federal minister to set binding policy regulation, and then also deal with providing an exemption to allow for project renewals if there's very clearly no significant change to the project. Now, these are provisions of YESA that help to facilitate orderly, relatively efficient discussion and evaluation of projects, conclusions in terms of assessment of those projects, and also that reflect what was the belief of the previous government, which was that we should trust local governments, provincial governments, territorial governments as much as possible to make decisions that fall within, generally speaking, their own competencies and areas of authority. So these are some of the existing provisions of the legislation that the government is seeking to repeal. We oppose this legislation. We think that the provisions that the government is seeking to repeal actually make good logical sense, and I want to go a little bit into the reasons why. First of all, I'll start with this issue of time limits, because this bill does repeal sections that provide for legislated time limits for project assessment. And there are a range of different perspectives in this House on this question. We had a member of the NDP say, why would we have time limits for project assessments? How does it even, from his perspective, make sense to have those time limits? That's one perspective in the House. And then we had a member of the government say, okay, well, maybe there should be some degree of time limitation, but it shouldn't be defined from the outset. It should be something that can be determined on, or shifted on a case-by-case basis. Our view, though, in this party would be that constructive deliberation requires there to be, yes, clear opportunities for the evidence to be presented, and then coming out of that process, an opportunity for a determination to be made that reflects that evidence. And I think that's intuitively reasonable, that thinking through and coming to a conclusion requires some degree of certainty that, yes, at some point that decision-making process will end and there will be a conclusion, either yes or no. It's not about saying that every project should go ahead, but it's about saying that there should be a process by which that decision is made. And for members that maybe aren't convinced of this idea that we should have some degree of time limits for energy projects in terms of the adjudication of them, I'd maybe make an analogy to our use of House time here, because this is something that we have debated quite a bit in terms of the standing orders, how we provide for the fact that there's a large number of bills that we want to have discussed in this place, and we can't spend all our time on one issue, or we can't spend the entire life of a parliament debating the same bill, because it will make it harder to pass other bills. And we have to make difficult decisions about how we use the time here in this House, and hopefully most of the time that happens through agreement within House leaders, among House leaders. But if you think about it, we debate very substantial, very difficult issues, and we allocate, either by agreement or the government imposes an allocation, that is quite short compared to the time windows that exist for many of these energy projects. We spent, it was a number of, I think it was 2 or 3 days discussing the government's euthanasia legislation at second reading. We had the imposition of time allocation on the government's marijuana legislation to send it through to committee. We had that recently. We had, after very little debate, the imposition of time allocation on a very expansive transportation regulation act. And these are cases where we have debate in the House of Commons limited to a number of days, even a number of hours. So, of course, we use time allocation occasionally when we were in government. The Liberals use time allocation. The NDP has voted on a number of occasions for time allocation. So if members think that energy projects should have no time limits, I ask them to sort of reconcile that contention with what seems to be the accepted view of all major parties in this House that there needs to be some limitations on debate that happens in this place. And if you can't go on to debate questions, broader legislative questions, infinitely, then how does it make sense that you can have sort of an infinite assessment process for energy projects? Because let's be clear, Madam Speaker, there are individuals, there are interests, there are groups, some of whom may not have a direct connection even with the specific projects in place, that have a desire to filibuster energy projects. That any time there's a proposed project, they want to be able to insert themselves in the process and just try and drag that process out as long as possible, really in order to prevent that project from moving forward. And in the House of Commons, there's only 338 of us, and in this chamber, we're subject to, generally speaking, certain time limits, and there's other mechanisms of limiting that debate. But when you look at project assessments that happen outside of this place, there are many different groups or individuals that could come forward and make presentations. And there's always the worry that these projects, the assessment could be dragged out so long that effectively it's a filibuster, that effectively there's no opportunity to make an adjudication on the basis of the information and the evidence, because the discussion is just going to keep going on and on and on. Now, I'm of the view that there are some projects that should go ahead. And if anyone thinks there are projects that should go ahead, then we've got to accept that there's got to be some mechanism for setting time limits, for having an identification of a process in advance that allows that determination to be made. And I would take the view that the existing provisions of this legislation, which prescribe time limits, legislated time limits, clear time limits, so everybody knows what the process is and everybody can have confidence and certainty in that process, that there's predictability from the outset so that people can submit the opinions they want to submit. We make sure through that process that everybody has an opportunity to get their opinions on the record, but also that a decision will be made at the end of that process. I think that having that clarity, that certainty from the outset is a reasonable way to proceed and to ensure that ultimately that the best decision is made. Now, if I can switch to then discussing some of the other provisions of this legislation, the existing act talks about the fact that effectively, if there shouldn't be a repetition of the assessment process if an evaluation has already taken place and the project has not substantially changed. And again, this is along a similar line. This is about saying that there should be an assessment, there should be a process by which a decision is made, but a decision should then be made. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to say, okay, we got to repeat the whole assessment process if what we're actually looking for is a project renewal where there's no significant change to the project. If there isn't a substantial change to the project, then why would there be a need to evaluate it again? I think that's fairly obvious. Again, from the perspective of fairness in decision making, that a decision is made and then we proceed with it once all the evidence is gathered and put together. Now, what's interesting listening to the other debate that comes in this House is that there are very few politicians that are prepared to actually say, you know what, we're just against all energy projects. But you start to wonder when you look at the sort of accumulation of objections and excuses if there's actually just something else going on. What we hear more and more from those in certain quarters politically is an unwillingness to admit to being, generally speaking, anti-development, but they object to pipelines, they object to the transportation of energy resources, they want to impose new taxes and tighter regulations on it. They want to avoid having fixed benchmarks in place. They're concerned about sort of defined time limits. They want these assessment processes to be able to go on and on and on forever. And as much as those that raise all of these objections may say they're pro-development, when you actually add up the pieces and you can identify so many different ways in which these advocacy groups or these political interests are effectively putting up barriers to development, without admitting that all they're trying to do is putting up barriers to development, but when they're consistently imposing new requirements that don't really make sense outside of an anti-development framework, then you start to wonder why we can't just have an honest conversation about whether or not economic and resource development is going to be beneficial for the regions that we're talking about. It's clear to me that there shouldn't be repetition of assessment when it's not needed, that projects assessment should have a reasonable and clearly defined timeline. And for those who say that shouldn't be the case, then I think you kind of have to ask the question, well, what really is the motivation for that argument? Not perhaps for everyone, but if you're opposed to pipelines, you want new taxes for energy resources, you want to make the process more complicated, less predictable, and longer, then you can't really say at the end of that you're pro-development, because it becomes clear that you're not. And economic development is so important for job creation in the north, in Western Canada, but I think all across the country. We should recognize that there are spin-off economic benefits associated with economic development that benefit the entire country. There are jobs in every province, in every region that relate directly or indirectly to energy development. So I think all members, regardless of what region of the country they come from, should understand that they have a direct stake as part of one whole Canadian family, but also given the direct tie-in to every region, they have a stake in supporting policies that are responsive to economic development. Now, one of the other provisions in this legislation that is repealed is powers around delegating authority. Now, I'm very proud of the fact that under the previous Conservative government, we took the position that territories deserve to be able to increase their power and control over their own territories. That territorial governments elected by their people should, as the level of government that is closest to the people that are electing them, should be able to make more decisions over the direction and future of what happens in those areas. And just as we have a federation that I think is well served by strong provincial governments that can be more responsive in many cases to what's happening in terms of local circumstances than the federal government, that we have strong municipalities that can, in certain cases, in many cases, be closer and more responsive to the immediate needs of their communities than other orders of government. I think we recognize that principle in quote-unquote southern Canada, and we should apply it in the same sense in the north. And that was our approach, and it was coming out of a broader philosophical commitment to the principle of subsidiarity. And this has been a part of the Conservative tradition for as long as I can remember, the emphasis on subsidiarity, which is that decisions that can be made closer to the local level can likely harness the creativity and the connectedness to those issues of more people. That if decisions are made far away, where you have people that are not actually directly involved in the circumstances on the ground, and when you have decisions made by a smaller number of people that are applied across the board, even in cases where they may not apply, that you are less likely to have positive outcomes. Whereas if you delegate that authority, if you have as much of that authority expressed at the local level, and responsibility as well, the power to make decisions and to see the consequences of those decisions, and then have local people respond in local or provincial or territorial elections, that you get a more responsive decision-making process. You get more responsive outcomes as that process unfolds. So that's the emphasis on subsidiarity, the kind of philosophical framework that we brought to the discussion of this. And it's one that very clearly I think the Liberal government is less interested in. They are trying to impose specific policy direction on provinces, even outside of what is supposed to be federal jurisdiction. And I think it's very relevant to our discussion of it here. We see them proceeding in that way with respect to the carbon tax. And we have a government, I think this is the first time we've ever seen a federal government say this, say to provinces, you must impose a tax in an area of your jurisdiction, and if you don't, we will impose a province-specific tax on you, and then basically the voters in your province will be completely without recourse if they are perhaps want to go in a different direction than the rest of the country is going. And I think this would be unheard of, that you'd have a federal government say, we're going to have a special tax for Saskatchewan that we're going to collect in Saskatchewan and not elsewhere. And this has very concerning implications from a federalism perspective. I'm sure it would be challenged legally. But underlying all this is a lack of respect for the particular competencies of provincial government. Provincial governments which may have different priorities, which reflect the different priorities expressed by the voters in their areas. Provincial governments which may have different visions of how to realize the broader policy direction that may be set out. And it's, of course, important that provinces work together, that they have discussions on how to do things that are in our collective interest. And I think that voters in every province and every territory are going to push for those kinds of outcomes, those kinds of approaches. But when the federal government comes in and tries to dictate to provinces, then that's where we get into problems. And again, we took the position with respect to the approach that the previous Conservative government took to the territories in general, that strengthening the powers that the territories had to make decisions that reflected what the electorate in those territories were looking for, that was a better way of proceeding rather than having the power be all controlled in the hands of the federal government. So there is the provisions that we had in place in Yessa gave the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs the ability to delegate certain powers that were provided to them under the Act to the territorial minister. And this legislation completely takes that power away, and that, of course, raises some questions. Now, let me, Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? If you can give me a time signal, that'd be great. But in the meantime, I'm going to proceed to my next point, which is the changes that the legislation makes with respect to the ability to issue binding policy direction. Yessa currently provides the ability for the minister to delegate any powers or duties under the Act to, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong section. It provides the ability for them to set policy direction to the board. And again, I think the board in this case has the responsibility of making determinations based on the immediate evidence, but the broad policy, it makes sense that that would be set at the ministerial level. There's a distinction, of course, between assessment and policy, and that, I think, respects the proper democratic function of ministers, which is to exercise authority on behalf of the people, but then the board to make independent evidence-based decisions as well. So we think that properly reflects the balance that should exist in that case. So overall, it's evident if you look at this legislation, a broader objection in many quarters of this House to development projects, and that's something that we're very concerned about, and one of the reasons, among others, why we oppose this legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the member from Sherwood, Fort Saskatchewan, especially being very coherent today after we both flew all night to get here today. But this time I don't agree with his speech. First of all, the previous, one of the first Conservative speaker made a very good point, said there was some process problems. Well, that's the whole issue really from my perspective, is the process. If there was a law is passed illegally, not in the spirit of the treaties, against the treaties, it doesn't matter how good, what the various things, there's no use even debating them. I mean, some of the members are debating the points. If the process wasn't right, and the member would be the first to know that after filibustering on a process point for, I don't know, 12 hours was it? Oh, 16, sorry. And I'm sure if he was a Yukon chief, he'd be filibustering this for the exact same reason as the process. In fact, the member has made some great points in favor of the bill. He said territorial governments closest to the people should be able to make more decisions. Well, the territorial government, not only the territorial government, the opposition, all the opposition parties just unanimously passed a motion to support this bill, telling you to support this bill. So if you want them to be closer to the people, live up to what the member said. He's talked about of course, that falls in with the philosophy of subsidiarity. Once again, make the decision lowest down. The lowest down, the territorial legislature, all the chiefs and their governments said pass this as is. So follow the members' dictates. And finally, we shouldn't dictate to the provinces and territories. And that's what, again, that's what we're taking away, is that dictation that happened in these elements without the lack of respect, as you talk about, for competition for the provinces and territories. So, okay, that'll be enough, because he's made such an eloquent, good reason as to why the Conservatives should support the bill. I'll leave it at that.
The other member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for his intervention. I wish I had as much time today as I do when I'm at Proc to actually fully develop these points, and maybe there would be less confusion if I did, because the principle of subsidiarity is not that the federal government should pass legislation just because another level of government asks them to. The principle of subsidiarity is delegating practical authority and therefore the ensuing responsibility for that decision to orders of government that are closer to the people. So it would be a misunderstanding of subsidiarity to say, well, therefore we should pass this legislation because it happens to be the opinion of the Yukon legislature. No, subsidiarity is about something much deeper than that. It's about creating mechanisms to give fulsome responsibility for decision making and for managing the consequences to orders of government that are closest to those directly involved. And that might in certain instances actually even be a process that is resisted by those orders of governments, but the principle says that still better decision-making outcomes are likely to result through that type of process. The member beyond that, though, I think said that he was less interested, if I understood him right, he was less interested in engaging with the specific arguments about the points because he objected to the process by which previous changes were brought into to YESA. And look, there's always discussion about mechanisms for doing better consultation for legislation. I know that there were many people very critical of the government's own approach when it came to consultation around, I think it was Bill S3, where in fact there was a court decision and the consultation didn't even include the litigants in the initial phase of that. So,
unfortunately, I do have to allow for other questions. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut EU. Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you know, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker now. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I come from a region where the environmental assessment and review procedures are pretty clear for everybody. And not only that, the environmental assessment and review procedures that exist in northern Quebec were agreed to by both provincial, federal, and Indigenous peoples. So it provides that clarity for that region. For any type of development in that region, everybody knows what the rules are and what to abide by. So I think this legislation tends to go in that direction, contrary to the previous legislation that the previous government tried to impose on Indigenous peoples and dictate what the agreements, contrary to what the agreements said in those treaties in the Yukon. My question to the member, and he mentioned this in his presentation, he talks about the jurisdictions that we have in this country, federal and provincial in particular, and I think that needs to be addressed when we talk about environmental assessment review in any part of this country. One of the things that the Supreme Court has mentioned over and over in many decisions over the years was that in spite of the fact that there are reserved jurisdictions for the federal government and on the other hand the provincial governments, those jurisdictions are not absolute, because one of the reasons being there are Aboriginal rights in this country that we need to respect when exercising those jurisdictions. I'd like his comment on that.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his intervention. He made a comment about the importance of Indigenous jurisdiction, and yes, that it's not just about federal and provincial, that there's Indigenous authority, that there's other orders of governments, and I don't disagree with that at all. I'll just come back to the points I made with respect to this legislation, that there needs to be a decision-making process that's fair, that has clear timelines established, that's predictable from the outset, that allows all of those who are affected by the process and the project to have input, and ultimately allows a decision to be made in the best interests of the communities, that reflects the evidence, and that decision to be made in a timely manner. And I think obviously that decision has to include a multiplicity of different perspectives. Of course, the member will know that there are a range of different Indigenous communities with different kinds of perspectives on development projects. I can say, speaking from the perspective of my province, that there are many Indigenous people, many Indigenous communities that are very in favor of energy development, that believe in it and also benefit directly from it. Of course, there are others that take a different perspective, both in Alberta and elsewhere. But on balance, I think that the framework established by the previous legislation was better in terms of setting out clear, predictable guidelines and processes.
Questions and comments. Questions that come on to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. While we were debating Bill C-17, which is entirely about rights of people in the Yukon and maintaining a system of environmental reviews that had been negotiated with First Nations, we want to put right something that was done wrong in the previous House. I do want to take him up on a number of his comments that he made in relation to pipelines and people who oppose them. Because he's my friend, Mr. Speaker, I'd like him to contemplate that the position I take is the problem isn't the pipelines. The problem is what's in them. And as long as we're determined to see bitumen mixed with diluent, which is a substance based on the best science we have in this country and in the U.S., the senior scientific academies say no one knows how to clean this stuff up. Bitumen is only mixed with diluent for the purpose of making it flow through pipelines because it's a solid. It gets a very low price internationally because it's a solid, and certainly I support upgraders and even support in getting them built, upgraders and refineries to create jobs in Alberta, and pipelines to take a product that Canadians can use so we can shut down the import of foreign oil to the east coast of Canada.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for her question. I mean, I think she's more direct and in many ways more honest about putting her perspective on the table than some who want to kind of dance around these questions. Here's the thing about bitumen and energy resources in general, that we all use these products, whether we like it or not. These are all an unavoidable part of our lives. And for those that are concerned about the potential risks of moving them and these sorts of things, then the resulting policy conclusion should be trying to reduce use of these products. But while we are still using them, while we still use everything from plastics to jet fuel to all kinds of different products that come from the energy sector, then we have to extract them and we have to move them. It's not realistic that you can do all of the downstream processing and product development at the very place where they're developed. It would not be practical to have all that labor right beside where these projects are developed. And the alternative then is to not develop, to get resources from other countries, or to look for reasonable solutions to transportation. And I think all the evidence suggests that pipelines are better than rail from a safety perspective, from an environmental impact perspective. So I think it behooves us to be realistic here and to look at what are the resources that we use, and therefore the necessary mechanisms of transportation and development that are associated with them. Because if we don't look at that, then the alternative is simply that we put ourselves at a massive economic disadvantage compared to other countries who are going to do this development, often going to do it in a less environmentally friendly, less human rights friendly way that compared to what we're doing here in Canada. And we're going to find ourselves at a disadvantage for no particular benefit. So that's why I'm in favor of development. I'm particularly in favor of Canadian development because it's...
Order. 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 I encourage the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, to try to keep an eye on the Speaker and on the Chair as he's speaking, just to see if there's a message. And there is a message, I think, coming from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, a message from His Excellency the Governor General. Monsieur le Président, un message de Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général.
Admit the messenger. Faites entrer le messager.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of His Excellency the Governor General that this Honourable House attend him immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Monsieur le Président, c'est le plaisir de Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général que cette honorable Chambre se rende immédiatement auprès de lui dans la salle du Sénat.
Order. I have the honour to inform the House that when the House did attend His Excellency the Governor-General in the Senate chamber, His Excellency was pleased to give, in Her Majesty's name, the royal assent to certain bills. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre que lorsque la Chambre s'est rendue auprès de Son Excellence le Gouverneur général dans la salle du Sénat, Son Excellence a bien voulu donner, au nom de Sa Majesté, la sanction royale à des projets de loi. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke, a predominantly small community in the rural riding of Eastern Ontario with a significant number of jobs that rely on the land, I chose to participate in today's debate as someone who can empathize with the people of the Yukon and how bad federal policy impacts rural people. In addition to representing the people of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke, I'm pleased to represent the people of Northern Ontario as the Conservative Party critic for economic development for that region. Like my riding in Eastern Ontario and the Yukon, Northern Ontario shares many of the challenges faced by residents north of the 60th parallel. In Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act, and to make consequential amendment to another act directly undermines the economic well-being of people living in the Yukon. But it should set off alarm bells for every Canadian about what kind of Liberals got elected in Ottawa. Canadians got pitched a story about a new, warm and fuzzy, centrist Liberal Party. Instead, they got the old Liberal power brokers, trading votes and money for policies infused with a radical left-wing ideology of paternalistic progressivism. It's like Frankenstein's monster. It's alive, and it's got the brains of Dalton McGuinty bolted onto the body of a Chrétien Martin money machine. Bill C-17 is just the latest example of the horror story that is this government. It's a story that can be told in 3 chapters, from cynical vote buying to an arrogant Ottawa knows best attitude, ending in despair and economic destruction. Let's start at the very beginning, a very good place to start, with Chapter 1 entitled Power Brokers, or How I Learned to Stop Stressing and Fight the Liberal Vote-Buying Machine. Bill C-17 comes straight out of the Liberals' campaign platform, so it's important that we look at how it was developed. Unlike our Conservative Party's grassroots approach to policy development, the Liberals, they outsource to their pollsters, their ad agencies, and special interest groups to cobble together a chicken in every pot. The pollsters and ad agencies have focus groups, write the headline promises they'll promptly break, like Chrétien's promise to scrap the GST, or this government's promise on electoral reform, or the promise of tiny deficits, or the promise of using deficits for infrastructure, or the promise of eventually ending deficits. For the rest of the Liberal platform, they hit Control-C to copy and paste lists of demands from various special interests who promise delivery, cash, and votes. Those big promises tests will but quickly get forgotten while this government gets to work delivering for their friends. For the big promises they haven't broken yet, the only reason is, like legal weed, they made the promise of having no clue of how they'd make it happen. So they have to commission consultations, which is Liberal code speak for hire their friends at taxpayer expense to tell them how to do their job. Now, the promises in the platform they made to their lobbyist friends, that stuff gets fast-tracked into legislation, which brings us back to Bill C-17. This government is rushing forward with a blunt instrument to enact a copy-and-paste election promise. Instead, they should have worked with all the parties to ensure any amendments protected everyone's interests. Take this section of the bill which repeals time limits on the review process. This government claims the time limits are unnecessary because the review board already exceeds the current time limits in the law. But time limits provide certainty. That certainty is how you balance the interest of the environment and the interest of the economy. The environmental review is not the economic cost. It might even save the company from an expensive future cleanup. What costs the economy is the uncertainty and its invisible costs. You can't see the jobs not created by the investments not made because of the uncertainty this government seeks to create. If the time limits are too short for a thorough review to protect the environment, lengthen the times or add additional resources. The costs of review are recovered from the companies, and they'll be happy to pay the costs. They just want to have some certainty about what those costs will be and how long they have to pay for them. That seems like a pretty reasonable compromise. The environment gets protected, and Canadians get economic certainty. So why is the government being so unreasonable? Removing the time limits means reviews can be indefinitely delayed to satisfy this government's radical left-wing agenda. Which brings us to Chapter 2, Paternalistic Progressivism, or How to Shut Up and Do What Ottawa Says. Bill C-17 is symbolic of this government's approach to resource development and environmental protection. That approach is to dictate to the provinces and territories. This bill removes the ability of federal governments to transfer powers, duties, or functions to the Yukon government. It would be one thing if the Liberal government just thought Ottawa knows best and just never used the power under the current law to transfer any power to the Yukon government. But to repeal that section, to make it so no future government has the legal authority to transfer powers to the territory, shows Ottawa knows best. And it's more than just a little attitude. It's part of a larger agenda. This government clearly seeks to expand its powers and simply order the provinces and territories to do what they say. Just look at how they imposed a carbon tax on the provinces. It doesn't matter if different regions have different economies. Ottawa has ordered a carbon tax, so a carbon tax it will be. Already, Canadians living in rural and remote communities, like the Yukon, they face higher costs for food and energy. Now this government wants these Canadians to pay more for a regressive agenda. So at the very same time they're increasing the cost of doing business in Canada with carbon taxes, they want to repeal time limits on environmental review. Their agenda is clear. They want to phase out natural resource development by strangling the industry with higher costs and longer reviews. This isn't about carbon emissions or protecting the environment. Nothing in C-17 actually improves environmental protection. All it does is inject uncertainty into the Yukon economy, which is a point. Create enough uncertainty and investors will look elsewhere. Of course, this government hopes those investor dollars will flow into one of their super-duper clusters located in urban centres, which brings us to the final chapter of the Liberal horror story. If this chapter needs a title, it would be How the Liberals Plan to Spread Their Anti-Development Agenda Across Canada. Bill C-17 is like a Liberal test tube. They make these changes in Yukon like an experiment to see how well they can strangle development. If they're successful in creating economic uncertainty up north, they'll replicate it across the country. In fact, one of this government's very arguments for repeal of the time limits on environmental review is the claim they'll be reviewed across Canada, so they might as well do away with the Yukons. This isn't a hidden agenda, it's just an underreported agenda. C-17 is just one part of that agenda. Eliminating exploration tax credit in the recent budget is another part of that agenda. Removing time limits on environmental review is another part. A punishing countrywide carbon tax is just part of the same agenda. Higher taxes, fewer credits, more regulation, and longer reviews. It's all part of the same Liberal agenda to eliminate our natural resources industries. They'll scoff and they'll claim how much they support rural and remote Canada, but actions speak louder than the PMO scripted talking points. And with every action this government takes, it injects uncertainty into the economy. Even worse, with this government's love of picking industrial winners and losers, we'll soon see the hollowing out of many industries in rural and remote parts of Canada. This will force even more Canadians to migrate to the cities, leaving rural Canada even further depopulated. Across Canada, we'll see more and more ghost towns. Madam Speaker, this is truly a Liberal horror story, but it doesn't have to end this way. For one, those sitting on the government side could speak up in caucus and call this government to reconsider. Maybe there's a compromise that can be found on setting time limits rather than unilaterally repealing them. Did they even try to find one? Sadly, I doubt Canadians can rely on a common sense revolution within the Liberal backbench. The only chance will likely be in replacing this incompetent government with one that takes campaign promises seriously, one that takes protecting the environment seriously, one that takes growing our economy seriously. Fortunately for Canadians, we have a Conservative Party with a better story to tell. For example, we created the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency in 2009, a new standalone agency that not only benefited the development of the entire Canadian North, but directly benefited local businesses and entrepreneurs by providing them with better access to lines of credit, loan guarantees, and others to foster growth. Bill S6, passed in 2015, amends the YESSAA and granted further autonomy to the Yukon, like giving the federal minister the power to delegate federal powers to the Yukon government, or establishing timelines for environmental assessments so that the process could be completed in a timely manner without forgetting the importance of environmental sustainability. And that's just some of what we did for the Yukon, which was part of a larger strategy to responsibly develop Canada's natural resources. We can protect the environment and develop our natural resources. It's not even a question of picking between the two, but the Liberals have decided they will pick. C-17 shows they pick. They picked more uncertainty. They picked less investment. They picked fewer jobs. Mr. Speaker, hopefully when Canadians next go to the polls, they'll pick a different government. Hopefully they'll pick the one like they had before. Prior to the last federal election, with a Conservative government in place, Canada was actually successfully working to secure a position as the world's superpower in energy production. We were ensuring that Canada's precious natural resources were being developed in a way that respected the economy by creating jobs and respecting the environment without pitting one against the other. Unlike the current government, with its policy of burdening future generations with high deficits policy and the specter of huge tax increases to pay for out-of-control spending today, Conservatives believe a healthy environment and a job should be our legacy for our children's children to enjoy. It was in that context that we brought forth legislation to benefit Northerners in the last Parliament. Bill C-17, in stark contrast to Conservative policy of job creation and a balanced budget, is symbolic of this government's approach to resource development and environmental protection. The Liberal Party is committed to a policy of fostering a lack of public trust in any environmental process. It's called delay, 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 until the project collapses. It demonstrates to Canadians and to the world that confusing environment regulations and a weak economy go hand in hand, which is this government's policy on the economy and the environment. With Bill C-17, Yukon's economic development is in jeopardy. It's an attack on natural resource development. Bill C-17 removes provisions that limit the length of time for environmental review. This action adds a barrier for investment as companies are now uncertain as to when a decision will be made. There will be an immediate increase in the regulatory burden on proponents. The mining industry will face the largest impact, and it's a major employer in the Yukon. Bill C-17 will further worsen the economic situation in the North by putting thousands of Canadians out of work while denying the opportunity of future Canadians to find employment in that region. This proposed legislation removes Northern independence. It's a proven fact that government undermines economic opportunity, in this case the Yukon, by adding unnecessary red tape to the environmental review process. It threatens jobs in the private sector and investment. Liberal government is taking power away from the people of the Yukon and not allowing them to make decisions that concern the development of their communities. And part of the policy interference when it comes to natural resource development is to create uncertainty in the review process. Our Conservative government worked hard to strengthen environmental protections and streamline the regulatory process in order to promote Northern development while protecting the unique relationship between Northerners and the land. The removal of time limits and the option for exempting renewals fits well with the ongoing narrative that Liberals use a false concern for the environment to introduce unnecessary delays and uncertainty into our regulatory processes. This will impact on the economy, similar in the manner that was used by Gerald Butts, the PM's principal advisor, and how he directed the Toronto Liberal Party to use the pretext of saving the environment to jack electricity prices to unaffordably high rates in order to shut down tens of thousands of jobs in the manufacturing sector in Ontario. The Liberals' promise to repeal certain sections of previous Conservative government legislation is just another example of how green ideology over there trumps common sense. This change puts the Yukon at a competitive disadvantage with the rest of Canada for attracting private investment. Yukon has huge jobs potential that only comes with development. The Liberal government is intent on adding stress to an already troubled industry through the addition of extra red tape, an unclear, unpredictable evaluation system, and the politicization of the final determination of projects. This legislation hurts workers in the Yukon, and it hurts the heavily taxed middle class across Canada. Not only do the Prime Minister and his closest Toronto advisors not understand that Northern development creates jobs, they prefer to create a patchwork of regulatory regimes across the country with no regard for cross-Canada economic development. And there are many other examples of the bad practice of only listening to Toronto-based advisors with underreported agendas on the environment, agendas that are based on junk science. This is intervention where no intervention is necessary. Yukon is already suffering from the federal 2016 budget measure to unfairly tax family campgrounds. It's absolutely ironic when I hear the Liberals claim they'll replace all the lost resource jobs when the legislation we're discussing today goes into effect. They claim that jobs can be replaced by developing tourism, promote the environment by promoting tourism. Sounds catchy. The reality is the Liberal Party brought in legislation that unfairly targets family-owned campground in its 2016 budget. Their reason, some slick city accountants have found a way to create a tax loophole using campgrounds. The Liberal Party responds by attacking all campgrounds without taking into consideration private family-run campgrounds. That attack is an insult to every husband and wife team working 18 hours a day in a seasonal business. The finance minister could care less about family campgrounds. He has a vacation property, a holiday villa in the south of France. The Prime Minister uses the taxpayer dime to party in the Caribbean on a friend's private island in the Bahamas, someone who just happens to benefit from receiving millions of dollars in taxpayer handouts from the federal government. Campgrounds offer an opportunity for families to spend time together, create lifelong memories, discover Canada's natural landscape. It's an activity dominated by the middle class as their form of rest, relaxation, entertainment. Camping creates a sense of community that's unique to this form of travel accommodation. In the Yukon, 60 campgrounds that operate over 2,000 campsites. And of that, there's one federal campground, and it has all 39 sites. Unlike the private campgrounds, which are serviced, all the sites at the federal park are unserviced. So in addition to providing services like water and sewer hookup and electrical plug-ins, private campgrounds on average stay open 1 month longer. Take away privately owned family campgrounds and you take away local tourism in that industry and the jobs that go with it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, drawing a blank. These late nights are getting to me. Mr. Fergus. I'm sorry?
Hull Elmer.
Hull Elmer, of course. I've been there. It's a beautiful riding. The honourable member for Hull Elmer.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a very, very generous thing to say. And it also has a virtue of being true. Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I am taken, breathtaking scope of a speech by the honourable member from Renfrew, and I could say that the cogency of the speech is only exceeded by its generosity. So I would like to ask the member on a very simple question in regards to the environment. She had indicated that the environmental policies by this government is based on what, if I can quote correctly, junk science. I would like to ask her, does she consider when 98 to 99% of the world's environmental scientists do feel that climate change has its causes in human activity, does she believe that, or does she believe that is also junk science?
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak about the environment, and his riding happens to be along the Ottawa River. And this is another example of how the federal government is trying to take over federally issues and authority of local concern. We have our other friend down there who has Bill M104, and that's a bill to initially study the Ottawa River. Well, in concert with studying the Ottawa River, they're already trying to set up conservation authorities, taking the authority that the local municipalities have, create wetlands where private property is, and furthermore, driving people out of the area because they can't develop and they're forced to go into the city. So, I don't take climate change as my religion. I believe in science, and I think that his 99% of scientists figure is incorrect.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for her speech, which I found surprising in many ways, but I won't get into all of the, atrocities that she said about several things. Now, she spoke, among other things, about the environment, about the importance of the environment, the importance of the economy in different regions of the country. But I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker, that I come from a region where there are environmental assessment processes which are very strict, probably the strictest in the country in northern Quebec under the Bay James Agreement. And the people at the time when they signed the Bay James Agreement said about the same thing that the honourable member has said this evening. And yet, every time that developers, whether it be in mining or forestry or hydroelectricity, every time that they've come in, they have they've celebrated the processes that are in place in the Bay James region, and when the economy goes badly in Quebec, things go very well in northern Quebec. So it's important to realize that, especially given that her government attempted to impose a process in a previous bill that went against agreements that were in place. But I have a specific question for the member concerning the limit that she wants to impose on assessment times, because I think that we can't impose a limit, a time limit, on constitutional rights which exist in this country, and in particular, constitutional rights of Indigenous peoples.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what we're trying to do is give the authority to the Yukon. We're not talking about James Bay or anything else right now. We're talking about the Yukon, where we gave the federal minister gave the authority to the territorial ministers to do what was necessary so that they could develop their resources. To stop them from developing their resources with all the environmental processes in place, without some element of certainty, just lays the process open for the forever never-endum, and nothing gets done, and the investors leave. So my goal of speaking here tonight is to speak to their undoing of everything that was promoting economic development in the Yukon previously.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
And I want to thank my colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for pretty much a straight-on speech. She's a real straight shooter, and I appreciate her comments because she talked about the increase in red tape, uncertainty, this new carbon tax. And I got to tell you, I visited Yukon, and there was so much optimism there. There's so much potential for development. And what I'm really concerned about is this bill. It repeals major sections of Bill S6, and at the end of the day, it's all about competitiveness. I was wondering if the member could stand up. I know they're repealing a lot of things, but which repeal does she think will be the most damaging to the Yukon and its competitiveness?
For Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, like all provinces and territories across Canada, probably the largest factor contributing to competitiveness, or rather non-competitiveness, is the burgeoning carbon tax that's being inflicted upon the provinces and territories. Being told they have to add this tax. Any tax is going to drive away development. It's a cost on everything you do, everything one consumes across the country. We've had this experience in Ontario. It was called the global adjustment on our electricity bills. This carbon tax has many of the same traits. It's hidden. We're not going to have a line item. In fact, the government doesn't even want the budget officer to tell Canadians how much it's going to cost. That is the single most detriment to competitiveness across Canada, not just the Yukon, and we're all headed for it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, has put herself forward here for the first time today as the true voice of Yukoners, and I find that rather shocking. I think if you speak for an area that you don't represent, it behooves every member here to do research and find out what the people of that region actually want. The people of that region want this bill to pass as soon as possible, and I recommend to the honourable member that she look at the fact that the Yukon Chamber of Mines, specifically its chair, whose name I will give her, she should give him a call, Mike Burke, president of the Yukon Chamber of Mines, has called for this legislation to pass as quickly as possible. If what that previous government forced through this House, violating the rights of First Nations, was so massively popular, then perhaps it would be Ryan Leaf sitting over there instead of the honourable member for the Yukon. This was an affront to First Nations rights. It is not about promoting development. This is something that all in this House should want to pass as quickly as possible, because the unanimous will of the Yukon Parliament and Legislature is to pass C-17 as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, quite frankly, the member from Yukon should be ashamed of himself. And I look forward to the day when Ryan Leaf is back here sitting with the Conservatives in a majority government in 2019. The bill that we passed handed the powers to the Yukon. This bill takes them away.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very short question. The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to read something here. Climate change is a fact. It is a threat. It is man-made. We have to do something about it, and that something includes putting a price on carbon. Now, I agree with this sentiment. We just heard it. I agree with this sentiment, but the quote is not mine. It belongs to the leader of the Ontario PC Party, Patrick Brown. I wonder if my colleague across the way agrees with his view. Is he peddling conspiracy theory? Is it junk science? What is Mr. Brown up to? I wonder if she could enlighten this House.
The honourable member for Renfrew.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite better check his phone and GPS. This isn't the Ontario Legislature. This is the Federal Parliament of Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my great privilege to rise today to speak to C-17, a bill that would change significant amounts of the bill that was passed in previous parliaments, S6. It is with some reluctance, I guess, that I stand up today. I am quite concerned about the direction that this government is going. And in particular, I am convinced that this government is certain that they do not want resource development to happen in this country. But they aren't willing to come out and directly say that. No, they're going to use the processes that they have to ensure that resource development doesn't happen in this country. Much the same as they have when they said that they approved the pipelines to the coast. They said, we approve pipelines to the coast, but they have no interest in those pipelines actually getting built. And Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to mention that I am going to be sharing my time with the member from Lakeland. Mr. Speaker, I sit on the Northern Aboriginal Affairs Committee. I represent 14 First Nation or Métis communities in my riding up in northern Alberta. The north is where I come from. I always say to the people from Thunder Bay that if it's not light still at 11:30, you're really not in the north yet. You gotta go where there's pretty much 24 hours of sunlight to understand what the north is all about. But it does give me some perspective for sure. Yukon is within sight. I'd like to say I can nearly spit from my riding to hit the Yukon, so it's within sight, so to speak. And so I have some understanding of how things operate in the north. What? I'm sure that from the Yukon you could spit, they see Russia for sure. So we're definitely having a good time here tonight, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that my First Nation that I meet with often, one of the things that they always say is Arnold, or we always look at everything for 7 generations. They often talk about their 7 generations. We look down the road 7 generations to consider what we're doing today to ensure that whatever we're doing today we know that it's going to have an impact, and we want to make sure that what we do today has beneficial impacts 7 generations from now. Mr. Speaker, I would argue that this government is definitely not taking that approach, particularly when it comes to their deficit spending and the massive debt that they are taking on. They are not looking to how the 7 generations that follow us in this place are going to have to deal with bringing the debt under control, bringing the deficit under control. And so I would say that we need to look to our First Nation communities for that example of considering the 7 generations. That is very important for them. And I think that that's something that we can embrace in this place and consider everything that we do. Okay, how is this going to affect the next 7 generations? And so I very much reprimand this current government in their use of the taxpayer dollars and the use of deficit spending and the ballooning of our debt from that particular perspective. Now, I also would like just to comment a little bit about the resource development that happens in the north. And I know the party that I come from, we often talk about resource development. It's something we say all the time, but we don't necessarily put it in more concrete terms as to how does that affect everyday life. Now, the resource development in my riding is very much heavily based in the primary industry sector. So it's agriculture, it's mining, it's forestry, it's the oil field, those kinds of things. But we talk about that, but then we still don't necessarily know what that means or how that impacts my life or our individual lives. So So I just ask you to take a look around you. You're going to see wood. That comes from the logging industry in this country. You're going to see some, I imagine the pads that are in front of you are made out of some sort of plastic material. That comes from the oil patch that you see. All these kinds of things that you look around you, you're going to see some metal that came from the mining, the wiring, the copper wiring that we see all around us comes from a copper mine. I know that in northern BC there's a large copper mine that I've driven by before. All of these kinds of things make our lives better. That is the real point. I come from an automotive background. I worked as an automotive mechanic. I definitely think that automobiles have made our lives better. The fact that we can get from point A to point B in a relatively short amount of time, something that even our grandparents, when they were my age, would never have considered, that we'd be able to drive several hundred kilometers an hour for 12 hours at a time without any major breakdowns. That you can get across this country in less than a day is still mind-boggling to my grandparents. And so all of these things, all of the resource development, all of those things that we start out in rural Canada have an impact on our everyday lives. That says nothing to the fact of what that job at that mine or at that sawmill or at the oil installation or the refinery, all of those things, that says nothing to the person that has that particular job. Mr. Speaker, I know several people that are gold miners up in Yukon. And for those people that gold mine up in the Yukon, I think there's even a TV show about it. It's an adventure, it's a great thing, but it also puts food on the table for their particular family. And Mr. Speaker, I have a quote here from Chief Joaquin Bonarouge. He's not from the Yukon, he's actually from the Northwest Territories, but he talks about, he says, we actually had him at the committee on our suicide study, but he has a quote here that I think is very fitting for this particular discussion as well. He says, I was told a couple of weeks ago that the unemployment rate in our community was 54%. And you mentioned self-esteem. Boy, if a band or a band company could create some jobs, you know, you'd have a family, you'd have a father, you could give them a job. Holy man, that would make a big difference in anybody's life. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we're talking about today. We're talking about jobs for people in the north of Canada, jobs for people that they can provide their family with an income, they can provide their family with food, clothing, and shelter. That is what the economy is all about. It's providing people with the ability to provide their families with food, clothing, and shelter. Now, the other thing that comes with the economy is wealth creation, and we hear more and more all the time from at committee, Northern Aboriginal Affairs Committee, we hear all the time is that we're not managing wealth, we're managing poverty, and that's something that's a terrible. When we see that our First Nation communities across this country, they say, oh, we're living in third world conditions. I agree with that to some degree, but the trouble is that we are not allowing wealth creation to happen in those places, and we have to unshackle these communities and allow them to pursue wealth creation. And to do that, you need to get investment to come in, and that again goes to the very heart of this bill. Is that what we are doing is providing with this bill we're replacing insecurity, or not insecurity, but with the time frames being extended or no end date put on them. You're bringing it in, so people are going to go, well, we could invest, we have $1 billion, we can invest it anywhere in the world. Let's look around the world. Well, Yukon, it's kind of unstable. We're not quite sure how long we're going to have to work there before our project that we think would make us money would actually get going. So we're going to go to a jurisdiction where we know the timelines, where we understand the timelines. And so that's really, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to allow the investment to come in to the north, to provide the people that live in the north with the job that they need to provide for their family. In the process, Mr. Speaker, they will produce a product up there that the rest of the world can use to make their lives better. Mr. Speaker, the stuff that we develop in Canada, we export around the world, and that makes the lives of people all around the world better. Mm-hmm. And so we need to ensure that the investment comes to Northern Canada, that there is development that happens in Northern Canada, so that the people that live in those communities can make their quality of life better, and with the products that are produced in those communities, that are shipped around the world and to all of Canadians, that we can make every person in the entire world's life better. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to wrap it up there. I think that this bill is wrong-headed in that it's taking out a number of stable things that have brought stability to the Yukon. I think that we're going to see a withdrawal of investment in that area, and that says nothing to the current, what's going to happen to the current projects that are sitting in limbo now after this bill is passed. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, just for the record, clarify the very last comment that there won't be any projects left in limbo. On the day Bill C-17 receives royal assent, Section 49.1 of the Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment Act is repealed. Projects that have been submitted to a decision body prior to that day for an exemption from assessment and have received before that day a positive decision, or as the quote above states, were greenlit without additional review, continue to enjoy the benefits of that decision and do not have to be reassessed. So the certainty this bill will put into place that has brought about the court case and the uncertainty related to a potential abrogation of the treaty, the letter of the law, if not the spirit of the law, I think will allay the member's fears about his last comment.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for allaying my fears on that. I still have a number. As far as I understand, there is still he said there's groups that have had a decision made, and those decisions won't be overturned. But I understand that there's a number of groups that are either in the process of having it reviewed or have submitted but aren't in the process yet. So there is some confusion as to what is going to happen with those particular groups. That said, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't go back to the underlying premise of my entire speech, is that we need the development of the North to ensure that the people who live in the North, their lives are made better, and in that process they can make the lives of all Canadians and in fact people around the world's lives better through the products that are produced right here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Bay.
The honourable member for Abitibi-James, Nunavut EU.
I appreciate the comments from my colleague on the Standing Committee for Aboriginal Affairs. I listened carefully to his speech. Some parts are good, some parts are troubling for me because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, I come from a region where the rules are pretty tight and pretty severe in terms of environmental assessment and review of projects, so whether they be mining projects or forestry projects or hydro development projects. So where there are rules that are strict, I believe that there is certainty because every player knows by which rules they need to play in a given territory. I think this is what this bill is all about. I think this is why the Indigenous people in particular who hold constitutional rights in the region need as well, and they've agreed to this bill for that. So I want to ask the same question that I asked to her colleague previously, to his colleague previously, that spoke previously. There's talk about imposing a time limit on environmental assessments, something which I wholeheartedly disagree with because constitutional rights of Indigenous peoples don't have time limits. They exist now, they existed yesterday, and they will continue to exist tomorrow. You cannot impose time limits on constitutional rights. So whichever time it will take to consult with Indigenous peoples, I think that is a constitutional duty that we need to undertake every time.
Well, member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to his point that he talks about in the James Bay Agreement, how the rules are tight, there comes a significant level of certainty with the tight rules. That is, I think we both agree on the fact that the certainty is what allows groups to move in and to understand this is the process, we go through the process, and at the end of it, we have a yes or no. We get to proceed with the project or the project does not proceed. Mr. Speaker, one of the defense of this bill that was put out by the government is that, in fact, the current assessments are doing their assessments in less than a third of the time that's allocated by the certainty of the long date, or this 18-month period. What that has allowed is that we know at 18 months there's going to be a yes or a no, and that provides certainty. And so he said that in James Bay Agreement there is certainty. This as well is certainty, and I think that we are undermining that certainty by just leaving it open-ended on the extended date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking against the proposed amendments for Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act, or YESA. This bill seeks to reverse progress in Yukon's economic and natural resources development. For years, Northerners have built and relied on their increasingly thriving economy, unlocking the opportunity and prosperity of their natural resources. And from mining to hunting to tourism, Canada's northern territories are an important and strategic asset to Canada's future. The YESA became law in 2003, and the goal of that original bill was to develop a single development assessment process for projects on all federal, territorial, and First Nations land in Yukon. Part of the legislation included a mandatory review after 5 years of becoming law. The review was a joint initiative of the Council of Yukon First Nations and the governments of Canada and Yukon, and was completed successfully in March 2012. These changes were formally introduced in Bill S6 in 2014, which intended to make northern regulatory regimes more consistent with those in the south in order to attract investment and expand economic opportunities now and for future generations. The bill, which was called the Yukon and Nunavut Regulatory Improvement Act, amended both YESA and the Nunavut Waters and Nunavut Surface Rights Tribunal Act. It was part of a broader suite of reforms intended to give Northerners greater control over their resources and to help promote resource development and economic growth. The changes to Nunavut's regulatory regime have not been controversial. Bill S6 reflected many of the jointly agreed upon findings of the 5-year review of YESA, but also reflected changes to regulatory regimes in the rest of Canada and input from Yukon's government. Bill C-17 proposes to repeal many of the changes enabled by S6. These include removing time limits on the steps in the review process, removing an exemption for projects that have already been approved through the assessment process, removing the ability for the federal minister to provide binding policy direction to the board, and removing the ability to delegate the federal minister's powers, duties, or functions under the Act to the territorial government. At its core, this bill will make natural resources development much more difficult in Yukon for project proponents and investors. It will slow down the review process by increasing the number of projects that need to be reviewed and by removing timelines for approval. It will also damage industry and investment confidence in the regulatory regime. It's a step backwards for the self-determination of Yukoners because it takes away northern control over northern resources and puts it in the hands of federal ministers and of MPs from large southern urban centres. Northerners know their needs and capabilities best, and they should be equipped and empowered to make those decisions for themselves. But Canadians shouldn't be surprised. The Liberals have shown their cards, sometimes on purpose, sometimes accidentally, that prove they are fundamentally anti-Canadian energy and anti-Canadian resource development. This bill is another part of their plan, it seems, to dismantle Canada's successful natural resources development. C-17 brings more uncertainty to the resource development review process that will undermine economic opportunities for all Yukoners. It also introduces new uncertainty for the rest of Canada about whether it's a template for the basis of Liberal policy going forward. I had the amazing opportunity to visit Yukon last summer. Of course, the landscapes are breathtaking, the resources vast, and the people are friendly. But what stood out to me was an almost universal and distinct independent, pioneering, adventurous spirit, and a deep appreciation and abiding love for their land. It's the same can-do streak of Canadian miners, and the most important sector of Yukon's economy is mining. The territory is extremely rich in mineral potential. The main resources mined are gold, which in 2011 accounted for 70% of metal mining, copper, zinc, lead, tungsten, silver, and coal. Yukon has some of the largest iron ore and zinc deposits in the world. There are over 80 mineral resource deposits there with enormous economic potential. Last year, more than $300 million was spent on exploration, and mineral production soared above $400 million from just $46 million in 2006, according to the Yukon Chamber of Mines. The mining sector in Yukon is very successful, but it has challenges. Difficult access and rugged terrain of the territory make it difficult to access many of these deposits. And that's where the federal government can assist, by investing in infrastructure and by making it easier for developers to access resources across the territory, given all of the challenges. Bill C-17 does not make any of it easier. In fact, it will make mining more difficult for many families who have been in the industry for generations. Last fall, the Natural Resources Standing Committee heard from several witnesses during a study on the future of the mining sector in Canada. Mike McDougall is the president of the Klondike Placer Miners Association, and he came to Ottawa representing the 160 family-owned and operated placer mines in Yukon. I'd like to share his thoughts on Bill C-17 with you. He said, quote, "Yes, it defines much of how the placer industry's operations are assessed for impacts and how these impacts are mitigated. Placer mining is the single largest client of the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Board. Issues such as costly and time-consuming reassessments for unchanged projects, inconsistency, and lack of accountability between designated offices, and a lack of clear timelines all leave our industry with uncertainty. The amendments were meant to bring YESA into line with the other Canadian jurisdictions, provide certainty for investment, and allow Yukon to be competitive. As the government is now prepared to amend this legislation once again, we would like to see these issues addressed in the amended bill. The federal government has heard the concerns of First Nations, and as the #1 client and end user of the YESA process, the KPMA expects that government will engage with us prior to finalizing any amendments. Mr. McDougall's testimony highlights how uncertainty and ongoing regulatory changes and challenges will hinder their ability to fully engage in northern development, which should be a serious concern to the Liberals since mining is the most important part of Yukon's economy. Putting up more roadblocks and adding more red tape is not the answer. Bill C-17 adds a barrier for investment, as companies are now uncertain as to when a decision will be made. Furthermore, the bill would immediately increase the regulatory burden and major costs for proponents, which will impact many working Yukoners and their families, since mining is a major employer in the territory. This bill will worsen the economic situation in the north by putting thousands out of work. The Liberals claim consultation as a cornerstone of their platform, and they consistently refer to it as an important part of their legislative process. But in this case, stakeholders such as the KPMA, who will be impacted significantly, were not consulted before the changes presented in Bill C-17 were hastily introduced last spring. The Liberals' Ottawa-centric agenda is not working, and worse yet, they aren't listening to those who are and will be worse off because of it. Their promise to simply repeal the controversial sections of S6 is yet another example of how they made promises during the election without considering the consequences. Now they put the Yukon at a competitive disadvantage with the rest of Canada for attracting private investment. Their regulatory changes, though, aren't the only ways they're harming the North. The Liberals' carbon tax burdens Northerners, their businesses, and their families more than any other region in the entire country. People in Northern Territories are already required to pay more in fuel and transportation expenses just to sustain the basic necessities of life and to get essentials to their communities. The carbon tax will victimize people who rely on these services. The Prime Minister said his plan will be good for the economy, good for innovation, and good for jobs, but it's just not true. His carbon tax will cripple industry, hinder the economy, and drive up the cost of living for Northerners. It will also mean Northerners will pay more for food that is already more than 4 times more expensive than the costs anywhere else, along with essential goods and products. Electricity will become unaffordable to communities who don't have any other source but diesel. In the North, the carbon tax is really a tax on living. It's a tax on living. And in a place where home heating and traveling long distance is part of life, Northerners can't afford it, particularly when legislation like Bill C-17 forces further barriers to their most important economic driver, Canada's world-class mining sector. So whether it's higher taxes, more red tape, ongoing uncertainty, the Liberals make it clear that developing Canada's natural resources will be more difficult than ever before everywhere. And at a time when technology, research and development and innovation are at an all-time high, the Liberals are attacking the very people who are ensuring the long-term and sustainable natural resources development in Canada. This bill will not help Yukon, a territory rich in natural beauty, natural resources, and irrepressible human capital. The Liberals are limiting opportunities for future generations and are just adding challenges to the North, and that's why I oppose these amendments. And, Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the sub-amendment and the amendment to the second reading motion of Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act, respectively standing in the name of the member of Dauphin Swan River Neepawa and the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake, be deemed negatived on division.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. Excuse me. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes, carried. Resuming debate on the main motion. Q&A? Okay, very good. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Thank you. No, are there any questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon, and then we'll go over there.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member's speech. I just wanted to get 2 points on the record that have been improved since a number of these speeches may have been formulated. One is related to timelines. There are actually timelines now in the process, and they're done locally. They're done by the board, and they're gazetted so everyone has their say. So the fear about timelines no longer occurs. And the other is about the reassessments. A new thing put into the bill allows an assessment now to be for longer than just the next license. It could be the life of the project or that, so that you wouldn't have to have a reassessment partway through. So I think these two improvements will reduce some of the concerns that people had about this bill.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question. I think that there's a larger issue, though, about the Liberal track record of creating uncertainty and ongoing regulatory changes for natural resources right across the board, whether it's for Yukon or for LNG or for pipelines or for energy development. And I think what's concerning to all of us is I think all members in this House believe in the duty of the Crown to consult and believe in a robust and comprehensive regulatory process balancing local concerns, balancing First Nations concerns, balancing environmental concerns and economic opportunities. So I hope that as we go forward, the Liberals can become more unequivocal about their support for natural resources development right across the board for all Canadians and all of the opportunities and prosperity that it will provide for future generations, and the importance of natural resources development to all of the economies across Canada right now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the speech presented here, and it sounded like the entire Yukon was doomed as I listened to the member's speech, and I'd like an explanation to that, because I know of many regions in this country where there are strict environmental and social assessment rules that exist, and generally economies in those regions go very well. So I'd like her to point to me examples or experiences where these kind of rules exist and that the economies of those regions went bust.
You'll be doing that. Member for Lakeland.
Well, in fact, the track record of Canadian resource development, from LNG to pipelines to oil and gas to mining, is world class. Canada, and Alberta in particular, but Canada in general has long had a track record of the most stringent and rigorous regulatory assessment processes for all kinds of natural resources development, which has always involved consultations with First Nations people, as is the duty of the Crown, and consultations with stakeholders stakeholders and assessment of economic opportunities, of balancing environmental sustainability. So that is the very thing about Canada, is that we produce natural resources development in the most sustainable and responsible way in the world. And not only do we export needed products to the globe, as well as technology and expertise, we also offer to the world decades-long of track record of exactly how to do regulatory assessments in a way that is predictable and certain, stimulates economic opportunities, prosperity and jobs for future generations, and unlocks the potential of natural resources development. It's only the left that seems confused about whether or not Canada has a strong regulatory process. We've always have, and we do in mining and all kinds of other energy development.
We have time for about a 30-second question and 30-second answer. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, time goes by so fast, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. There's a litany of basically potential disaster on natural resource development across the way. They're changing the assessment processes. They're bringing uncertainty to both natural resource development and environmental protection, putting political opinion and spin ahead of science. They're actually mocking First Nations residents by refusing to respect transparency laws that are already in place, playing games with people's lives through carbon tax. I'm just wondering if the member can tell me, does she think that the divisiveness that's being caused by this government is going to be more or less than the divisions that were caused by this Prime Minister's father across this country?
The honourable member for Lakeland in 30 seconds or less, please.
The disconnect and the anger at Ottawa from the people that I represent is greater and stronger than it's ever been in my lifetime. And I would say that Prime Minister Trudeau right now is following down the exact same path as Prime Minister Trudeau, his father, this Prime Minister is following down the path of that Prime Minister by pitting regions against regions, sectors against sectors, provinces against provinces, people against people, and I hope that one day they'll actually walk their talk about United Canadians.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Bennett, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
The pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
All those in favour, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. There we go. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 30th, 2017, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, June 20th, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The honourable member the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader has a point.
Mr. Speaker, as much as you know we are enjoying ourselves, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find it the will of the House to call it midnight at this time, please.
Do we have the will of the House to see the clock as 12 o'clock midnight? It's 12 o'clock midnight, yes. À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Through Nipissing, Pembroke.
There's a need for the federal government to listen to questions rather than mindlessly repeat Gerald Butt's PMO Hive talking points, which are an insult to all Canadians. In this case, the government member in his canned mansplained response was confused about his own party's budget. If he had read the federal budget on page 89 of the federal budget document, he would have seen it clearly states the budget would, and I quote, transfer remaining uncommitted funds from older federal infrastructure programs to municipalities through the gas tax fund in 2016-17.
Pause for a second. Yep, just want to pause for a second. I just want to remind the honourable members that adjournment proceedings are in place, and there are members speaking. So if you don't mind, it's nice to see everyone get along and be glad to get out, but maybe just let us finish up in peace and quiet, and then we'll get out of here faster. 3 minutes and 34 seconds. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
So, transfer remaining uncommitted funds from older federal infrastructure programs to municipalities through the gas tax fund in 2016-17. The so-called uncommitted funds from conservative legacy programs were accumulated without raising taxes and when the federal budget had been balanced. When the Liberal Party took office in November 2015, there were $837 million available for transfer to municipalities across the country. According to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, less than 5 months later, on budget day, $805,087,514 had disappeared. This left $30.1 million, which was transferred to the federal gas tax fund on March 31st, 2017. My question to the minister was, where did the money go? The talking point claimed, without answering the original question, and I quote from Hansard of March 10, 2017, we have fulfilled that promise to transfer over to the gas tax funds the appropriate amount allocated. In fact, the federal government's own press release announcing the transfer of $30.1 million is dated March 31st, 2017. The March 10th response was clearly intended to mislead the House as the transfer occurred after I asked my question. More importantly, it did not address the question of the missing $805 million. So how else is this government misleading Canadians about infrastructure spending? In response to an order paper question, the Liberal Party said in November of 2015, $194,164 was available to be transferred to Prince Edward Island through the gas tax fund. By May 5th, 2017, that figure had been changed to $12. By the government's own figures, the March 2017 transfer figure was then changed to $228,652. Newfoundland and Labrador figures contain the same discrepancies. The original figure provided by the Minister of Infrastructure was $1,404,252. That figure was then changed in response to another order paper question to read $1,012,269. It then claimed that $380,931 was available for the gas tax transfer, a substantially reduced figure from the $1,366,972 number that had already been provided by the federal government on a different document. The figures provided by the Minister of Infrastructure for the province of Quebec show $208,416,418 available for transfer. This figure had been reduced down to $6,014,015 the date of the federal budget. In another sleight of hand response to another question to the government, the $208 million was changed to $104,783,324 with $5,844,612, the now revised amount available to transfer to municipalities through the federal gas tax fund. So you see the pattern, none of the figures add up. Now we get to Ontario. The first figure provided as being available to transfer to municipalities through the federal gas tax transfer was $558,678,458. 4 months later, the figure is $13,327,279. By the following year, the first figure had been reduced to $548,909,14, and the amount on the budget data had been changed to $13,778,243.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is dedicated to ensuring that its investments support the infrastructure that Canadians need and use every day. Infrastructure Canada has worked closely with partners to expand eligibility requirements and accelerate the funding being delivered under its old programs, and to quickly move forward with new programs to support projects across the country. Quand nous avons formé le gouvernement en novembre,
when we formed a government in November 2015, $837 million in an old fund had not been allocated to infrastructure projects. Contrary to the previous government, we worked in close cooperation with the provinces and territories to identify projects and allocate these residual sums before March 31st, 2017. In 1 year, we allocated over $800 million for infrastructure projects throughout the country. We contributed $47 million for the extension of Route 417 between Maitland and Island Park in Ottawa, $21.9 million for the renovation of the St. Joseph's Oratory in Montreal and $54 million for federal funds for the Le Diamant Theatre in Quebec City. The remaining $30 million from previous programs were transferred to signatories of the agreement before the end of March to allow communities in Canada to invest these funds to meet their priorities.
And more than $7 billion for municipal infrastructure projects in Ontario alone, Mr. Speaker. This permanent source of funding continues to offer local communities the flexibility to make strategic investments across 18 different project categories, including public transit, roads, culture, sport, and recreation. By funding the rehabilitation of existing infrastructure and the building of new construction, the Gas Tax Fund boosts local employment and growth of the middle class. The Government of Canada is committed to working with provinces, territories, municipalities, as well as with key stakeholders such as the Association des Municipalités, the Union des Municipalités du Québec, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario to ensure our municipalities continue to receive the support they need in a streamlined fashion and a consistent, coherent fashion to build strong and vibrant communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, so where did the missing infrastructure funds for Ontario really go, if not the Federal Infrastructure Bank, the pay-to-borrow scheme? The $805 million missing federal infrastructure dollars were found sitting in Toronto, buried in a line item as, and I quote from the 2016 Ontario Economic Outlook and Fiscal Review, unassigned federal contributions to provincial infrastructure. The Liberal Party of Toronto received one big fat check from the Liberal Party in Ottawa for the missing $805 million, which was apparently used to deceive the provincial taxpayers of Ontario about balancing a budget.
Federal Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Federal Gas Tax Fund is predictable, flexible, long-term, and stable funding that's crucial to community infrastructure. Municipalities have the flexibility to direct federal funding towards projects they identify as a priority.
By transferring the gas tax for former programs, we are supporting municipality investments.
Working with provinces, territories, and municipalities, as well as key Ontario partners such as the Association of Municipalities, and in Quebec with the Union des Municipalités, to ensure that these people have the support to build and fulfill their needs and to build strong and stronger and inclusive communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last time we had this conversation, we were talking about the government's willingness to support members of my community on Gabriola Island within my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith in their opposition to the proposal for 5 new commercial deep-sea anchorages. These are causing great concern in my community, as is evidenced by the hundreds of petition signatures that I've tabled in this House. Gabriola Island is my home, along with thousands of other people in my community. I feel strongly about it, especially given that the proposal to establish new anchorages is to facilitate export of thermal coal from Wyoming that no U.S. port would allow to exit through their ports, and so the Port Metro Vancouver, despite universal opposition from surrounding British Columbia municipalities, agreed to facilitate their exports. So no visible community benefit. They threaten our community and our coastline. They're creating great anxiety. We do not want the Transport Minister to approve these anchorages. So not going forward with these anchorages would have multiple benefits. Number one, respect for the rights of Indigenous people. It's Nanaimo First Nations territory, and the environmental overview assessment described the process as inadequate. It said, quote, the lack of public and First Nations consultation leaves potential for significant effects to occur within societal components. Secondly, we could save our coast from an oil spill. 5 years ago, when I was chair of Islands Trust Council, 3 bulk carriers within Plumper Sound dragged their anchor, came very close to landing on the shoreline. The Department of Ecology oil spill coordinator on the Washington state side, Dale Jensen, said damage to fuel tanks on a cargo ship that side could have oiled the islands on both sides of the Canada-U.S. border. Third, cancellation would give time for the industry to fix their reputation in existing anchorages. Plumper Sound, Protection Island, and Cowichan Bay all experience ongoing visual, diesel, smoke, generator noise, excess light pollution. The industry has not chosen to mitigate any of those consequences. And again, this is all downside, no upside for these communities. Fourth, it would allow decisions to be based on science, facts, and evidence. The Conservative Party, having gutted the Fisheries Act, means that the habitat impact on fisheries in our area has not been assessed. Fifth, it would protect species at risk. We both have glass sponge reefs, amazing treasures of the deep ocean in the Salish Sea, not fully mapped and explored. We also have, this is a transit and feeding area for the southern resident orca whale, which is listed as endangered or threatened under the Species at Risk Act. It would build Canada's reputation as a country that is willing to act on climate change, and it would support many elected bodies that are opposed to the Anchorage establishment. So will the minister assure residents of Gabriola Island and users of the Salish Sea that he will not approve the 5 bulk commercial anchorages off Gabriola Island?
To the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for her question and for her advocacy. Trade is a key priority for our government and for Canadians. Canada's trade with countries in the Asia-Pacific region continues to grow, and as these trade volumes rise, our West Coast ports, our gateways, will experience increased activity. This means that on occasion, more vessels are ready to enter the port than there are berths available at the terminal. There is, generally speaking, an effective system for managing these vessels at Canadian port authorities and public ports. In order to ensure the safe and secure movement of marine traffic, ships that are waiting to dock at Canada Port Authority or a public port are directed to a designated anchorage within the port's waters, pending the availability of a berth at the appropriate facility or terminal. Under the Canada Marine Act, Canada Port Authorities and public ports have the authority to assign and manage anchored spots within their area of jurisdiction. If a ship arrives at a port but no berth is available at the terminal, the port directs it to wait at a designated anchorage within the port's jurisdiction. From time to time, anchorages within a port's boundaries may be full, or a vessel may be too large for a port's designated anchorages. In these cases, the vessel would need to anchor outside the port's waters. In recent years, the West Coast in particular has seen an increase in the use of local anchorages due to high volumes of traffic. We are aware this creates significant concerns for local communities that are affected by vessel noise and lights. The Canada Shipping Act currently does not provide for the Governor and Council or the Minister of Transport to designate, approve, or manage anchorage sites in waters outside the jurisdiction of Canada Port Authorities and public ports. Our government recognizes that the environmental integrity of Canadian waters is essential to the well-being of our marine transportation system. Developing a process to identify and manage anchorages outside of a Canada Port Authority or a public port is one of the many important marine safety initiatives in Canada's Ocean Protection Plan. This work, involving technical experts and stakeholder and community consultation, will help to ensure that Canada continues to prosper economically while protecting our marine environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, I'll note again for the members' information, this is not a Canadian product or a Canadian appetite. This is not trade. This is Wyoming coal to be burned in power plants in China. This has nothing to do with Canadian benefit. Now, 2 weeks ago, this government launched a review process of the Canadian Pilotage Act. A number of participants who will be invited are named, including Indigenous groups, which I don't think is in keeping with the government's commitment to Indigenous governments and a nation-to-nation relationship. So we'll make sure that is a government-to-government relationship that's carried out. But the list doesn't mention local governments, such as the Gabriel Local Trust Committee, the Regional District of Nanaimo, and Islands Trust Council, all governments that are on record as opposed to establishment of these new bulk anchorages. Neither does it include groups like the Chamber of Commerce or the Gabrielans Against Freighter Anchorages Society. Will the minister's representative assure me that such groups who have a very strong stake in the outcome of this review will be warmly invited inside the process?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada Port Authorities are critical to our trade-dependent economy and providing a safe, secure, efficient, and even environmentally sustainable marine transportation system. Anchorages are an integral part of an efficient shipping and navigation system. Considering the effects the use of anchorages may have on the environment remains a priority. Under Canada's Oceans Protection Plan, we are committed to develop and implement a process to identify and manage new anchorages outside Canada Port Authorities or public ports. This will be done taking into account various risks to marine safety, security, and the environment, and will include consultation of local community stakeholders and experts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as we've done the previous 4 times with these late shows on the Canadian Autism Partnership, we're broadcasting this one via Facebook Live again. So interesting opportunity for Canadians to hear yet the same answers over and over again. We've had 5 opportunities now to do this. This is our 5th opportunity. Interestingly, this is our 5th different parliamentary secretary. So we've had the Parliamentary Secretary for Health. We've had the Parliamentary Secretary for Disability and Sport. Interestingly, we had the Parliamentary Secretary for Revenue. We had the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence, who didn't do a very good job defending the Liberal position on this. And now, interestingly, we have the Parliamentary Secretary for Transport answering a question about a Canadian Autism Partnership. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, maybe that's fitting given the number of Canadians who travel from jurisdiction to jurisdiction to get evidence-based treatment in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, a little bit on the history of the Canadian Autism Partnership for those who haven't followed along. In 2015, our government established an expert working group, 12 prominent Canadians, experts on autism, to put together a plan for a Canadian Autism Partnership. Now, this working group worked with self-advocates, a team of 7 incredible self-advocates who worked alongside them. They worked with families. They listened to almost 5,000 submissions. They met with governments, provincial and territorial governments across the country, every single province and territory in Canada, to get input into the business plan that they brought forward in the fall of 2016. They brought that business plan forward with an ask for $19 million over 5 years, Mr. Speaker, just $3.8 million a year. That's a dime per Canadian per year. Now, what the Canadian Autism Partnership would do is it would bring these experts together. They would work with families, with stakeholders, with self-advocates, with some of the top researchers in the world right here in Canada, and they would advise governments in their jurisdiction on the real challenges facing families living with autism and individuals living with autism in Canada in the areas of, for example, education or early intervention or housing or vocation, transitions, a lot of the difficult transitions that people have across the lifespan with autism, maybe mental health issues in some places, and provide absolute solid evidence-based advice, the best advice gathered from jurisdictions around the world to serve Canadians living with autism. Unbelievably, even though half of the Liberal caucus wrote support letters or signed support letters in support of the Canadian Autism Partnership, it didn't find its way into the budget, into a budget that ran a deficit of $25 billion a year. They couldn't find $3.8 million to fund the Canadian Autism Partnership, years in the making with thousands of people weighing in. So, Mr. Speaker, what you're going to hear probably from the Parliamentary Secretary is what we've heard 15 times in question period and 4 times during the late show. You'll probably hear her list off measures the previous Conservative government funded, measures like Ready, Willing and Able or Community Works or the Autism Surveillance Program or $39 million in research. Mr. Speaker, you know, what those researchers want, and we've talked about this time and time again, those researchers, 4 of them were on the Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group. What they want more than anything else is for their research to actually be used to benefit Canadians in areas like early intervention and education and housing and vocation and other things, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm hoping we'll hear from the Parliamentary Secretary, I'm not going to hold my breath though, what I'm hoping we'll hear is a reason why, while every Conservative, New Democrat, Green Member of Parliament voted yes to the Canadian Autism Partnership, why every single Liberal voted no except for one.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the honourable member for his question and for his advocacy. You know, parents of children with autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, want what's best for their children, just like all parents do. The Government of Canada recognizes that children and adults with autism have different needs that have to be addressed so they can reach their full potential.
As you know, the federal government is making significant investments each year in supporting skills and training, filling gaps in data, and in supporting research focused on ensuring that children and adults affected by ASD and their families have the best support and treatment possible.
Recent investments have enabled autism researchers and universities and research institutions from across the country to contribute to the ongoing efforts to advance our knowledge about the underlying causes of ASD and to translate this knowledge into better diagnostic tools and treatments. It has also enabled Canadian researchers to be recognized as global leaders in this area and to participate in major global research initiatives on autism. Les investissements fédéraux.
Federal investments in research are making a difference in the lives of individuals with ASD and their families. This is why our government has continued to make significant investments in research and innovation through the last two federal budgets.
For instance, in Budget 2016, the federal government announced a new ongoing investment of $30 million per year to support investigator-led research through CIHR. This investment represented the highest amount of new annual funding for Discovery Health research in more than a decade. In Budget 2016, the federal government also announced an investment of $20 million over 3 years to Brain Canada to continue efforts towards increasing our understanding of the brain and brain health. This contributed to bring investments for the Canada Brain Research Funds to $240 million, with more than 800 researchers at 112 institutions. The Canada Brain Research Fund represents the largest public-private fund in Canadian history devoted to supporting brain research.
Through this initiative, Brain Canada has supported 13 research projects in areas related to ASD and other neurodevelopment disorders for total funding commitments of $16.7 million.
Beyond research and data, we are also investing in initiatives that will make a tangible and practical difference for individuals living with autism in Canada. The $40 million Opportunities Fund, delivered regionally and nationally through Service Canada centres, is supporting individuals with disabilities, including autism, by providing a range of tools and services that will help them prepare for, obtain, and maintain employment. In closing, I'd like to affirm that the Government of Canada is committed to our continued collaboration with provincial and territorial partners and with autism organizations who are working to support families. We will continue to work collaboratively to align priorities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, for those watching, they will note again that there is absolutely zero reason given yet by this Liberal government for their refusal to fund the Canadian Autism Partnership. And I'm going to read a quote, one of my favorite quotes from Jerry Rice, Hall of Fame NFLer. "Today I will do what others won't, so tomorrow I can accomplish what others can't." And Mr. Speaker, I am determined to see the Canadian Autism Partnership come to reality. I know that Canadian families living with autism, Canadians living with autism, are equally determined. And so we live in a democracy. I encourage those Canadians to continue to reach out to the Liberal MPs through Twitter, through Facebook, through email and phone calls. And I would ask in closing this Liberal member that when they do that, is she open to changing her mind and supporting Canadians living with autism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the proposal put forward by the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance for a Canadian Autism Partnership has served to highlight the complex challenges facing families affected by ASD. That is why federally we're supporting a range of initiatives that are needed to truly make a difference for families and that increase the societal inclusion and participation of Canadians with disabilities or functional limitations. The government will continue to engage with a range of stakeholders on autism to identify effective, responsible opportunities for partnerships to support a better quality of life for those living with autism and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.